whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful. In the deep whispers cold. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Light on the waves, soft shiver. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels ice.
Millennia ago, the world of the Shattered Archipelago was part of a single massive landmass known as Heartland Isle. This vast continent was the center of ancient civilization, where powerful magic was deeply intertwined with the natural world. The people of Heartland Isle lived in harmony with the elemental forces, drawing power from ley lines that crisscrossed the land. However, buried deep beneath the earth was a sealed reservoir of immense chaotic magic, an ancient power that had been bound by forgotten deities to keep the world stable. Over time, the civilizations of Heartland Isle grew too ambitious, seeking to harness this dormant magic. Through reckless rituals and forbidden sorcery, they inadvertently broke the seals, unleashing the raw, uncontrollable force that lay beneath. The release of this ancient power caused a cataclysmic event known as the Shattering. Massive earthquakes tore through the land, volcanic eruptions spewed forth molten rock, and the oceans rose to swallow vast swaths of the continent. The once united Heartland Isle was torn apart, fractured into countless islands that now form the Shattered Archipelago and lands beyond. Magic became unpredictable, warping the land and sea, and those who survived were left to rebuild their lives in a world forever changed. The shattering's impact is still felt years later, as the chaotic magic continues to influence Etheria, leaving scars on the landscape and altering the flow of magical energy throughout the world. Many believe that the magic released during the shattering still lingers, and that hidden remnants of the ancient power could be found deep within the islands of the archipelago. And so, the Etherian sea stretches infinitely. Its cerulean depths shimmer under a sky painted with hues of orange and violet. The horizon unfolds like a vast tapestry of adventure. This is no ordinary ocean. It is a realm teeming with life, both vibrant and perilous. Scattered across its boundless expanse are the Lost Isles, a mysterious collection of lush tropical islands and jagged cliffs, each cradling the echoes of ancient civilizations and untold stories. Among them lies the Shattered Archipelago, a hauntingly beautiful formation of islands, fragmented by time and tides, where the whispers of the past blend with the salty breeze. As your ship sails through the gentle swell of the waves, you feel the exhilaration of freedom course through your veins. The air is rich with the scent of salt and adventure, infused with the stories of mariners who dared to brave the uncharted waters. Tall palm trees sway on distant shores, while the sun glistens off hidden coves and pristine beaches, promising treasures just waiting to be discovered. Yet, amidst the idyllic beauty, an undercurrent of foreboding weaves through the ocean. The tales of sailors ring in your ears. Legends of enchanted islands that rise from the depths under the light of a full moon, and stories of treacherous currents that lead to realms lost to time. The sea seems alive, restless with the weight of secrets that have lain dormant for centuries, whispering to those who dare to listen. And as twilight descends, casting a golden glow over the shimmering waters, you gaze toward the horizon. The gentle rocking of the ship beneath your feet becomes a calming rhythm, punctuated by the distant call of seabirds and the soft lapping of the waves against the hull. But there's something more, an electric tension in the air, as if the ocean itself is holding its breath, anticipating the stirrings of fate. Fishermen in nearby coastal villages speak in hushed tones of strange happenings, vessels returning with tales of elusive sea creatures, unnatural storms that brew without warning, and shadowy figures glimpsed beneath the waves. The villagers murmur of omens, as if the very fabric of reality is beginning to fray, inviting the unknown to intrude upon their shores. You stand at the ship's railing, the wind tangling your hair, the dying light of the sun casting your shadow long across the deck. The Lost Isles beckon you with their mysteries, while the Shattered Archipelago looms, a poignant reminder of what was and what could be. Each wave that breaks against the hull seems to whisper promises of ancient ruins waiting to be uncovered, hidden treasures that call to the adventurous spirit within you. Tonight, the stars will guide your way, and the ocean will reveal its truths. Your journey has begun, and as the ship sails toward the horizon, you sense that destiny awaits in the uncharted waters ahead. The sea is alive, a realm of both beauty and peril, and it is calling you forth into its embrace, daring you to uncover the mysteries of the Lost Isles and the Shattered Archipelago. The echoes of the past are waiting to be awakened, and you are ready to answer the call of adventure.
As the salty breeze clings to your skin, stepping off the boat, the tang of the sea filling your senses. Around you, the sailors and fishermen, weathered by the harsh winds and relentless sun, make quick work of tying off the boat, hands deftly securing knots and unloading today's modest haul. The rhythmic slap of water against the pier and the creak of the weathered wood form a familiar backdrop as you turn and make your way through the narrow bridges of the cliffside village of Seabridge. The town's atmosphere is heavy with the smell of salt, fish, and brine, mingling with a distant scent of smoke from hearth fires. For the past several weeks, perhaps even months, perhaps the only port you ever known, Seabridge has been your home. A place where the call of the sea and promise of adventure always seemed just a step away. Seabridge is a patchwork city, like most, built precariously on the edge of the coast, where wooden planks, rocks, and cobblestones weave together to form a town that almost seemed to rise out of the sea itself. The buildings, mostly constructed from driftwood and salvage materials, stand unevenly along the shores, with weathered beams and salt-streaked walls that have braved countless storms. Bridges crisscross the town, connecting stilted houses and makeshift platforms that jet out over the water, creating a labyrinth of walkways that creak and sway with the tides. The air is thick with the scent of brine, the ever-present dampness of the sea. The streets are more like winding rivulets than traditional pathways, narrow cobblestone alleys let flood during high tide, forcing the townsfolk to rely on elevated bridges to get from place to place. The waterways snake through the town, reflecting the moonlight on calm nights, but turning treacherous when the sea grows angry. Boats and skiffs are as common as carts here, gliding through the water-laced alleys to deliver goods for ferry passengers. The entire town seems to pulse with the rhythm of the ocean, its lifeblood tied to the whims of the waves. But despite its ramshackle appearance, Seabridge thrives with a lively, rough-hewn charm. The docks are always bustling with fishermen hauling in their catch, merchants shouting about their wares, and sailors telling tales of distant lands. It is a place where survival depends on the ingenuity of its people, who have learned to bend nature to its will, building a home on the edge of both civilization and the untamed sea. And ahead looms the rusty anchor, its worn sign creaking gently in the breeze, swinging from rusted chains. The building itself looks like as if it had survived countless storms, with weather-beaten wood and salt-streaked walls. Barnacles cling to the lower beams, and seaweed has tangled itself in the nearby rocks and posts. The windows, thick with grime, offer a dim glow from within, while the faint sound of laughter and clinking mugs drift through the cracks of the heavy iron-bound door. Pushing open the door, you step inside and are immediately engulfed by the warmth and scent of roasting fish and ale. The Rusty Anchor is a tavern built from the bones of old ships, planks, and beams salvaged from long-forgotten vessels, giving the place an authentic nautical charm. Lanterns swing from low ceiling, casting flickering light across the rough-hewn tables and mismatched chairs. Nets, ropes, and various maritime relics hang from the walls, and in the corner stands the cracked wheel of an ancient ship, now a silent reminder of the voyage it once steered. Behind the bar, wiping down with a mug and an old rag, stands Maris, the tavern's keeper, his grizzled face and thick silver beard unmistakable, and his one good eye gleams with the knowledge of countless sea voyages. There's a rumor, whispered among the locals, that Maris was once more than just a sailor, but Maris himself never confirms nor denies these stories. He gives you a nod as you enter, his rough voice cutting through the din. Back from another day on the waves, eh? Grab a seat and I'll pour you something warm. May they warm your bones. Hey, Mouse, can you help me out in the kitchen, please? As you sit down to your meal, a familiar tap-tap of raindrops begins to sound against the roofs and wooden planks of Seabridge. The scent of fresh rain mingles with the salty breeze drifting in from the bay. Outside, raised walkways glisten with moisture as droplets collect on the wooden beams. A gentle patter of rain becomes a steady rhythm, blending seamlessly with the creaking of the docks and the distant murmur of the tide. Just another evening in the seaside town, and as Mouse makes her way across the tavern floor, who and what do we see?
Lena Lightfoot, or Mouse, as she's known in the tavern and to her crew, is a halfling standing just over 2 feet tall. She has long black, wavy hair, deep blue eyes, and carries herself with confidence. She's dressed in a fitted corset with a white button-up shirt, dark linen pants, and well-worn boots. A practical outfit for life at sea or a bustling tavern.
And behind
Uh.
Mouse comes a tall, well-muscled, dark-skinned man. Caesar, who and what do we see?
As the camera pans way up, you see a man closer to 7 feet than 6, bushy beard, kerchief tied around his head, casually checking out the rafters, making sure there's no leaks or anything developing, knowing that it's most likely going to be him who has to go out on the roof to fix it. Always has his trusty hammer and his axe on his sides, a general handyman. Yeah, that's what you see.
And as the camera pans first down, then up, it pans down again, and we see a gnome with a relatively thick beard. And as Dag enters, who and what do we see, Dag?
Yeah, you see a gnome probably around just over 3 feet tall. He likes to claim that he's 3.5, but doubtful. He's got a scruffy, scraggly black beard that's just showing hints of gray. And he's got a beret covering most of the top of his head, and he's wearing just kind of a bit disheveled clothing, with lots of straps of leather and bits and pieces kind of all along, and he's got a nice clean knife that he uses to gut fish and clean them from their haul. And he's lagging a bit behind the group because he's already gotten into an argument with one of the patrons near the door.
And as Dag starts to argue about something with one of the patrons at the door, we see a tall man with a tricorn hat and long gray beard. Guildenstern, who and what do we see?
Guildenstern is average height. As you said, he's this bearded, long hair with the tricorn. His style of dress is what passes for natty in Seabridge. His hair is like salt and pepper. His gray eyes.
And
That's
as
it.
Guildenstern makes his way to the table, finally we turn to a man who is a little bit disheveled, but there's wisdom in his eyes, and we look and see TP looking out from under his baggy hair. Who and what do we see?
You see an average built human. He's about 6'2". He's wearing some loose hide that looks like it's kind of patchwork made, with feathers adorned all over his body, as well as numerous tattoos are looking like druidic symbols and such. Kind of looks very peaceful, and he's humming some little tune. And he's carrying a knapsack in one hand and a couple fish that he just caught in the other.
As Mouse makes their way across the tavern, Maris, almost an uncle or father figure since you've arrived here, Mouse, leans in. Lass, are you well? How are the seas? Been hearing odd things from friends around the ways.
Hi, Maris. I'm good, as always. It's been a little rocky recently.
But nothing you and the crew can handle, yeah?
Of course not. We're fine.
Okay. If anything were to happen to my little mouse, I'm not really sure how I would feel about that. You're big help around here, you know this.
Well, I know. Your business would suffer. Someone's got to keep this place running.
Certainly. All right, here, come, let's grab some ales and some food for your team. And Maris heads into the kitchen area where it looks like he is not only the bartender, but the cook, and Mouse helps them with the drinks, and shortly they return to the table. Looks like some clam chowder and mishmash mugs full of a warm but liquidy mead. And Maris looks towards Mouse. You've been on the ship all day. Why don't you sit down with your crew and have yourself some food? We can take it here. It's not going to be very busy. You know, it's starting to rain again, and you know how it gets when it rains. People just like to stay in front of the fire.
No, she'd not join the crew. She'd mentioned that she'd join him afterwards to help
And
clean up.
Maris comes back or heads back around the bar and takes a long draft on his the thing he's drinking, and the camera pans back towards the front door where Dag is having a heated conversation about some matter. What are you discussing with this patron, Dag, who is clearly inebriated?
I don't know how many times I have to tell you, Philip. I don't know what happened to your dam's barrel of tabac. All right? It wasn't me who took it.
Well, I'm not worried about the taking so much, but who put the lemon in there? I know you're a fast one there, Dag, and I know you like to play the pranks.
Look, I know I had a bit of a reputation when I first came here, but that was many years ago, Philip. I'm just looking to make a quiet life, fishing, and get back to my Celine.
All right. But you know how long it takes to get that tobacco here. We don't grow it locally, and we have to go out and get it. Sherman and his crew, they have to travel across the aisles, and you know how deadly those can be to pick it up. And it cost me literally an arm and a leg. Well, it cost me an arm, and he gestures to the hook on his one arm. At one point, you know how I love it. So if you could be so kind as to let me know who may have messed with it, were it not you. He rolls his eyes a little bit, thinking it is certainly Dag. I would appreciate it.
If it's that important to you, maybe you should keep a better eye on it.
I've only got one good eye, Dag.
That's why I said eye, not eyes.
And he grumbles and he pushes his way past Dag and out the door, carrying his full mug of mead with him as he looks to head out to the docks and perhaps to his home or to the warehouse district. But there are only a couple other patrons sitting in this place, some of the other fishermen that have come in from the daily catch, and you find yourself around the table. What happens now?
I walk up to the group, pulling out a pipe and some tobacco and stuffing it in there. I don't know what that damn Philip's problem is. Anyone got a light?
Mouse would look around to make sure no one's paying attention, and if they wouldn't, she'd flick a finger, causing a little bit of flame to light it.
Thank you, Mouse. Is that roasting fish ale I smell Maris making back there?
As always.
Maris comes back with what looks like some very short cups. And Maus, you know these to be the cups where he likes to present to important people within his establishment the what did Dad call it again? The roasting fish ale. And he'll bring a cup over and set it in front of you and on the house. We appreciate everything you've done since you've been here. So, and he kind of winks towards Mouse and heads back towards the kitchen.
Mouse nods her head in appreciation.
While Maris thinks it's fancy, it's probably one of the most fancy things here, but it's just really some distilled moonshine in the broth of the fish that he cooks every night. And what gives it its unique flavor is they don't take anything to waste. And as you look into the short glasses, you see the fish eyes bobbing up and down.
Well, it's not good without fresh fish eyes.
I mean, you can have mine. Not the drink, the fish eye.
Well, it's not real fish ale without the fish eyes. I mean, you're missing the best part.
House fishes out the fish eye and offers it to him. Are you sure you don't want it?
I'll pick up my fork and take it right off his, Sure. You never turn down fish eyes.
Wait a
Can't
minute.
believe you all
Gildenstern
agreed,
got the fish eyes last time.
She offered it to me. Get your own fish eyes. This one's mine.
Takes a big puff of the pipe.
As long as it's
Okay.
fully deboned, it's good enough for me.
The camera pans from Guild to Caesar, and then once again and rests on TP. How would you like me to say your name? TP? TPP? TPPP?
However you want.
I'll call you Teep for the time being. And the camera rests on Teep as he's sipping on the short glass and eating his roasted fish. How does Teep feel about what's been going on in the ocean lately?
He has some recent fish that he had caught. He would put them up on the table. Says, nature has provided.
What you got there, TPP tree?
Some fish?
Got eyes, TPP tree. What kind of fish?
They
Why'd you
look
bring
like
him out?
rock.
Why'd you bring him to the bar?
Make some ale with them, of course.
Right. I call the eyes on that one.
Very well, you can have the eyes.
Oh, does he get both of them?
I don't see why not. He's deserving.
Yes, of course. I'm deserving.
I'll kind of push one of the fish in your direction.
I don't want them now.
But you're deserving.
But they don't have any ale soaked in them yet.
Let's see it. Pop one out and put it in your ale.
Just takes out that gutting knife and pops one of the eyes out, and on the tip of that it's like a curved blade. He keeps it very, very sharp. Just looks at it for a moment. Won't have any time to soak up. Won't be nearly as good. Captain always gets all the good eyes. And just grumbles and puffs on his pipe, just staring down at his cup, just waiting as long as he can.
And as the camera pans across the table back to Caesar, you're looking down at your short glass as well, and all of a sudden, there's a drip. And another drip. And another drip. And sure enough, exactly what you thought would happen as you walked in. There seems to be a leak in the tin roof, and it's dripping right into your fish ale.
It's diluting the salty brine of my ale. Don't worry, Maris, I got this one. And you just see Caesar walk out into the rain as you hear him heavily climbing up onto the roof.
And you hear this thud, 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 thud. Clearly no ladder, but Caesar makes it work because, well, while there's no ladder onto the roof, all the mismatched planks that have been nailed over the years makes easy handholds as he makes his way. And you hear the creak of the tin roof as this large individual who's done this several times in the past goes about starting to fix and patch what makeshift roof this rusty Anchor Tavern has. and it'll take you quick work. You know the spots, particular having been here a while, and you make your way back into the Rusty Anchor Tavern. But before you do, on the horizon you see the crack of a lightning strike on the sea, and then you hear the rumbling of the thunder, and you see the storm heads, large rain clouds rolling in towards your group of islands. And before the rain starts to come hard and heavy, you make your way back in to the table with your group. Shortly after, Maris comes by and has a few words with the last patron. As the candle wick grows long, you hear the rain start to intensify on the tin roof and the thunder. You see the flashes of lightning that happen. It feels like just outside the doors of this tavern. He closes and locks the front door as the last person makes their way back out and grabs himself a mug and fills it up and comes sit next to the group. Sits down with a heavy sigh, kind of glances up over his mug towards the mouse and then towards each and every one of you. So we're getting word. Odd findings out in the undersea. Weird things that happen beneath the waves. Storms that happen almost out of nowhere. Have you experienced any of these phenomenons today, yesterday, or the last week or so that you've been out on the waters?
Have we?
It's up to you.
As he sits down and joins the group, Mouse would raise her glass to him kind of in a toast. And then she'd say, "It seems like someone's angered the god of storms."
There's been a bit of squalls out there, I'd say. I don't know anything about a god of storms, but it's been a bit rough.
Don't you dare tempting fate. You know Fulgar's real.
Caesar has the right of it. Fulgar is real. And, don't let him catch you unawares out there in the deep blue yonder. I've been there in the past, you know.
Comments like that will get you struck by lightning.
Or worse, your ships get struck by lightning, splits it into half, and then the creatures of the deep come out and you have to fight them off with just and he gestures over to Dag, with just your gutting knife, and you swim all the way back to your home and open up a new tavern.
That sounds like a very specific story there, Maris.
I don't know what you're referring to.
I bet it was 20 foot long.
25 foot long. Each tentacle. All 12 of them.
Wasn't it 13 the last time he told this story?
It
I think it
changes
was
every
only
time.
11 last time.
Huh.
The numbers only get bigger each time.
Amaris, I brought you some fish.
Oh, let me have a look. Oh, these look rather good. Some of the fish from the other boys, they're kind of squalid and dark, and their eyes are sunken a little bit, but lot's brought a really good catch. So, like
Sorry,
I always
that
do,
one's missing its eyes.
and he'll glance to each person to figure out kind of who took the eyes. Wow.
Mouse
That's
tries
okay.
to like subtly point.
The gaze rests on Dag.
Dag slams his drink with the eye in it.
All right, that's okay. As always, you can stay here as you've been staying here, Teep, if you want, just across the walkway. And for those of you who've been here or grown up here, you can have your own house proper on the outskirts of this area. But there's a 4-building place that, as far as anybody knows, Maris owns. One of them happens to be the Rusty Anchor Tavern, and then he has like a 4-bedroom small house that people stay in. It's like 3 or 4 stories tall, because everything in here in Seabridge is built on top of each other because there's just not very much room. And so amongst all the different walkways, planks and wooden raised walkways and stilted houses, there are even more buildings built on top of the others. You know, one to be the tavern, one to be a storehouse, one to be the place where he stays by himself, and then there is another place where it's an inn. But Teep, you've been staying here for a little while in this area, and you've provided the food to Maris, and he's paid you through room and board if you so want to be in this place. Completely up to you, but that's kind of the area, and he's offered Mouse a place to stay privately here in the group with him. It's got its own floor. He usually sleeps on the bottom, but there's an area that's like 2 stories up from his place where you can stay, Mouse. It's kind of your own little place. And but for those of you who either want to have a home of yourself, you can, or you can also stay here. But he'll nod to Teep. So another month room and board for the fine fare you bring here to, even if they don't have 2 eyes, to the Rusty Anchor Tavern. It's much appreciated.
I appreciate the dry place.
Well, thanks to Caesar over here.
Nice
Drier now.
work.
He'll toss you the bar rag to clean up the drops that have landed on the table that you had vacated while you made the repairs. Hey, clean that up if you can, will ye?
Do that, and also clean up the drops that are probably dropping off of himself since he just came out from the rain.
Yep. And you look around, and this place is a mishmash patchwork tavern. All the tables have probably rolled up from the sea. Some are extremely old, perhaps from a time when Heartland Isle had the large civilization that existed. But some of these, very old wood together. It looks like there are a couple of the wheels from ships that have been put sideways, and some plywood has been hammered to them. But you see some others that are almost like this black metal material that have very specific weld marks on them that clearly are out of place here in the Rusty Anchor Tavern. All right, well, you know me, get 1 or 2 of these things done, and now that Philip's gone home early, I think I'm gonna shut her down and take an early night. Mouse, can you see to locking up the place and make sure, Philip doesn't try to force his way back in here again?
Maris,
Yes, Dag.
you wouldn't happen to have a spare room open, would you?
You've been asking me that for 30 years, Dag. You said, yeah, only needed for this one night. I'm going to get out of this place, then go on an adventure on the high seas and all this other stuff. And then you come back, and you keep coming back for this roasted fish ale. I think that's what you referred to it as. But of course, next door, Mouse has the key.
Right. Would you take a bit of trade as I pull out a pouch? Finest tabac available.
He eyes you warily. You know I love myself some tobacco there, Dag, don't ye?
So I offered it.
He reaches into his pockets and pulled out this very worn corncob pipe and slides it across the table towards you. I think we can make ourselves a deal.
And I'll pack his pipe and slide it back over along with the pouch. It's a smaller pouch. It's not the main pouch of tobacco that Dag keeps.
Sure. He puts it in his pocket and reaches in there and has this this metal contraption. It's about 1.5 inches tall and 1.5 inches wide, and the top opens back and forth. And it has the letter Z on it. And he presses the button and you see some flame pop up. And he puffs on his pipe. Oh. This is a wee bit different than what you normally bring, Dag. Where did you find this?
A gnome's got to keep a secret. It's the lemon that makes it good.
Aye, it's hard to find lemon, especially on this island. But I appreciate it very much so. Keep bringing some tobacco, and you can stay here for another 30 years if you'd like. I'll be long gone by then, but ye won't.
I'm sure Celine will take me back before then.
Celine, your woman. Does she live in Canada?
With an S.
Ah, got it. Got it. So what? You've been here almost as long as I've been here, Dag. What keeps you here?
Fishing's good. Your ale isn't the worst thing I've ever drinking. And no one's trying to gut me. Tonight.
Yeah.
Yet.
It's been quiet here at Seabridge, perhaps a bit too quiet. I mean, minus the storms, but I mean, now you should ought to be used to those by now. Anyways, all right, Mouse, don't stay out too late. Gentlemen, and I use that loosely, and I mean you, Guildenstern, and the rest of you lot. Have a great evening.
Mouse again would raise her glass. She'd finish it off, and then she'd get up, and she's still listening to the conversation going on at the table, but she's going to start, like, putting chairs back where they need to go. Now that no one else is in there, anything that needs to be mended, she's casting mend. She's picking up bottles and casting prestidigitation to clean them and putting them up.
Nice. And as you hear Maris walk on the creaky decks back to his place, and his mouse goes about her duties, Teep is staying and Dag is staying, and Mouse has her own place. But where does Guildenstern stay here at the Seabridge small, quaint town?
He has his own place, but it's small, but it's like one room, but it suits him. It's a little bit farther away from everything, as much as you can in this place.
Yeah. Certainly.
The bagpipes at all hours of the night tend to keep his neighbors away. So.
Yes, for sure. And Guildenstern's place sits on the south side of town. So across one of the planks that come to these four in the middle. So he's not too far away from the shipping, the central shipping area where many of they're really glorious fishing boats. They're not quite big enough to be a caravel. Most of these have a crew of 5, 6, 7 people. There are some certainly visitors who come with very large, ships that are quite large, much larger than what you've seen here. But as far as what we have here in Seabridge, they're a max you can get on. The biggest ship is probably 10 people, and you're kind of pushing it. But his place sits across just south of the place where both Dag and Deep stay for the night. What about you, Caesar? What do you typically do after you guys finish up? Where do you go and what do you do?
He's a bit of a stray. He generally is helpful enough around town wherever he's working the latest will usually give him a roof over his head. Doesn't ask for much, but on nights like this, he probably just crashes on the floor in TP's room.
Okay. And I think Maris probably, we rewind time a little bit, he'll thank you for fixing the roof again, and he'll mention that if you need a place to stay, you can stay in the room. There are 4 rooms available in this inn, he calls, that sits next to the Rusty Tavern. Typically they're Deep and Dag have been staying there for a little while Mouse has her own room in the place where Maris stays. And then across the footbridge is Guildenstern, and he'll make sure to mention that before he'll thank you for fixing the roofs. And every time it rains, you can count on getting a free room for at least a week by going up there and fixing it for Maris.
Prospect of a bed is quite appealing, but he definitely thanked Maris for his kindness before he leaves.
And as you finish the rest of cleaning up, is there anything the party discusses while they're here? Future plans or past adventures or anything that they may not know about your character here in the first session?
You think there could be some... Oh, good.
Go ahead. No.
You think what Mary's saying has any weight? That something's brewing, these squalls? I mean, they're a bit bad for the season, but not the worst we've seen.
It's just old salt talk.
Alright,
When he was younger, all the storms were always worse. He's always saying something.
the gods are always up to something.
I agree. I don't think it's something we should ignore, especially not the comment about the other people who've been bringing in fish, how they've been looking sickly. That's got to mean something.
But the people or the fish?
Probably both, but he mentioned the fish.
Guess they don't have a fish whisperer on their crew like we do. He nods over at Petrie.
The shores have looked fairly weird lately. There's a lack of fish.
What does
Mal-
the... Go ahead, Mouse.
Mouse would reach up and grab her locket, and she'd say, I think it's got something to do with the goddess of the ocean and the depths. I don't know why. I think the Tidekeeper's missing.
And
What do you mean, missing?
I don't know. It's just a feeling in my gut. There's something wrong, and maybe that would explain what's going on.
like, she just went on holiday or what?
I know, something's. Her domain's the oceans. There's all these storms popping up. There's something going on with the fish, and I've got a feeling that something's wrong.
If the fish go bad, that'd be bad for us.
I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I've got this gut feeling something's wrong.
Your gut feeling has saved our hides from a watery death plenty of times before, Mouse. Maybe we shouldn't dismiss it so quickly.
I think we should check out the other fish. I mean, at least TP could look at them.
Or I could cook them.
Well, see if you can find out if there's something wrong with them first.
You've been cooking us spoiled fish, TP Petrie.
You wouldn't know.
Well, you know, if the fish look funny, you just chop them up and you make fish stew. No one would know the difference.
I'm liking this idea that Mouse has, though. See what the competition is up to.
How long before we go back out?
How long before we go back out, Captain?
He picks up his coin purse and shakes it in his ear, and he's like, pretty soon.
I would like to use a cantrip druidcraft to use the weather sensor. See what the weather's going to be like tomorrow.
It is going to be raining and raining and raining.
All you see is a little like globe comes out from my hand and goes up about a foot in the air, and there is a circle globe floating that just has like a raindrop. Well, weather's not going to be good tomorrow.
Okay, so not tomorrow.
And maybe some people can check out some of the fish that have been coming in tomorrow. See if they are sick.
But the fish do bite in the rain.
How many other fishing crews do we know are there that would frequent Seabridge?
There's no more than a dozen. But you know most of the people who are on the other cruise. Certainly there are people arriving and staying for a short amount of time, a long amount of time, like you, Dag, but at most, this place can manage 10 crews with the different docking stations that they have in Seabridge. If they have a large ship at dock, then maybe 6. But you're one of the 4 crews that have been together regularly over the last however long you've been here in port. Is there anybody who hasn't been here at Seabridge for 6 months, 12 months, longer? Is there anybody who's relatively new to Seabridge?
Yeah, Caesar kind of just wandered in one day. It's just been real helpful, and people just kind of accept him since this crew has no one to carry stuff. I think they were just like, okay.
We were like, we need a tall guy.
I would think that I come and go, like there's periods where I'm gone for like a week.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you've been one of the 4 crews that have been here regularly. At right now, there's likely 8 crews that fish on a regular basis. You fish almost daily, or at least when you can, because there are, being a relatively secure small fishing village, there are a lot of mouths to feed. While the fishing is plentiful, you know, you have to go out regularly to make sure that you, number 1, get some money for your catch. Number 2, provide enough sustenance for the village. And number 3, not every day is a successful day. Sometimes the water's extremely calm and there's no kind of wind, and you can't go out at that point. Other days, like perhaps tonight and tomorrow, there'll be storms and you won't be able to head out into the storm because the waters here in Etheria, and particularly as you get further into the Lost Isles and the Shattered Archipelago, are extremely treacherous. They say people make pilgrimages to the center of where the shattering or fracturing occurred, as almost a holy pilgrimage, and if they ever come back, it means they were chosen. But many people don't come back, and nobody here in this town has ever ventured out that far and made it back, or you've never seen them again. So, in a long-winded way of saying, you're of a half dozen regular fishing crew that goes out whenever you can or need to.
Mouse is still like roaming around the bar, engaging in the conversation, but cleaning things as she goes. And she said, with the storms tomorrow being bad, most people won't go out. Tavern will be full. We might be able to hear some news from what other people have been catching, what they've seen.
What would be the name of one of the other crew, captain of the other crews that we like the least? You probably.
Who's our rival?
There is a dragonborn male. He has black dragon scales with green tinge, and his name is Caladan Yarjaret. He typically walks around with a simple black tunic, inside puffy black trousers, and very well-crafted black leather boots.
I could always take a stroll and see what Caladan's crew might have been bringing in. Just check, as a professional courtesy, making sure everything's working properly on their boat. I mean, far be it from us, to not try to help our fellow fishermen at here, Seabridge.
If you need company, I can come along. I need to gather some seaweed anyway.
I lean over to TPP. You do know what I'm talking about, TPP tree, don't you?
Yeah?
Right. I suppose some of your tricks could be useful. What do we all think?
I'm not going to stop you. Sounds like
Yeah,
a
I've
good
never had
solution.
any luck stopping you, so.
Maybe I'll wait a bit. Just lit this pipe, and it'd be a shame for it to go out in the rain. So, it'll be a day in port then tomorrow.
Looks like it.
Maybe I'll have a chance to talk with Celine. I'm sure she'll take me back, right?
Of course she will. You should probably bathe first.
What do you mean? We were just walking through the rain.
You stink.
That doesn't count.
You do smell a bit like fish.
We're fishermen. We all smell a bit
fish.
Like my point exactly.
But we're not all visiting Celine now, are we?
We could be.
I thought she liked the fish. You think she was that upset about the fish guts?
What about
Like,
the fish guts?
what did you do with fish guts?
Just experimenting a bit. I was thinking if Maris there could make his ale, then maybe I could try a bit of my own. It only exploded a little bit.
I shake my head in disappointment.
If it only explodes a little bit, you're not doing it right.
Fishka ale.
See, I was trying to go a bit further. I was trying to make fish gut brandy.
But brandy's already mulled.
That might have been the problem. Look, I'm sure she's was able to wash out most of the fish guts from the place.
Yeah, brewing fish guts, that's more of an outside activity.
But there's been so many squalls. She kept going on about it. That I didn't talk to her about it first. Look at the mess that I've made. And then the geese before that.
Wait, the geese?
I don't want to talk about it now.
I mean, she's forgived you before. I'm sure she will again.
Side note. Geese? Far a bit bigger than you think. A bit vicious.
Maybe for one your size, yes.
Mouse comes back to the table and starts clearing the glasses that are empty and taking people's mugs and going to clean them and put them up.
Dag bakes. No offer down.
And as the conversation draws to a close, Mouse shoos you out of the Rusty Anchor Tavern, making your way across the footpaths and raised bridges in this town called Seabridge, which is literally built by putting planks just above the sea. And you can feel the storm surge lapping over some of the lower areas, and you make your way to your places of residence for the night. And we will take a 10-minute break. We'll be right back. See you soon.
Through the storm at midnight's cry, Trusted winds beneath the sky, maps of old with riddles deep, secrets buried where shadows sleep, stars above in silver gleam, echoes drift from lands unseen, golden plunder in our sights, sailing through the endless nights. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves, pirates' souls will never be slaves. Bones beneath the ocean's floor, tales of riches, blood and lore, ghosts of captains long since gone, guide us now to sail at dawn. Lanterns glow in misty haze, through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea to claim the treasures, destiny. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. storm and midnight's cry. Cursed winds beneath the sky. Maps of old with riddles deep. Secrets buried where shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam. Echoes drift from lands unseen. Golden plunder in our sights. Sailing through the endless nights. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel. Chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirate souls will never be slaves. Bones beneath the ocean's floor. Tales of riches, blood and lore. Ghosts of captains long since gone. Guide us now to sail at dawn. Lanterns glow in misty haze. Through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea. To claim the treasure's destiny. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel. Chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirate souls will never be slaves.
Welcome back. As the party has made their way to their homes for the night and taken a long-deserved rest from the weary day at sea, several days at sea, in fact. And in the dead of the night, you hear it. You're jolted awake by the sharp, echoing clang of the alarm bells ringing throughout the town, louder, more frantic than you've heard before. Familiar sounds of sea bridge, the rhythmic crash of waves, and distant calls of night birds are drowned out by the urgent clangor. Panic lingers in the air, thick and oppressive, as the realization hits you. Sea bridge is under attack. Through the thin walls of your room, you hear distant shouts of townsfolk and the hurried thud of boots on wood as the once peaceful harbor is now plunged into chaos. You think of the friends you've made here, fishermen, the sailors, the merchants whose laughter had once filled the tavern, now likely grabbing weapons or barricading doors. Let me know when you can see the map.
I can.
Yep.
So I've placed you each outside of your places of residence for the night. We have Mouse here at the top. We have Caesar staying with TP Petrie, as Dag likes to call him, and Dag. And then just across the way, we have Guildenstern. If I can get initiatives from the party at the top, you can see the different player pictures. You can click on that, or you can also roll initiative in D2B if you want. I got Dag, TP, Caesar, Mouse, Guildenstern. And we will begin combat.
Question: how does my initiative have a +4?
Say that one more time.
I noticed my initiative had a +4.
I may have not updated your character sheet since the last time, but we'll go with it for the time being. Roll a 14. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it should be 16 total.
All right. And what's your dex?
+2, 15.
And Caesar, what's your dexterity modifier or dexterity score? Jay?
It's a 14. Sorry, I had to look. I don't know
All
off the top
good.
of my head anymore.
Okay. It doesn't materially move you in the initiative order, so we will begin combat. As you see really nothing, Dag. Well, actually, you can see across the way as you come out of your place of residence. You see to the north of you, just beyond Mouse, a sea goblin carrying what looks like a spear. And you're first to act.
All right. I think first level rogue. It's been a while since. I think seeing that. So these how high are these barrels and everything up here?
The barrels stand between 3 and 6 feet tall, since there are some piled on top of each other.
Okay, so would I be able to go up these and cross over to there?
Yeah, they don't, from where you're at now, they don't provide any kind of difficult terrain or anything like that.
Okay. So
Is that what you mean?
5, 10, yes. Let's see. What do I have on me? Sorry, 1 second. 5, 10,
New characters, who dis?
15, 20. And I will throw a dart at this goblin. Yeah, if I assume he's looking pretty aggressive.
Yes.
I would yell out in Goblin. Like, if you take one step further, you're getting steel in your gut, boy. And I will hold my action to throw a dart if they take a step forward.
Okay.
Or I would say, I'll say if they make any aggressive action towards one of my friends.
Bonus action?
Bonus action, I think that is it for now. Yep, level 1. Let me end my turn.
At initiative count 20, you see, Gil, you can see this goblin here down to the southwest of you. Looks like he's just broken into a house and is taking equipment out of it and then dives into the ocean. And you look around, Gil, and you see that happening. They're taking fishermen, they're taking equipment, they're taking all kinds of things out of these houses. Fishermen have come out and are trying to defend their homes, but are being dragged into the water by these goblins. And you see this person, this goblin here, jump out with what looks like a barrel and then dives into the ocean. So that what happens at initiative count 20. Next we have TP Petrie.
Sorry, could I amend my held action trigger?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'll mention it once TP Petrie's done.
Okay.
I'm going to move up. And as I come around this corner, this is the goblin to the left. Visible?
It is.
I will pull out a net and attempt to grapple that goblin with a net.
What's the range of a net?
Let's hope he's within 15 feet. That guy's too far. I'll throw it at the other one.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Unarmed or ranged? 2024 doesn't actually have a equipped attack net now.
So 2024 does not have net?
It just shows up in the inventory. It's no longer like an equipable.
A equipable
attack
weapon? Yeah, okay. So we're using 2024 rules in this version. If it's not a weapon, I'm not sure we can use it. 2024 net.
I think it's a saving throw versus restrained.
Yeah, I just posted it.
Oh, perfect. When you make attack action, you place whatever's thrown. Target creature you can see within 15 feet of you. Targets succeed on a dexterity saving throw DC plus your dex modifier plus your proficiency bonus, or have the restrained condition until it escapes. Target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. What's your dex modifier and proficiency bonus? You have
2
plus
dex,
2
2
plus 2.
proficiency, so 12.
12. So this goblin will make a DC 12. Dex saving throw. They're pretty dexterous. That is a 15.
All right, I pull out my net and I attempt to throw it at the goblin. It just kind of slams up against the side of the building, missing. So try and take this one alive.
Thanks for posting that. Appreciate it.
End turn.
Caesar.
All right. Caesar is hearing the commotion around the corner and seeing everyone is ganging up on this one goblin. We'll go ahead and 5, 10, 15, 20. Push pie Petrie real quick. 25, 30, 35 to come after this lone goblin before he jumps into the ocean. He will bonus action Hunter's Mark. That's how that works still. And then pull out his hand axe and toss it at this goblin.
You are concentrating on Hunter's Mark.
I am concentrating on Hunter's Mark. Holy heck, it feels. Let's
Mhm.
see here. Wow. That goblin I just gave them a free hand axe that's lost to the sea. Okay.
It could be because it's out in the rain. Could be that because you used the back head of this axe as a hammer earlier, because you didn't want to take your big hammer out, but you throw it and it flies over the goblin's head and bloom into the water.
You know what? I'm determined, and I have new weapon proficiencies. We're gonna go ahead and take the light hammer and try the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a nick attack with the light hammer. Hey. It's 3 bludgeoning and 7 extra bludgeoning from hunters. Or sorry, 7 total bludgeoning from the light hammer attack.
Nice. Nick, when you make an extra attack, you make the extra attack of a light property, you can make it as part of the stack action. And so you're able to make 2 attacks here in the beginning. Very nice. And the creature takes 7 bludgeoning damage. It is bloodied.
Well, that's my turn.
Mouse.
Which direction is Maris's house?
It is this one here to your right.
Okay, cool. I'm not going anywhere then. I'm gonna bonus action. Cast innate sorcery.
What does that do
Which
for you?
Let me see if I can link it.
I think it's advantage on everything, basically.
Yeah, all of my attacks have advantage, and my DC increases by 1. It lasts for 1 minute.
Nice. Make myself a note to make a effect of that. Continue.
And then I'm gonna attack the one directly in front of her. With an 8 to hit. And that's with advantage.
Unfortunately, an 8 misses, as it appears these sea goblins are wearing a leather armor. Any bonus action or movement?
No, that was my bonus action. Movement, I'm gonna at least move right here and end my turn.
Of all the goblins I have to find him.
Oh, he's so cute.
They are adorable.
Where is this guy? Can't see him. I put too many. I made the surprise. I made the map too big.
What? That never happens.
What?
But is it so big it takes like 10 turns to run across it?
Maybe not.
Just for clarification, if I cast a spell that lasts 1 minute, that's 10 rounds, right?
Correct.
So I'm good for a little while.
Is it concentration?
No.
No, and it's not a spell actually, so you don't have to worry
It's
about.
a feature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I didn't think about that.
You find out how you can ping him from the combat.
Yeah, I got him.
tracker.
Yeah, I got him. You see him. He moves up and he breaks into this house. Comes into this house and it looks like he pulls somebody from without the house and dives into the water.
Oh, they're pulling people in too? Evil.
Guildenstern.
Well, seeing this guy over here. Guildenstern whispers something under his breath and tries to invoke some dissonant whispers in the goblin's brain.
Is that a saving throw on my end?
Yeah.
Dex in strength. There we go.
It is a
Dissonant
wisdom save.
Wisdom saving throw. They're very wise. Well, pretty wise. That is a
My luck. Yeah, he is
17.
damn wise.
Very wise.
And then Guildenstern curses and runs runs down the block.
On
the
successful save,
bridge.
target takes half damage.
Ah. Okay. Let's see.
So that's 3 points of damage. It's injured. You hurt it pretty bad. So it looks like a very small goblin.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Where is this goblin now? Here he is. As he sees, as Guildenstern runs across the bridge, he doesn't see this goblin in the back, break into his house and take something. Although he might not be sure what he has taken, he certainly takes something. Goblin moves up. This goblin here looks at you, Caesar, and it's going to dive into the ocean. And swims 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. Actually, it's going to swim this way. The next goblin will move 30 feet. A lot of gobos. This creature runs into this house, grabs another person. Perhaps the person is out there trying to defend its property, and it is grappled by the goblin as the goblin pulls it into the sea and disappears beneath the waves. Again, you see this creature break in, and it looks like they've taken something out of this house. This creature's going to run up. It is unharmed, and it's going to attempt to hit you, Dag. You didn't hide or anything like that, correct?
No, I was holding my action for when it came. I'm keeping with your rule for when it comes forward.
Okay. It came forward, and it looks like it's going to attack you.
All right, so as soon as it steps forward, I would throw a dart at it.
Okay.
All right. Hacha. No sneak attack damage, so 5 piercing. And it, I have advantage on my next attack roll against it for the end of my next
You have
turn.
a enemy within 5 feet of it, or an ally within 5 feet of it. Oh, you're attacking it as it took a step forward. Got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it'll be here.
So, yeah.
-5. It's blooded.
No. So yeah, -5. And then it is vexed.
Nice. I'm gonna say that this creature takes a step forward, and you hit it with a dart, and then it immediately starts to move back away from you.
All right.
Dag, it is your turn again.
35 feet, eh? I'm going to probably move up to here and say, "Where are you going, boy? We've just begun to dance," and throw another dart. I have advantage on this. That's a natural 20. For 17 damage.
It is the one that is running away from you, correct?
Yep.
Describe how you kill this creature as it's running away from you. It looks like it's trying to run into the sea or dive into the sea.
I don't think so, boy. You'll get a dry death tonight for attacking my home. And the dart just pierces through the back of his neck out the other side.
Bonus action movement?
I moved 20. I'll move back another 10. So I'm just closer to the group. And Mouse if she needs help. And that's my turn.
At initiative count 20, you see more goblins pull things from houses, boats, In particular, they're pulling, it looks like, the fishermen and diving into the ocean. Teep, it is your turn.
If I were to move to the right, do I need to go down or can I make it across, straight across?
You can make that straight across. Where the rock is, it's maybe a foot, 2 feet down. You can take a step down and then step up really quick.
Oh, hello, little guy. I'm going to look over at the one on the right and reach into a little pouch, pull out some sand, and say, sleep. And I will cast sleep on him.
Nice. How many HP does this affect?
Oh, it's different now.
You tell me how it works. Each creature, your choice in a 5-foot radius sphere centered on a point you can see within range, succeed in a wisdom saving throw or have the incapacitated condition until the end of its next turn, at which point it must repeat the save. Target fails the second save, the target has the unconscious condition.
It's
So
not
he needs to
based
make-
on HP. That's so nice.
He needs to make a wisdom save. These are the wisest, as Guildenstern knows, these are the wisest goblins in the game.
DC is 13.
He
Hey.
fails and is now incapacitated.
Fortunately, you can still run away incapacitated now.
Concentrating on that, I will end my turn here.
These are your goblin friend has decided to jump into the ocean and run away, but you know where they are because you have them marked.
Well, I'm sure glad I have a third weapon. So I will pull out. Caesar will unfortunately being left to his least favorite weapon, just his bow left. Would this shot be a disadvantage because the goblin's swimming?
I believe. What is piercing in 2024 underwater? Let's see.
I think the revised. It's just you miss automatically outside your range,
Yeah.
and it's super nerf. So yeah, it's disadvantage within your normal weapon range.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Cool. I believe in myself. Let's let's shoot this gobbo. Actions. Where are you? Actions.
Come on, Kimberly, you can do it.
Oh yeah, I think 15.
A 15 hits this goblin.
Yeah. So that would be 4 piercing damage and 6 force damage apparently now.
How do you vanquish your most fearsome foe? This goblin
Yeah, I just
was swimming away from you.
I'm just cold, crack my neck, let it think it's getting away, or right when it's getting to the edge of my range, I just shoot an arrow out there, and you see it silently float back up to the surface.
Nice. Bonus action movement.
I would, if I can, like to come over and collect my hammer.
Mm-hmm. Easy enough.
And then probably move back to the same position I'm in. I think that's probably all my movement to even just get back there.
Okay. mouse.
Okay, hear me out. I think the only one I can see is that one down there. It's 115 feet away,
Yeah.
and it looks like I have a clear shot.
Yeah.
And my sorcerer's burst goes 120 feet, so I would like to shoot it.
Very nice.
And that's a 16 to hit.
A 16 will hit.
For 6 lightning damage.
This creature is near death. What does your sorceress burst look like, and have your companions seen it to this point? Well, I mean, they might not even see it now. Maybe Guildenstern sees it as you fire it, since it's so far away. Perhaps your plan was to keep it hidden.
I think at this point she's not so much worried about the crew. I think at this point the crew probably knows she's a sorceress. She's more concerned with people outside of the crew and town folks, but it's raining, it's storming, there are people actively fighting for their lives. They're not really paying attention to her. I'm sure there'll be rumors of like a lightning bolt bursting through the town at some point, but they can't pin it on her. A lot of her magic manifests in like a bioluminescent glow, and it often gives off like the scent of salt water, but that's not uncommon where we're at.
Nice. Very cool. And you got a nickname, Mouse, for being inconspicuous, perhaps? You tell me.
Yep.
The creature is near death. Would you like a bonus action and movement?
I don't really have anything I can do for a bonus action, but I am going to move. That was the only one I could see, and I wanted to at least target something.
There's something suspicious going on. I smell the sea.
We're at the sea. And then I'm going to end my turn. I would like to think she probably didn't let the party know at first, or Maris at first, but over time, eventually, like as she got to know the crew, I would say something probably happened and she used an ability in front of them.
Yeah. Guildenstern.
Well, Guildenstern sees that flash of energy nearly kill this goblin. So he's like, oh, whatever. And we'll move back. And we'll attempt to throw a starry wisp at that same goblin.
What does the Starry Wisp do?
Yeah, it is one of his only real attack spells.
All right, so Mouse is going to be our cannon. Got it.
Unfortunately, that probably misses.
Unfortunately, even though it's within an inch of its life, it is wary for magic coming from the group of buildings in the center, and it's able to dodge the magic you fire off towards it, and unfortunately that does miss.
Well, that's all I got then.
This creature comes running around the corner, Guildenstern, as you're looking towards the right and trying to attack it. It comes rushing towards you, and it's carrying what looks like a spear, and it rushes towards you, and it jabs the spear in your direction. That is a 7, which misses, as it's unable to gain purchase on your being for one reason or another. Perhaps you dodge out of the way as it strikes towards you. It moved 30 feet. It has 30 feet, and that's all it can do. What can it do? Bonus action? Nothing. Creature disappears from view and leaves the area. This next creature actually is going to run across the bridge. Come on. He'll go into this house. I think this guy's gonna bail. 10, 20, 15, 20, 25, 30. Just jumps into the water. And heads back out to sea. Dag, it is your turn.
Would I have heard those footsteps around the corner?
Give me a perception check. DC is 22.
That's a 10.
No, you do not hear the footsteps around the corner.
All right. Let's see what I see. Probably wouldn't be able to see the captain down there. I'll just yell out. Do we see any more of them? Trying to think.
Mouse hollers back. There was one down south, but I took care of it.
I
Has
have
anyone seen Maris? I'm probably not gonna reach. I'd go for walk.
You round the corner, and there's this goblin with his spear, and he's hunkered against the wall, like ready to likely chase you around the corner. He is trying to hide, but as you come around the corner, he loses the invisible condition.
Oh, yeah. I'll like kind of just be like surprised for a moment, and then I'll just attack him with my dagger. That's a 13 to hit.
That barely misses this creature. As he moves to the side, your dagger, what looks like you're gonna hit him with a fierce blow. His toughened leather armor, or the vest he's wearing, turns the blade back as you leave a nice white mark across the leather vest he's wearing.
Okay, and then I'm gonna pull another knife out that's been secreted on my person, but I'm gonna use the nick. So when you make it the extra attack of a light weapon property, you can make it as part of the attack action instead of a bonus action. This extra attack can only be made once per turn. So am I still able to do? Can I do 3 attacks then? This one, the nick attack.
It says
and a
because
bonus
Without
it's
dual wielder.
yeah, not without dual wielder, because it says
okay.
instead of a bonus action. So this is taking
Okay, so I
place of
can
that
just
bonus
do a
action.
bonus. All right. So I'll just with that second dagger that I just pulled out, I will attempt to strike him again.
But that still leaves your bonus action open for you to do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
later on. For only 6 points of damage because I don't get sneak attack.
Do you have advantage from? No, you didn't hit.
No,
didn't
I
vex. Yep.
I just rounded the corner.
Yep.
That was the plan if I was gonna see it, but no. So yeah, only 6 points of damage as I round the corner and see this goblin and the spear and immediately go for one dagger attack that misses. And as I'm pulling back that one, I'm actually unsheathing another dagger that I have secreted on me and then slashing up with it at him.
All right. So your bonus action is free. What do you want to do?
At level 1, I don't have much I can do with the bonus action.
Okay, that's right. Okay. Movement.
No, I'm gonna stay right here.
On initiative count 20, you continue to see these goblins, and the ones you see are the ones active, but there are others in other parts of this village that are taking equipment, taking people, and diving off into the ocean. Hello, roll. And you see 3 more fishermen being taken and dragged into the sea and disappeared under the waves. Teep, it is your turn.
See a mouse come up. I'll say, I have one slept over here. Let's capture it.
You got it. I'll follow your lead.
We need some answers. This is weird. I will move up next to the one that's slept, and I would like to take out my last net and attempt to net the creature that's sleeping.
It is incapacitated. What does that do in 2024?
So I guess it's double incapacitated.
It'll auto fail a deck save if that's what.
Okay.
Incapacitated, you can't take any action, bonus action, or reaction. You can't concentrate. You're left speechless. And the last one is if you roll initiative while incapacitated, you're also surprised.
And so you throw your net onto this creature. It can't move. It's pretty much knocked out and it is now entrapped in your net.
And I will continue to hold concentration on sleep.
Cool. Bonus action? Nope. Caesar.
Yep.
All right. Having heard my friend call out in seeming combats, I shall round the corner. 5, 10, 15, 20. Can I look over the barrel? Do I see the goblin from here?
Yes.
And I'm assuming it's taller than Dag, so I could just shoot straight.
From your vantage point, yes.
Okay. All right. I will try to. I will use my bonus action to move my hunter's mark. Think you can still do that once your creature dies.
You can.
And we're going to continue with the longbow. Hi, yeah. Oh, that's not okay. That's not good for it.
Nope. How do you vanquish your second most fearsome foe?
I just you know what I've learned I've been learning my accuracy from my good friend Dag, so we're just gonna shoot that straight through its throat.
And I think Dag, as you see, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Caesar.
Nope, that works.
And as you see, you come around the corner, you knife into this, it skids off his leather armor, and you, as you're secreting another blade from underneath, and you stab in its gut, and then suddenly you see this long arrow shaft fly just over your head, almost knocks your beret off, and it slams into this creature's throat, and the power of the blow as the creature skids across the wet plank.
Hi, watch the beret.
You'll keep your knife sharp, or bring them to me.
Bonus action movement. Bonus action was the
Bonus
setter's mark.
action has been used. Movement. I guess I'm just kind of useless from here. That was 5, 10, 15, 20. Move a little bit more. 25, 30. And I guess I will stay here because I'm not going to end my turn on top of a barrel.
Mouse.
Well, Mouse is going to run up. That was 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25. Okay, I'm going to go right here. Still can't see any of them. So... I was hoping if I moved up I could see some further to the side. I will prepare an action to shoot a Sorcerer's Burst if anything comes within range that I deem hostile.
Yep.
Thank you for
are
clarifying.
ready to go. This creature will likely move 5, 10, 30. Do they get to dash? Nope, disengage or hide. Disengage or hide as a bonus action. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It's going to stay there. Guildenstern, your turn.
Okay, for my action, I will cast Mage Armor on myself. And then I'm going to make a run for it.
The creature will attempt to hit you with an opportunity attack as you move out of its range.
Mm-hmm.
And it tries to hit you with its spear, but it misses as you are too deft and you dodge away. It is going to chase you and attempt to hit you with the spear one more time. And that is a 2, which makes a 4. And so this creature is much more clumsy on dry land or wet planks than it is in the water. And this creature needs to make a wisdom saving throw. And you hear from this creature, it was kind of a little bit of stunned as it sits here, and now it completely goes limp underneath your net, and you hear snoring and then me, 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 as it breathes out and it snores, and it is completely slept.
Adorable.
Hey, Nautical. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yes, he is absolutely knocked out. This next creature comes back out of the house with one of the fishermen, dives into the water, disappears. Dag, it is your turn.
All right. Seeing the goblin that was just there, going to move up to wherever the door is to Maris's house.
Well, the doors are where the lights are.
Oh.
Here, and here.
Okay. Let's see then. He would have probably, I guess, then moved up to here, opened the door, and then shouted out, Maris! Maris, in there!
You feel the cold steel of a musket pressed against your big nose. I'm still here. Keep it down. They've left me alone so far, will ye?
Looks like no one's in here.
Aye, you got that right, son.
Well, seeing as how Marius is fine, they're up there. I'm not gonna leave our fine bosun on his own. I will use my action to dash back, and that's my turn.
Action 20. You see 3 more goblins emerge from different homes carrying fishermen and other gear, disappear into the waters that are somewhat ruffled by the storm and the storm surge. Teep, it is your turn. Your goblin is near you and snoring away.
I'm going to quietly move over it.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of get to the corner, look around. Do I see the one down south, or is it still kind of blocked by the side of the building?
Let's see. It's still blocked by the side of the building.
I'll say to Mouse, I'll watch this one. We can't let it go. Go down and help the others.
Sounds good. I still haven't heard from the captain.
Yeah, maybe head down that way. And I will just take a dodge action.
Nice. Caesar.
Sounds like the crew has Maris pretty well protected, so I will take the time to venture further south to try to find our captain. So I heard him yelling earlier. I'm assuming 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Do I see my captain?
Can you see your captain on the map?
Captain looks like he's in the dark.
Could be in the dark.
Yeah, I'm
Can
not
you-
sure. I'm not sure if I see either.
If
of
you see them, you
in
should be
general.
able to see them. I have the terrain set up to where you see them. There is still light around the town. So this light here is 40 feet. I assume that is 40 feet. I just set it so where there's heavy shadows because
Got
Foundry
it.
is
Okay.
amazing. So he's within 40 feet. So both of these guys are illuminated.
That's very cool. I like that a lot. Okay. Well, then I shall see someone chasing my captain, and knowing that I need a job in the morning, I will once again move my bonus action over and try my luck with this bow. That's a miss. The shadows were deep.
Yep, shadows for 2 more. You see them come around the corner. You see what looks like Guildenstern running away, and this creature dives into the water, jumps back up, and then stabs at him with the spear as you knock your bow, and it looks like you're aiming for the water like you killed the first guy before, but he pops up onto the little raised bridge, and your arrow flies awry.
This way, Captain.
Mouse.
Mouse is gonna just take a run. That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She's gonna dash. She's gonna listen to what TP said. She dashes under his, or between his legs, and runs down. I'm gonna use my bonus action to dash so I can get further down. And I'm gonna stop right there. Or not bonus action, my action, sorry.
Mhm.
And then I'm gonna end my turn. Thinking I'm a rogue.
Yep. Okay. This creature sees you come around the corner. It was pressed up against the wall, and as it sees you, it licks its goblinly lips and it rushes forward, and it is going to attempt to hit you with its spear. That is a 18 to hit. Does that
I
hit?
take that. It definitely does.
That is 5 piercing damage. That hurts pretty bad.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Dag, as you're standing there, you see this goblin dart across the way, and as it's getting there, you see it's raising its spear to make an attack in some manner. That's its turn. Guildenstern, it is your go.
I am going to attempt to invoke some dissonant whispers in my attacker.
All right.
So wisdom save.
Wisdom save. These goblins are pretty wise and continue to be wise. 13.
13 makes it. So he
And-
only takes 2.
2 damage. Creature appears barely injured.
And then 5, 10. Oh, wrong tool. 10. And then another 20. And seeing my crewman over here, I will use my bonus action to shout some inspiration to him and tell him, kill that damn goblin.
Very nice. The goblin is going to attempt to stab you with his spear as you move away from it.
Mhm.
That is a 5 as you deftly dodge away. I think it as Caesar fires its arrow, the creature is going to try to stab as you move away from it. As he sees the arrow, it kind of hops up onto the raised sea bridge here and misses you as the spear comes close, but well, not really that close at all. And I think this creature will, being just barely injured, it sees a fresh target, and it appears that our good friend Captain is way too nimble for it. It'll move up towards Caesar and attempt to stab it with a spear.
There's a
That
lot
is-
of Caesar to stab.
18 to hit for 3 piercing damage.
Ah, in the shin, you little bastard.
It
I will
stabs you
take-
right in the shin. But that is its turn. This next one, that
Are you
dude's
concentrating?
completely. Yeah, he's concentrating
I
on
am
a hunter's mark.
concentrating.
Take
Is that
inspiration.
still a-
Guildenstern. Yeah, it's still a thing, right? In 2024, you
It's
have
still,
to.
it's still a con save?
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, I did not realize how bad I was at those. Oh no.
Your hunter's mark drops.
You have ADD.
This
It
other
hurts
creature.
to get stabbed in the shin.
This goblin is covered in a net that he thinks is a blanket and is dreaming the best dreams he's ever had, or they have ever had. This creature is disappeared and gone. And Dag, it is your go.
All right. Seeing this goblin trying to attack my friend, I will $25, $30, and just swing at it with one of my daggers. I'm just grumbling the entire time in Goblin, like, you little fish bastards come into our town. Taking our booze, our supplies. And let me find the button, come on. There we go. Are we doing anything with flanking? No, right? I'm not flanking
No.
anyway.
How dare you say that? Still hits, and your sneak damage is available to use as well.
Yep. Is it still up?
How do you vanquish your most fearsome foe after it stabs Caesar right in the shin?
It stabs Caesar in the shin. And as it lunges with its spear, I literally am sprinting as fast as my little gnomish legs can, and I leap, and literally just drive the dagger right into its spine as it's bent over trying to stab Caesar.
Nice.
Guess that makes us even.
Bonus action?
Bonus action, nothing. That is the end of my turn.
At initiative count 20, you see other goblins in other areas of the village out here and out here taking supplies and people and diving into the oceans. TP.
Question. Being
Yes.
a passive individual, will you allow me to make a sling attack with a hunk of cabbage or an egg for non-lethal damage?
Of course, non-lethal's changed a little bit. You're able to deal non-lethal damage with pretty much any attack. And that creature, once it goes to 0, it starts a short rest unconscious with 1 hit point. So let's do that.
Great. I will pull out an egg that I have in my little cooking pouch and load a sling and attempt to hit the goblin next to Mouse.
I appreciate that.
Maybe the egg is too big or too small.
Yeah, it just breaks in my sling as I let it go.
Yeah, was ready to. It was too ripe and ready to go as you swing it around and you attempt to fling it at this creature, and it cracks the side of the building of Maris's house, and feel it
That
ooze
was
across your
waste.
fingers.
No breakfast today. It's a bonus action. The tips of my fingers on my left hand will glow a little bit, and I will cast Healing Word on Mouse.
Oh, nice.
Make it rare.
Wow.
For 9.
And just like that, I'm no longer in danger.
Feeling good as new. Caesar.
And my turn.
All right. Captain's orders. He's already dead, so we will continue protecting, creating a barrier to protect Maris's place. We'll move in this direction. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 35 is my movement. I do not see any of the bad guys around here.
Nope.
So I will go ahead and just to make sure that nothing's hiding around, I will dash as my action and just move here so I can have a clear view of multiple directions. And I
And
see
you
him.
see this small goblin almost towering over Mouse because Mouse is so small.
No. But unfortunately, that was my action, so I will go ahead and end my turn.
Mouse.
Mouse had been holding her side. Her hand's still bloody where she'd been cut. She's going to reach out and try to touch this goblin.
'20 is going to hit the goblin.
It's a 20.
Mm-hmm.
We love it. She reaches out and shocks him for 6 damage.
How do you vanquish your most dangerous foe? Because he literally almost killed you last round.
She reaches out, grabs him like the rest of the party by the throat, and just starts shocking him.
Nice.
She has to tiptoe a little bit to get it, but she gets it.
Yep. Yep. And this creature
I'd
drops
say,
to
no,
the
no,
ground.
No, no, don't kill it.
Bonus action
No.
movement.
Don't kill it. It was gonna kill us. I'm gonna move 30 feet to the right and then down one. Just to see if I can see anything else. And that's it. I'll end my turn.
Okay. And at this point, we will drop out of combat because the last goblin that is left is the one that is asleep due to Teep's sleep spell, and it is using his net as a blanket. And let's just take 10 minutes and we'll be right back.
Through the storm and midnight's cry, cursed winds beneath the sky, maps of old with riddles deep, secrets buried where shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam, echoes drift from lands unseen, golden plunder in our sights, sailing through the endless nights. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves, pirates' souls will never be slaves. Bones beneath the ocean's floor, tales of riches, blood and lore, ghosts of captains long since gone, guide us now to sail at dawn. Lanterns glow in misty haze, through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea to claim the treasures destiny. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves, pirates' souls will never be slaves. hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirate souls will never be slaves. Pirate souls will never be slaves. Through the storm and midnight's cry, cursed winds beneath the sky, maps of old with riddles deep, secrets buried where shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam, echoes drift from lands unseen, golden plunder in our sights, sailing through the endless nights. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirate souls will never be slaves. Bones beneath the ocean's floor, tales of riches, blood and lore, ghosts of captains long since gone, guide us now to sail at dawn. Lanterns glow in misty haze, through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea to claim the treasures destiny. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirate souls will never be slaves. souls will never be slaves. Pirate souls will never.
As the battle winds down under the cover of night, you watch as the creatures begin to pull back, the figures illuminated by the faint glowing light of lanterns strung throughout the town. The warm, flickering light casts long shadows on the ground. As the retreating forces move swiftly through the dark, their actions precise and coordinated despite the chaos. Instead of fleeing into the open sea as expected, some make sharp turns towards the right-hand coast, their paths illuminated by the occasional lantern light reflected off the dark, churning waters. The glow of the lights barely reach the jagged cliffs and the narrow strip of the beach where pirates are headed, but you can just make out their forms slipping between the rocks and staying close to the shore. As the waves crash relentlessly against the sharp outcroppings of stone, sending sprays of salt water into the night air, the goblins, nimble and quick, scurry over the rocks with surprising ease, their small shapes fitting in and out of the lantern light like shadows, their gear glinting faintly in the glow, maneuvering carefully along the coastline, keeping close to the rocks as they make their retreat. Every now and then, a figure glances back, their face briefly illuminated by the lantern light, wary of pursuit but focused on the path ahead. They're not heading out to sea as you have expected. Well, at least some are not. Instead, they hug the rocky shoreline, keeping themselves hidden from sight, as though they know the waters and cliffs better than anyone. The soft glow of the lanterns reflect off the wet rocks, casting an eerie light over the retreating figures. In the distance, goblins vanish into the darkness, slipping further down the coastline, hidden from view by the jagged cliffs that rise above them. Well, all of the goblins, except one, sleeping comfortably under the net of Bondo's creation. What happens now?
Mouse would make her way to Morris's door, and unlike her friend who just immediately opened the door, she's going to tap on it, but she's going to tap 3 times, twice, and then 3 again.
The door will quickly open as Maris looks out. Mouse, is everything okay?
I think the raid's over, but they've taken a lot of people. It looks like they went towards the right off the coast. We need to go after the people. If we don't, there's a chance they're not going to live.
I'm going to head back to the tavern and see if we can help any of these other people who may have been hurt during the incident. Meet me back at the tavern when you have a moment or when you find time. I'll turn on the lamps and keep the lights down low. And he locks the door, and you see him in the gloom start putting on his tavern clothes much earlier than he usually does, although he rises relatively early. Hey, solid D&D with a big raid. Thank you so much. We just ended the Sea Goblin raid, and now we're finding out the aftermath. Hey, everybody, welcome in. Hope you're all doing well, and hope your session went well, Solid. I love the fact that you were so calm running the game. I feel like I learned a lot from you, so I appreciate that. And as we move back into it, you see Maris move into the Rusty Anchor Tavern, the lights coming along. You see people being carried by their family members and other fishermen and people of the village, as most of the people who have survived the raid on the town make their way in to the Rusty Anchor Tavern. And you have your sleeping goblin, who is on the north side of Maris and Mouse's home, sleeping under the stars as the rain pitter-patters along and along. What happens now?
Anybody here speak Goblin?
Caesar, you speak Goblin, don't you?
Fine. I speak a bit of Goblin.
Well, then, why don't we question our guest?
I'll splash some fisheye ale on the Goblin's face to wake him up after he's tied to a chair.
And are you taking him into the tavern as well?
Yeah, I'll ask Caesar to help me handle him into the tavern.
As you make your way into the tavern, you see some of the people helping bandage others and providing water, washing away wounds, and consoling the people who have lost others in this raid. And as you tie the goblin up, he sleeps peacefully in the corner of the Rusty Anchor Tavern, and you hear him me, and he smells, and his nostrils flare a little bit, and his sharp teeth, and you see his tongue lash around left and the right, and then his eyes blink open, eyes that are a bright blue, big for their head, and you see the covering of the eyes flick horizontally and both vertically, as if they use them to clean or at least clear away that they can see under the murky waters of the Etherean Ocean. And he blinks again, and he looks around, and he kind of smells and puts its head towards the drink that you have, or at least the remnants of what you've splashed on it. And as it licks its lips, as a goblin, oh, that's hungry. What is this here? Oh, like, what is this? One is big. As he looks towards Caesar. Where am I? What do we do? I want, what is that? And licks its tongue, larger than what you think, as it almost does a windshield wiper of the ale you've poured on its face. You give me more of this? Yes?
And it's speaking in Goblin, right?
Yes.
Do you speak Goblin, Caesar?
I do not, no.
Yeah, that was me. That said, I speak Goblin.
Yep, I know.
Okay. Look, you little runt. I'm saying this in Goblin.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you little runt. You're going to tell us everything of why you came here. Or we're going to gut you and leave you to dry.
Oh, no gut me. But more soup, more sauce, more.
While he's saying this in the background, Guildenstern just pulls out a dagger and starts filing his nails with it.
Oh, okay. Poe help you. Poe tell you. Poe get more soup.
Yeah. You tell us first, then we'll decide what you get.
Okay. Poe ready. So now what?
Well, ask him where they took the people.
Where are you taking the people?
Oh, I don't know. They take him to the Hag on the ship out there. And he gestures with his head. the ship is going out into the storm. Do we take them and we turn them into big Poe? But they have darker skin and bigger teeth.
He says that they're taking the people to a. And he goes back in Goblin. Did you say hag?
Hag. Lady with a green hair. No. Green skin, but more cracked than mine. They don't swim in the water, so they stay on the ship.
And Dad grabs him by
No, I want
the
soup.
scruff of his. Listen, if you're messing with us, you little runt. And he pulls the dagger out. You know what you get.
More soup?
No more soup. No soup for you.
Aw. No, they take him to the hag and their ship, and then their ship takes him to the island, and they turn him into vicious monsters. Sea spawn. Yes.
So apparently they take him out to a hag and make more of these little idiots, but apparently they're not so little. I say we just kill him now. And I say that in Goblin.
No, kill me. Give me Last Supper. I want soup. They also take your goods around the corner. I can show you. Some go that way, and he gestures to the right, and some go that other way. But you give me soup, I tell you where, I show you.
Yeah, he's not being cooperative. I think we should just kill him.
Oh,
Well, now let's not jump right to killing him. We can start cutting bits off of him first. I find that very persuasive.
I turn back. The captain wants to cut you up into small little bits.
mm,
What do you think of that?
I don't think so, though. I don't like that. I thought you said I'd get some soup. I want soup, and I want some. I'm parched. I want some water.
This is why I don't deal with goblins. I'm saying this to the rest of the group.
Getting the impression they didn't leave us behind one of the top flight goblins.
Are any of the goblins top?
Well, I mean, even within the realm of goblins, I'm thinking this guy might be towards the bottom of the barrel.
Mouse is not really into the whole torture investigation, trying to get information things. So she's in the back trying to help tend to wounds and get kind of an account of how many people are actually missing.
Your hag, do they plan on coming back and attacking this town again?
This one? I'm not sure about this one, but others, yes. I mean, if they're all small people, why don't we need them no more?
Who you calling small, you big-eyed fish, huh? And like, Dag starts getting like ready to fight this tied-up goblin.
No. I just want soup. Something to drink. I'm parched.
He keeps talking about soup, Captain.
Yeah, I'm just really puzzled by this goblin.
So he says that our goods are around the corner. He could lead us there.
He's asking for food?
soup.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation he is in.
Hearing this, I would probably pour a mug of fish-eyed ale.
His eyes grow larger, and as
Don't give.
as his eyes grow larger, you see the pupil expand as he kind of licks his lips a little bit. That's soup.
I will go to give him a sip of it. Say, "Help us, friend."
He's craning his neck towards whatever you have there.
Look, TPP tree. I know he looks like a fish, but he's not your friend. They pillaged the town.
What has he told you? You're bound to get more answers if you're friendly to him.
Friendly. Friend with a bug-eyed goblin fish.
Yeah, he was trying to kill us 5 minutes ago, so...
Well, do we know where he's taking the people, at least?
He says that, they're taking the people to the hag ship.
On
into
the ship to
storm.
some place.
Yeah. Where they,
Don't suppose
make
he
'em-
knows the where this place they're going is.
Hey, you.
Yeah.
I grabbed the cup to put it near my face so he actually looks at me.
What do you? Okay.
You.
Yes.
Where do you know where they're
Oh.
taking the people?
Poseidon. To the ship.
Where's the ship?
In the water. And as you're having this conversation, you hear one of the guys who were being taken care of come to consciousness and groan. And he says, saw it. Maris, I saw it. And he kind of calls out in desperation. Before the storm swallowed everything, a small pirate ship disappearing into the waves, heading toward the deeper waters of Theria. Fishermen, they were aboard, bound and helpless, dragged into the storm. And he falls back into unconsciousness. Maris looks to you. Well, it looks like we have a few options. It looks like you have a few options. You can go after the goods, or go after those goblins and whatever ilk that headed the other way, or you can take that ship out there. It looks like the crew is relatively intact and chase after them in this storm. It is up to you.
Do we have any idea on the count of how many people were taken?
There was a lot. I think you probably saw 10 to 12 people just from your location, Guildenstern, that had been either taken from their home and dove into the water. So there's quite a few people that have been removed. There's a lot of families there that are amongst themselves, crying to themselves and asking the friends, we have to save Briseis. And you hear that conversation happening throughout the tavern. There's a lot of people that have been, a lot of fishermen particularly have been taken out to sea. But just as many people likely have been, just as many goods has likely been also removed from the town. And there's a person that you've seen that has come into the tavern. He's dressed pretty nicely, though he's wearing what looks like an old stocking cap that hangs over to the side. And you know this person as the mayor, or at least they call him the mayor. He's some honorary elder who helps participate in any kind of negotiations, perhaps for fruit, perhaps for other things that aren't particularly available directly at Seabridge. But he's known as Mayor Thaler, and he approaches and his face is worry, and his voice is very polite. We've had some troubling developments. The supplies we desperately need have been stolen. The food, weapons, tools, everything vital to our survival. We don't know where exactly they've taken them. But there are whispers of hidden sea caves along the coastline, places where the pirates and their ilk often hide these stolen goods. And the mayor's eyes meet yours with a mix of hope and concern. We need those supplies back. Without them, the town is in a bad way. You know, you've been here for a while. If you can find out where they're hiding and recover what was taken, you'll be saving more than a few lives.
We'd also be abandoning the other people, though.
The choice is yours. I'm not telling you what to do, but from what I understand, you've already helped us out a lot. We really appreciate that. So there are things that you can do now, things that you can do later, but it'd be great to get those supplies and, of course, the fishermen back. Without the fishermen, this town is nothing. I don't know what to do, but maybe Maris, what would you counsel? What would you recommend, old friend? It is up to our friends here. They know the seas better than anybody. Mouse, what do you think?
Mouse would sigh really heavily. We can replace items. We can craft new things. We can't replace the people. I mean, how many
Maris.
crews have lost people tonight? We can't just let... I would
Maris
want you to come
points.
for me.
He points towards a boat that's tied off at the docks. It sails real tightly, but ready for action. Fine, you should take that boat there. It's sturdy enough to handle the storm and the crew's mostly intact. So get out there and follow that ship. Bring back the fishermen. You'll have to navigate through the stormy waters, but I've no doubt you can handle it. Just remember, the sea can be as much as an enemy as any pirate. Stay sharp and get our people back before it's too late. Maris looks at you with steady gaze of a man who's faced many storms himself. The pirates think they can hide in the storms, but Etheria's waters hold secrets of their own. Don't let them get away, Mouse. You know what to do.
Mouse would look back to the crew nervously, not realizing she was volunteering everyone. So we're doing this. We're going for them.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
I think we should help the people here. Without supplies, they won't survive.
So I'm directing to the mayor. So you're saying even if we get the people back that were taken, if we don't get without those supplies, nobody survives.
It is up to you. You can help us get these supplies, but there was bandages and foodstuffs and things that we use on a daily basis. But if you can get out there and come back within a week, we should be okay. But the choice is
Well,
yours.
it seems like if we're going after the people, which would be my preference, we'd be better to do that sooner than later. There's every moment we talk, that ship gets farther away.
Captain, you've seen the stormy seas. I don't think we can catch it.
What's the sense of the rest of the crew? I mean, I won't order you to go do it.
I prefer taking an order. I
Wow.
believe.
I started to make
Wow.
a joke and I refrained.
Yep.
I mean, I believe Eros will watch over our travels if we do brave the oceans, but either way, we'll be benefiting these people. Dag, you've been quiet.
As Maris and Marithaler look towards Dag. What say you, Dag?
What? Dag's been puffing on his little pipe that he keeps with some tobacco, and he's just been grumbling about the goblin still, like just pissed off about what? Yeah. I mean, I go where you all go. I think seems like we might be in a bit more trouble if they create more of these little bastards.
Fair point.
Okay, so you're heading after the fishermen then.
That would seem to be the sense, yes.
Well, what happens if the ones who stole the supplies come back?
There's not, I'm not saying there's a clear-cut choice either way here. There's a risk no matter what we do.
I will say
We gotta make a choice to do something.
that fish-eyed little punk did say that the supplies might be around the corner, maybe close by.
Fine, let's go see where if the stuff is close by and we can get it quickly, great. But if not, then we go after the people.
Aye, Captain.
Mouse just pouts but doesn't argue.
And I'll walk back over to the goblin with, I never gave him that drink of the fish ale.
Mhm.
So, where's our stuff?
Stuff. Well, you can go that way to get some of the stuff, and he gestures with his nose. Or you can go that other way to get other stuff. Over that way is more of me and our pirate people, and the other way is a bigger version of me. But there's only one.
Yes, you are a singular little bastard.
No, not one of Poe. One of the Marrow.
Marrow. Do I know what a marrow is?
Yes, everybody knows what a Marrow is.
Okay.
It is like a sea goblin, but much bigger and a hulking amphibious brute.
Where do we have to go to find the stuff that you and your friends just stole tonight?
Well, we have camp to the right, we have hiding spot to the left, and we have your people, your friends with the hag.
I turn and relay that information, and then I turn back to him and I drink the fish ale.
Oh, Poe want the soup. Poe get soup. Poe show you where the marrow is. Poe show you where the hideout is. Poe don't know about the hag, where they're going.
You can show us where their hiding spot is for goods. You can show us where apparently they know a marrow. He doesn't know where the hag ship might be. So, if that can inform our decision. I do think either way we should make a decision. That time is ticking on both fronts.
Knowing there's a marrow out there, I wouldn't want that at our backs in the dark on the water. I'd rather ambush it if we could.
I know. Why don't we just split the crew?
2 and 2 and 2.
Hey. Captain,
So-
is ultimately your call.
Fine, let's attack the pirate crew first. Get that stuff, and then the marrow maybe later. We'll see. Let's see if this goblin's information is as good as he claims.
So we're heading towards the pirate crew that has stolen supplies. We're not heading towards the marrow, and we're not heading towards the ship out to sea that took the fishermen, correct? I just want to make sure that we're all aligned.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Mouse just shakes her head. Tidekeeper, forgive us.
You guys heading out now?
Immediately. Yeah, we got to. We ain't got time to wait.
And are you taking the goblin with you?
Yeah, that's our GPS.
I think we have to, up to a point.
And Dag is on goblin duty.
Nice. Perfect.
Make it clear to the goblin that if he screws with us, we'll cut his head off. He'll be the stew. For all the
Honestly,
good it might do.
I don't think it will do anything.
Fine, then tell him we will destroy all of the stew and he will get none.
If you cross us, I will make sure that you never drink soup again. You will live out a dry, baked existence out in the sun.
No, like the sun. I help you. Give me soup. Give me soup now. Yeah. You drink soup. I want soup.
He wants some soup now.
I'll pour him a shot of fish ale.
He licks his lips and run across his tongue, or runs his tongue across his sharpened teeth, and his amphibious ears kind of flap back and forth. And it's the first time you've seen that tonight, as it looks like they're probably dexterous enough to help propel him through the water. And he opens up his mouth really wide. Soap.
Yeah, give him a taste.
And I just not bothering with a cup. Go and pour some some fish ale for him.
He gargles it. Okay. Oh, help. Oh, Sidon. I help. I have to get out. You have to help me out. I help. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go, cousin. You're about my size. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. I help. Get more soup when we come back. Yes. Yes.
Yes, more soup.
Okay, let's go.
Lead us on.
Untie me? Yeah.
Enough so we can walk.
Okay. Soup. All right. We go. Let's go. And Poe begins to lead you out onto the wet planks of the city of Seabridge. The pitter-patter of the rain continues to alight in both the water and on the dark planks, and you make your way around to the left. Despite you saw some of the goblins going around to the right, and he leads you down some dark coasts. He jumping from rock to rock and place to place, and he's a smaller person. And Caesar, you have a hard time making your way across these rocks and through these very sharp but secluded pathways. And as you approach this sea cave, the jagged cliffs loom high above, and their weathered stones worn smooth by the relentless tides. And the entrance of these caves is half hidden by large boulders with twisted and gnarled roots spilling over the edge of the rocks as if nature is trying to conceal its existence. Dark and foreboding, the cave's mouth yawns wide, barely above the waterline, where the sea laps gently at its base, and you can hear the faint echo of waves as they wash in and out of the entrance. Their sounds muffled by the rocky overhang. The seaweed clings to the rocks around the entrance, and barnacles that illuminate a iridescent light. At this vision, Mausch, you get a sense of foreboding, seeing these barnacles clung crusted to these rocks. And it marks the cave's constant battle with the ocean, pushing out the tide at low tide and bringing in the tide, bringing in whatever might be hidden deep within. The air is thick with a briny scent of salt and decay, and a cool breeze emanates from a dark hollow, promising mystery and dangers within. And that's where we'll end tonight's session. So thanks everybody for coming along on the first session of the the Lost Isles of Theria, the Shattered Archipelago. We'll be back next Tuesday, I think, between 6 and 7. Got to figure out the schedule with the team, with a new schedule and something else is going on. So have another thing scheduled for Friday. So be on the lookout for that. Really appreciate everybody stopping by. Appreciate the follows. Thanks. Indubitably, John, appreciate that. Solid 10. Thank you very much for the raid. Nautical, thanks very much for the follow. Appreciate you guys dropping in. Push Island, appreciate you hanging out. We're gonna go ahead and raid a friend of ours. It's kind of very near and dear to me. Got some friends over at the Dunderheads who are putting on a 24-hour charity stream today. They lost a friend who's a big D&D player that they played with for years. His name was Andre. Lost him to complications with type 1 diabetes and COVID just a couple of years ago. And so every year they put on a charity stream where they raise money for the American Diabetes Association. So we're going to drop in there. Make sure you drop in and leave all your hearts and follows and
beautiful.
Say hello. They crushed their goal. I know Solid was in there donating earlier today. Dirty Rollers RPG was in there saying hello. They crushed their goal, but if you want to go in and say hi, drop some follows, really, really good people up in the Seattle area. And so it'll be awesome for you guys to just drop in and say hello. And so hang tight, and we will talk to you guys very soon. And so thanks crew for first leg of our adventure. We'll see what happens next time.
Thunder rolls across the tide, storm points secrets, shadows hide, echoes call from pirate kings, whispered tales on darkened wings, hidden coves where legends sleep, waves crash wild, the water's deep. Maps of silver, signs of gold, paths that only fate can mold. Storm Point, Isle, where legends lie, pirate hearts and rebels cry. At the hideaway, truths decay, schemes arise to claim the day. Wooden planks and stories spun, fires glow but warmth is none. Rum flows fast and minds conspire, fanning flames of fierce desire. Underneath the moon's pale gleam lies a realm that haunts the dream. Secrets drift like sands in time, swept away in waves' cold rhyme. Storm Point, Isle, where legends lie, pirate hearts and rebels cry. At the hideaway, truths decay, schemes arise to claim the day. Midnight tales and silence told, mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful, in the deep whispers call. Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails flow gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful in the deep whispers cold. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Light on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful in the deep whispers call. Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful in the deep whispers cold. Whispers of the deep hold Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Light on the waves, soft shiver. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful. In the deep whispers call. Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old.
Welcome back to the Lost Isles. When we last left our heroes, they had recently turned away a raid on the town of Seabridge, where they have taken residence, and have now fortunately captured one of their raider sea goblins, and Dag has interrogated them to find out where the stolen goods were. It was a bit of a challenging decision. There were 3 options the party could go to, but it was decided that they would head and retrieve some of the stolen goods, which were just about an hour outside of the city in a secluded sea cave. And so as you approach the secluded sea cave, the jagged cliffs loom high above, their weathered stone worn smooth by the relentless tides. The entrance to the cave is half hidden by large boulders with twisted, gnarled roots spilling over the edge of the rocks as if nature itself is trying to conceal the cave's existence. Dark and foreboding, the cave's mouth yawns wide, barely above the waterline where the sea laps gently at its base. You can hear the faint echo of the waves as they wash in and out of the cave's entrance, their sound muffled by the rocky overhang. Seaweed clings to the rocks around the entrance, and the barnacles crust the edges, glowing bioluminescence upon them, marking the cave's constant battle with the ocean. The air is thick with the briny scent of salt and decay, and a cool breeze emanates from the dark hollow, promising mystery and dangers within. What happens now?
I'll ask Dag to ask the goblin roughly how many goblins are in there.
Dag asked the goblin roughly how many goblins are in there.
Yeah.
Oh, think a few, some. We were supposed to get the peoples. That was important. That was the most important. But also,
more than us.
he stands back and looks at you as you stand in the dim light. His eyes blink. No? Maybe? Yes?
I don't think he knows math.
Yeah, I don't think he's
hearing
going to
the
be able to
answer.
tell us.
Well, thanks for clearing that up.
You know, if this is an ambush, you're not getting any soup, right?
But will you untie me?
This is an ambush. We're adding him to the soup.
We have him tied right now.
He holds out his arms.
Captain, he wants to be untied.
No way. Untied after we're done.
Yeah. He says, help us live, or else you get turned into soup.
Then I stay out here, and you can sneak in.
Captain, should we tie him to a rock or something so we can sneak in?
Yeah, I don't think bringing them in with us is going to be a good idea.
Alright. You find a nice, secure looking boulder or something to tie him to. There's a tree.
There are plenty here. No trees in this location.
Boulder's
But you secure Poe to one of these rocks, and he kind of sits, his ears flap back and forth, and the entry is yours. The tide has come out a little bit, so you can make your way among the rocks here at the exterior of this secluded cove.
Can anybody see where they're going?
I can't see a thing.
I'm pretty sure only the little one can.
All right, I'll take a coin out of my pocket and cast light on it so we can at least see something.
What is is it 40 and 20 or 20 and 20? Excuse me.
It's 20. It's 20 and 20.
All right. Let me make sure I'm not blinding you when I turn this on. We'll do flickering animation. And it...
So are we sending the sneaky one ahead, or are we just gonna walk in and see what happens?
I can sneak in with him too.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you sneak in, try to get the lay of the land, and come back.
But she shimmies down to take her place beside him and follows him in.
If you would like to go in stealthily, give me a DC 15 stealth check. Since in 2024, that is the base DC now.
Well,
That is a 20 for Mouse and a 13 for Dag. Dag, since 2024 is a little different, I think maybe Mouse looks at you and is like, keep it down, but you know you failed your roll and you do not have the invisible condition. Mouse has the invisible condition.
okay. Well, knowing that I'm being a little too loud, I will just kind of peek my head around the corner and see if I see anything from just that edge.
Mouse is going to try to move ahead a little bit since you're making so much noise.
Sure.
Can we see anything from our position here? Or do we need to move in closer?
You can see some flickering lights from where you're at. As you step in deeper, the lights reveal crates and barrels haphazardly stacked and covered in some wetness, some water. But you think you can navigate your way in before being seen. You don't see any creatures at this point in time. Further in, you see what looks like a skiff or a small boat. The boat clearly can't make its way back out until high tide comes in. But as you walk on these rocks, they're grimy and slippery. It's difficult to make your way through here.
Mouse would whisper back to Dak, "Come on, we've got to get closer. We need to see how many we're dealing with."
You said you wanted to be in front.
I am in front. Come on.
Rock up.
You can see up here on the left-hand side, it looks like a small fire is burning. And then further on, you see another fire is burning. And there's different levels to this small cove. Looks like these sections would be difficult to climb just because of the dampness and brininess that clings to the rocks.
Can I reach out and cast Prestidigitation or Fireplay to snuff out that light, the one that's closest to us on the left?
Is there any save or anything like that, or does it say
It's 10 feet.
specifically?
Let me get closer.
Okay.
Now recording.
Hey.
Thank you. I forgot.
No, it doesn't have a save or anything. It just says you can do it within 10 feet.
The light goes out and it is dark again. As you look around this cave, you can see different torches and campfires that exist, along with barrels, sacks of grain and wheat, and the foodstuffs that you are missing from Seabridge.
That mouse looks back. Dad, come on, get up here.
I am up here.
Like, can we get up on the left?
I would need an athletics check to climb.
Well, it would turn out that my sorceress halfling is not very athletic.
Doesn't seem like it's very difficult, but It is wet and it is briny, damp and moist, as Andy would say.
I'm gonna stay at the bottom and watch Dag.
Does Dag also fail at climbing?
You pop your head up and you can see the top of this guy's head here. He's wearing a tricorn cap or hat, and he's looking away from you at this moment.
And Mouse is standing at the bottom and she's like, Dag, help me up. Help me up.
He'll put his fingers to his lips and then point up and give you a finger for one.
She'll nod and try to move over this way instead.
You can see a ladder propped against the rocks here. It's really pieces of ladder that maybe have been laid across here and then melded with the rocks over time. You also see a sea goblin standing here. Looks like he's unpacking a barrel and throwing stuff, and he's got his head in it, and all you see is his elbows flinging back and forth as he's looking for something specific, but he's not finding it as he continues to dig through this barrel.
If I move up, can I use the ladder to get up there?
You can. It goes all the way here to the bottom.
Okay, I want to get right there and cast Prestidigitation to turn out that light. And then I'm gonna...
He seems too dedicated to the work he's doing now. He's clearly looking for something in these, and he throws the one crate as he finishes it, and he pulls another crate and pops it open and is throwing sacks of food and grain and clothing and bandages just up over his head as he looks for something.
Dag, there's a ladder and a sea goblin, but he's busy right now. Over here, this way.
All right. It's just seeing the top of that guy's head, I can't tell that he's not a sea goblin.
You can see he's not a sea goblin. He doesn't have the big ears. You can see his hat, but you don't see the big ears. They're deft ears where they can, they help use to swim. But
Got it.
it is certainly looks like a humanoid figure that is not a sea goblin.
Also, I'm pretty sure that guy's not a goblin. Doesn't look tied up from here, though.
Yeah, they said there were pirates here too. Either way, we're gonna get them. Hey,
Okay.
where'd you go?
Just by ourselves? Or
No. We're getting the group.
okay. Let's go. Let's go back. Just lots of water. Right up.
We get back to the group, and Mouse is like, we kind of learned nothing. We put out some lights, and there's at least one goblin.
Yeah. I don't mind having the lights out, but I don't know if the rest of these guys can see. But we didn't see a lot of people, so we think we could take the ones in this cavern.
If we go in and follow the wall to the right, there's a ladder that leads up.
All right, so why don't you guys take the lead? We'll follow you in, and maybe you can try to take them out quietly. If it doesn't work, we'll charge it and support you.
Sounds good.
All right. Going back with my extra sneakiness.
All right. You all can roll me another stealth check. Are you going to keep the light on?
Nope.
I'll probably
Guildenstern?
put the coin in my pocket to
Douse
muffle
it.
the light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a survival. My bad.
Why? Why, Dag? You're supposed to be good at this.
Mouse just glares at Dag again.
Okay, Caesar's not very quiet either.
Oh my god, no one is but Mouse. Silent.
I can't see.
Mumble this way. Follow our voices.
Oh no.
Oh, you're way back there.
Go stand over there so that I don't have to grab you again. Okay.
And as you peek around the corner, you can see this cove is illuminated. There's several campfires and torches giving off light. To your
man.
surprise, Mouse, somebody has relit the 2 campfires.
Guys, those lights were off when we were here before. Proceed with caution. Let's.
Just seeing if I fell off a rock on my flip flops.
Flip-flops. Mouse is again gonna try to put the slide out.
The light goes out, and you hear somebody say, "Huh? The hell is that?" And you hear somebody scurry down the rocks. Oh, these damn goblins, I swear. They're gonna be the death of me. I told you not to turn out the lights. I can't see in the dark.
Mouse waits until she hears his footsteps go away. And then I'm gonna turn it off again.
You hear his footsteps. The thick soles of his boots walk across some wood. Clump, 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 clump. And the light goes out.
Mouse rounds the corner, motions for the group to follow. She goes to the ladder, goes up it, and does the same thing again, turning the light off.
The light goes out. That goblin is still there looking for something. He's gone through 3 or 4 different barrels this time, different crates, looking for something. You see another one here to the north. It's just outside the firelight of this campfire and this torch. He's walking towards what looks like another area here to the north. Seems like an important area within this cave. It's surrounded by 4 small candles, and there's a large book, probably the size of one of these goblins themselves. What happens now?
Mouse is gonna motion for Dag to quietly kill the goblin.
Hey, Dag's gonna quiet. Okay. Dag's gonna. Gosh, his whole thing is set around throwing a dart first. Dag's gonna try to throw a dart.
Okay, he doesn't see you. So
Yeah,
you have
he doesn't
advantage.
get-
He is not paying attention. He's certainly busy looking through these crates, but this section right here, you're gonna need to climb up to get a good
So if he doesn't
angle
see
at
you,
him.
he will try to climb, which I'm assuming is going to be another athletics check.
Athletics check.
Great.
For whatever reason, it might be that the wood is old and wet from moss existing in this cave, but the goblin is too preoccupied with looking for something in the crates. There is a ramp that Dad can see that not everybody can see here to the left. Oh, can you see? Nope, can't see. It's outside the line of sight, but there is a ramp that heads up, and then
How high is the
The
slope
ladder.
that Dag is trying to climb?
at like 7 feet,
Can Caesar give
like
him a
twice your height. Caesar can
Caesar give him
probably
a
get on
boost?
his tippy toes and look. Yeah, you can take advantage.
boost? All right. I'm gonna
Actually,
try to-
Caesar's so large, he just puts him up there.
okay.
I'm not even gonna make you, because you're what, 6'10"?
Yeah. Exactly that. All right. Dag is up here. Dag has been given his instructions. He will pull out each dagger slowly and then try to stab this man. Goblin.
Okay, you have advantage. He is preoccupied digging through crates.
Hey,
Double
that's
20s?
what I was waiting for. So what? That is a 10 and 8, 18 damage.
I think for the double natural 20s, I'm going to give you he takes the knife, or you tell me how you vanquish the foe and keep him from crying out.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely he goes ahead and gets on his tippy toes, puts the hand across the mouth and just lifts up the neck and just slices it so quick. Dude doesn't have a chance to react. He just kind of slowly guides him to the ground. Tries to tuck him behind a little rock or something.
Plenty of rocks here
Yes,
to do
yeah.
that.
But from the shadow, Mouse just gives a thumbs up.
Caesar does not react because he cannot see Dag, but Dag appreciates Mouse's support. All right. Continue.
Are you going to climb up there?
Looks like that's what Mouse did.
Mouse, give me an athletics check to climb up this 7-foot embankment. That is 3 times bigger than you, about. Right? You're 2'1".
Oh, yeah.
Dag.
With no problem.
Yeah. Again, this very small person, Mouse, attempts to climb up the embankment next to you, Caesar. You are like 3 times as tall as Mouse is, but without success, Mouse, you are not able to climb up this, what apparently is the most treacherous opponent, these embankments in the sea cave.
Dag did it. I can do it. Hold on, I can do it.
Dag didn't do it. I got a lift from Caesar.
Wait, what? Caesar, pick me up. Pick me up.
So Caesar will reach down blindly and grab his second companion.
Yep. Depositing them on the top of the
Oh, thank God, because that roll was not good.
7-foot embankment.
Captain, there be a ramp to the left if you don't want to be lifted by Caesar.
Yeah, I just go up the ramp.
Yep. You can see another goblin. It looks like walking away from you. TP Petrie.
Hello? Is anyone around me?
This way, this way.
Follow the sounds of
Hello?
our voice. Caesar will go back and follow the echoes of the flip-flops. Oh, the
Yep.
game's paused. Flip-flop echo. There's a ramp. We just have to walk straight. You following TP?
I don't see you.
I follow the sound of the flip-flops. I'm right in front of you. Are you gone? I'm not right in front of you? Yes, I don't know where I am either.
Oh, you just bumped into me.
Just straight. Follow my voice to the ramp. Dag pointed it out.
You hear TP Petrie struggling in his flip-flops as he tries to get a foothold on the wet rocks and planks that exist in the sea cave. This is like the only place in the whole cove that doesn't have visible light.
Hello? Anyone around me?
Can't you become something that can see?
I don't know what you mean become something.
Okay, never mind. Just think really hard and crawl up the ramp. You know what? The Dag can go for him. Caesar was a bad choice.
Yep. You feel a small hand on yours as Dag comes to lead you up the ramp. You feel your flip-flops hit tip-or-tap on the wooden planks, and they lead you to the light.
Ah, I can finally see something.
So other than that guy, straightforward, there's also some sort of pirate off to the left in the darkness. What do we do now, Captain?
Well, sneaky people, forward.
Some mouse.
Mhm. Dag, mouse.
Dag has proven to not be very sneaky.
From this vantage point, you see the sea goblin over here flipping furiously through a large book of some kind, sitting between 4 candles. To your right, there is what looks like a little inlet that exists here. And he is what looks like up a couple steps. Across the way, you see this other goblin going through sacks of wares and goods, furiously looking for something as well.
They seem to be preoccupied. Could probably sneak forward.
All right, come on.
Give me a stealth check, DC 15.
Gotta pass one sometime, right? Hey,
Finally.
3 in a row.
You have the invisible condition, total of 27. That's the DC for him to perceive you.
Mouse is going to pop into this area to see what's going on in here.
You see a symbol of some kind drawn on the ground.
How do I know what the symbol is?
You can make a religion check. You're not sure what this symbol might be, but it gives you a sense of foreboding.
Hey, never mind. We are not going to use this as a hiding spot.
Yeah, I assumed the captain wants us to take out this next one.
Do what you did last time.
All right, that last one was pretty good, so
Yeah, so don't fuck it up.
I would like to proceed if possible. Thank you. And if he's not paying attention, I would like to try to commit the same act of murder that I did a couple seconds
He
ago.
does not hear you, whether it be your superior stealth skills or his preoccupation in this book. You don't know, but you sneak up next to it.
Worse, but
A 19 will hit the goblin.
or 12. That's okay. And
The
he looks around
creature
for a place to hide. Doesn't see anything, so blows out the candles. Does it look like does it look like the circle completes itself?
at the end here, what you look to see, maybe a palisade of some sort that has some sharpened logs or sticks that prevent people from climbing up from below onto the sledge for one reason or another.
Well, this seems like a good place to take our stand if everyone else can see.
You just blew out the candles.
I did blow out the candles, but it's because I was trying to hide the body. Do we try to bring everybody over here, or do we start everyone up the left side? What do you think?
I say we go back and have everyone go up the left side, since we've got this
Alright.
side cleared out.
Sounds good.
As we're walking back, Mouse is going to put out the candles.
Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
Half the cave is now dark. No one's going to notice.
Yeah, the rest of the party slowly sees the candles going out, coming towards them. Like, I'm just going to assume that's good.
Let's go back the other way.
Dag grabs TP's hand again.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Leads him down the ramp.
I forgot about the ramp.
Mouse jumps.
Yeah. Doesn't work quite the same going down as it did going up.
The rest of the party just kind of daisy chains. So
Mouse size. This was more difficult than it should have been.
If you want to climb that wall, you can give me an athletics check.
Mouse turns to Caesar and does the uppy
Uppies.
motion.
Uppy.
All right. Caesar gives uppies. Get him, Guildenstern.
Guildenstern, you're able to climb up without the uppies.
Caesar will provide uppies for Mouse, since Mouse is the one who signaled for it.
Yep.
Mouse has no shame either.
Does TP also give the universal signal for uppies?
I don't ask for it. I just keep slipping because
Yep.
I can't make purchase with my flip flops.
Flip flops.
Okay. Well, then Caesar will give uppies to Dag. He has seen this play out before. And then there's not much room on the ledge at the moment, so I think he'll stay down here.
Okay. You guys can make me a perception check.
Gotta be better at that, right? Wow.
Oh.
I think
At 20.
Everybody hears the clomp of boots on wood as this pirate starts to make his way back in your direction across the planks.
Kill it.
But he did not perceive the party, believe it or not. I think maybe he sees the top of Guildenstern's tricorn hat and he just doesn't think much of it. Maybe it's sitting on a rock somewhere. He kind of touches his head to make sure he has his hat, and he fits it on and turns back and starts walking the other way.
I'm supposed to be listening to Mouse to kill it. Did I get confirmation from Captain?
Yes, and I make the universal sign for kill him.
Kill it. It is.
Stabby signs.
When he stops his yes, I use the stabby signs if possible.
He'll stop right here.
Do I still have the invisible condition to them?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, stabbies.
Yo, look
Hey.
at that.
Dude,
He likes the stabbies. He does. This one probably going more for like an armpit or something that he knows will be lethal, but it's harder to get to the neck.
and as you stab into this creature, he flinches and then turns back in your direction. And we
no.
will roll some initiative.
Stabbies wasn't
Yes.
enough, guys.
You didn't kill him. But he rolled a 3. The frumpy pirate Captain Novice, taken unawares. Dag, you stab him once. He looks in your direction, and it is your turn.
Yeah, I guess he'll take his offhand attack from the same action, or is it like a full turn
No, it's a full.
action?
It's a full round.
Okay, well
Your
then
turn.
he will continue digging the dagger in. I don't think he's still invisible since I just stabbed him.
No, you're not still invisible.
That seems like a good reason to lose invisibility. That's pretty
But
close
a
to a 20.
24 hits.
5 stabby. This time he will use the offhand, which
Or the nick attack.
for the nick attack. He doesn't have an offhand dagger, so I guess we'll just subtract 3 from this.
Food.
Holy Christ. Okay. But still, I think that's just 4 damage.
Well, you get a sneak attack, or not sneak attack. You get critical damage.
Yeah.
So that's
And
5 piercing
the
and
dice-
2 piercing, 7.
Yeah, I don't know if he has offhand. Add your dex to the offhand strike. He's only first level. And
That's right. It's 4.
I'm not seeing where he has 2-weapon fighting.
Yep.
So I think it's just 4 damage on the crit.
The pirate is now injured.
Hopefully somebody else rolled well.
Bonus action, because you still have a bonus action.
He doesn't have any useful bonus actions. So
All right.
he will end his turn.
Level 1. Level 1.
He will. Yep. That's what,
I got you.
Great.
You hear the pirate cry out, and the sea goblin comes running. He can, as a bonus action. Nope. He's gonna move. It'll dodge since I can't do anything else. TPP tree at the bottom of the incline. It is your turn.
I'm going to take off my flip-flops and put them in my bag and attempt to climb this.
All right, give me that athletics check. DC 10.
Hey, I made it.
Nice. Climb up. You find yourself on the ledge. You see this light here and this other light down over here, which illuminates both this goblin, but unfortunately does not illuminate the pirate here because he's right in between the lights. But you see this goblin here.
I will move up to there and I will cast Blade Ward on myself.
Does that do?
It's like a personal bane. If someone melee attacks me, or I guess it's any attack against me, they roll a d4 and subtract the attack.
All right. I will have to remember to create a condition for that. But you have it. Bonus action. And any more movement?
I think I'll stay put and end my turn. Trying to get my combat to pop out.
Gillen's turn.
Well, since we've been discovered, I'm going to pull the coin back out of my pocket so we can at least see.
Yep. Light. Basic. 40. 20.
And then I'll move up a bit. And, I am going to throw a story wisp at the pirate.
Do you have to make a save?
No, that's an attack roll.
12. Which just misses the pirate as he ducks away, maybe waiting for Dag to unleash another attack. He sees you approach and come across the bridge, and he dodges away.
Okay, bonus action, I will give Dag inspiration.
Dag, you have Bardic. Any more movement?
No.
Mouse.
Yay, mouse is gonna move in. I'm gonna move 20 feet and I'm gonna bonus action use innate sorcery
Hmm.
and then cast sorcerer's burst on the captain.
Is that a save or attack roll?
It's an attack roll.
There you go.
I have advantage on the attack, but I'm not gonna roll the second one because I already rolled
Yep.
a 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys in your nat 20s tonight.
Right.
A crit with
And
Sorcerer's
then-
Burst can go crazy.
The damage was a 5. With it being a crit,
You can roll
with
another
yours
D8.
getting it- Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be
Nice.
12 cold damage.
This creature is bloodied.
I have 10 more movement. So I'm going to hide behind Dak and then end my turn.
Caesar.
I believe Caesar still needs to get up the ladder or get up the hill. Let's see if he can do that. He cannot.
Nope.
Um,
Maybe it's too wet and slippery. You have boots, whereas TPP Tree took off his flip flops and climbed up.
All right. Caesar's gonna hang out back here.
I got you, bro. I'll help you.
Anything else, Caesar?
Nope, he can't see anybody, right? So that's that's all he can really do.
All right. It is the frumpy pirate captain. I think this pirate captain takes a step away from you, Dag. Actually, it's going to draw its cutlass and attempt to strike at you with his cutlass.
Those are two different things.
That is a 10.
That will miss.
And then he will step away from you with his other hand pulling out this flintlock pistol. You can take an opportunity attack if you so choose.
He does so choose. Dagger. Roll. He also rolls a 10.
Yes. And I think preparing for you, he fainted with his cutlass, and then you struck in and he knocked it away as he pulled out his flintlock pistol and he aims and fires. Oh, that was almost a 20. But that is a 6. Maybe he has to pull the trigger a couple of times being in this wet cave, and he shakes his head. And he will move away. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Dag, it is your turn.
Yeah, Dag will go ahead and start the pursuit. I think he will probably not bother chasing after the far one and just attempt to stab this guy.
He is dodging, or they are
He's
dodging.
And 11.
An 11 misses as this creature prepared for you to run towards it, ducks under your blow as you swipe your dagger across it, bringing its spear to bear.
I believe he still gets the nick offhand, even though he missed.
Yep.
Why? What?
Is that an 8?
That is an 8. Yeah, I don't know why he rolled 3 times.
You slash back and forth. Creature ducks and ducks, very dexterous.
Okay. That happened. That's Dexter.
The sea goblin will attempt to strike at you with its spear.
That'll also
13.
miss.
As you to go back and forth, your spear, your dagger, its spear, locked in a furious duel of blades. TP Petrie.
Hearing Caesar struggle to get up, I will turn back around and move back down. And use my action to help him up.
All right. I'm going to just say you were helped up. Not a problem. Gilden's turn. Maybe muted.
Oh. Using my best gnomish curse words, I will insult the goblin's parentage with vicious mockery.
Nice. Is that a save for me?
It's a save for you. Wisdom save.
Wisdom save. You remember how wise these guys are, but
No.
he fails his wisdom save.
And he takes 4 damage, and he has disadvantage on his next attack roll.
Nice. Mouse, it is your go.
My mouse is gonna move. All the way to the top of that ledge, and I'm going to attack the captain again.
Okay. He is bloodied. Seems to be running away. A 12 misses.
I roll with advantage, but 12
Yes, you
was
do.
my high roll. Or no,
All
16
right.
was my high roll.
16.
I lied.
16 hits.
For 1 cold damage.
Ow, damn it. As he continues to run away, reloading his flintlock pistol.
I'm gonna end my turn.
Caesar, you are now up on the ledge.
I am muted. I assume that since he's running towards light, I can still see him.
Yes.
Okay. Caesar will go ahead and burn his second hunter's mark for the day on the fleeing captain, and then draw his longbow and take a shot. It's not enough.
13 just misses.
All right. He will use his movement to go into pursuit, then end his turn.
Grumpy pirate captain reloads his firearm, aims it at Dag, fires for a 14. Does
That
hit
will
Dag?
hit.
For 7 piercing damage. Ha! And he says something in Goblin. Dag can hear it, and the pirate uses commanding presence and orders the Goblin to attack Dag with his spear. And that is a 19 for.
He has disadvantage.
He has
Yes,
disadvantage.
he does.
Haha.
9.
Thank
That
God.
would've been- that would've
Dag
hurt.
is still alive.
Yep, it would have only been 6, but
Hey,
it misses. But still,
Dag has 1 hit point at the moment, so
yeah. I think the pirate moves away.
Might have been upset about those gnomish curse words.
Dag.
Dag is no coward. Dag will continue fighting. I think. Dag will continue fighting poorly.
Offhand.
Offhand. Hey, that one should hit. For 1 damage?
1 damage. Creature's still alive.
Yeah, I can't risk disengaging. Or I can't risk walking away.
Yep. He is going to attack you, Dag, with its Natural 1. It is a duel of the greatest swordsman and spearmen of our time. TPP tree, it is your turn.
I am not left-handed.
We'll start off by moving closer. I will line up so we all get hit by a cone of cold. You know what? I'm gonna take out one of my nets and let me make sure the range is.
DP is secretly building a collection of goblins.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 15 foot. I'm gonna throw my net at the sea goblin.
If I remember correctly, it is a save of some type.
DC 10 athletics check.
DC 10 athletics check.
Or strength. Oh wait, that's the escape. It's 8 plus dex plus proficiency, so 12.
Is it a strength save?
Dex save.
Dex save. It's
strength
pretty
was to get out of
dexterous.
it.
16.
I start whipping the net around and go to toss it, and it just kind of goes over his head, lands on the other side of him.
Yep, he's engaged in a battle of duel, a expert duel with Dag here, and it ducks. Guildenstern.
I'll continue to mock the goblin for his poor spearmanship and his dumb ears.
Wisdom save.
Yep.
That fails once again.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel
It really hurt his feelings.
Yeah, he's trying to evade Dag's blade and TP Petrie's net, and he acknowledges your insult, but kind of locked in combat is concentrating on his 2 foes. Any bonus action movement?
No.
Mouse.
I'm gonna attack the goblin.
so close.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with the 24 to hit. And this time I'm gonna do lightning damage. 1 point of lightning damage.
Battle of attrition at this point. The creature will attempt to strike at you with your spear as you run between Dag and itself.
Understandable.
That is a
Disadvantage.
18 to hit. Oh, disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
It was too good to be true.
That is
wow.
a
it
20.
was
18
still-
was. That is
So-
2
I'm
piercing
gonna take a
damage.
hit. Okay.
All right. I think Caesar also believes in his friend and will 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. And he will dash to see if he can catch sight of the captain. 5, 10, 15, 20. I do not see. Oh!
You definitely do.
You
I caught
definitely
sight of
do.
the captain!
He was ducking behind the edge here, hidden until you walked around the corner and is no longer hidden.
I'm not 100% familiar with the new rules, but I think I can drop my bow and pull out
You don't-
a...
You can't drop your bow,
I can't.
but you can stow it and pull your weapon.
I can stow it and pull the other weapon.
Yeah,
Great.
believe it or not.
I will stow it and pull because that's much easier to do. I shall
Yep.
stow it and pull my hand axe and attempt a hand axe attack. That's a lot of attempting. Cool. So I have the movement. Can I go around him, or is there not enough?
Yes.
Okay.
It'll say there's a wall there if it's.
Yeah, I don't think I can do the Nick attack because I would have to draw the second weapon as well, and I don't think you can do that without dual wielding. Or dual wielder, the feat. So I will end my turn.
The pirate will attempt to strike you with its cutlass.
That's a pretty good attempt.
It's 11 slashing.
Okay,
Wow.
Caesar goes down. 11 slashing. Caesar would have gone down if he was at full
That
HP.
was max damage. And then the creature steps back into the light and fires its pistol at Mouse. That is a 14 Mouse.
I'm gonna use reaction to cast shield.
Okay. You shield the blow away from yourself. Come on, quit dancing with him and kill him, you hear the pirate call out. Actually, he moves up 5, 10, 15, 20. Come on, quit dancing with him and kill him. And he will attempt to strike Dag with his pistol. Or, excuse me, use his bonus action with commanding presence. And the goblin will strike with his spear.
All right,
18?
Dag is
6 piercing.
also down.
Just 6.
He only had 1.
Oh, all right. And campaign over, friends. I'm kidding. Dag, give me a
Death
death saving throw.
Did not
Does he
think
still
I
have
would
inspiration?
He does still have inspiration. Forgot that he had that earlier. I guess I should have been using that. I can't do that on his sheet, so I'll just roll a 20 here.
Yep.
That is a failure.
1 failure.
But you can use the inspiration.
It is a D6.
6.
So you need a 4, 5, or 6. 50-50 chance.
That is a 1. Why would I think that D6 would do anything but a 1? There we go.
1 foot in the grave.
There we go. He only needs 3.
The creature moves around these barrels and heads towards you, TP Petrie, and attempts to stab you. And that is an 8, which misses. It is your turn, TP Petrie.
Can I attempt to shove it over the railing and down the cliff?
Yes. He needs to make a dex or strength save. Your shove is 8 plus proficiency plus modifier, I believe.
Let's see, A plus strength modifier, so -1. A 9.
9. It's going to use. And it dodges your shove attack.
I will bonus action. The tips of my left hand will start to glow a little bit, and I will cast Healing Word on Dag.
Nice. What is the word you use?
Get up.
Go ahead and roll.
Yeah, that was a good roll.
Dag is awake but prone. Any more movement?
I think I will move toward Dag to prevent this goblin from getting through.
Okay. Guildenstern.
I will continue my string of insults against the goblin, especially since he's right next to me.
That is a 10. He is taking your insults more sincerely. He growls in your direction. Any bonus action or
This is
movement?
Next. Yeah, I'm gonna try to move away from him.
He will attempt to spear you.
Disadvantage.
That is a 5.
That will miss.
Anything
oh,
else?
and bonus action, I will inspire a TP.
You were inspired, TB. Mouse, it is your turn.
A knife of ice is going to form in Mouse's hand, and then she's going to launch it at the captain. It's a 15 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me roll it one more time because I have advantage. Okay, so it's just the 15. So it's 1d10 first. So he's going to take 9 damage from the knife itself. Oh, I'm sorry. 11 damage from... Why does it say 20?
He has to make a dex save from the 11 cold, I believe.
Oh, that's the second part. Okay, that's what confused me. They're both on there. Yep, so he has to make a dex save. It'll either be 9 or 20. No, he did not meet it, so he takes a total of 20 damage. As the knife lands in his chest, it explodes.
Nice. How do you defeat your most fearsome foe? He explodes.
She summons the knife in her hand, flings it at him, it lands in his chest, and then after being there for a few seconds, the ice will just shatter.
Well done. You see Caesar here, bleeding out on the floor. There are crates, boxes, barrels, and foodstuffs stuffed here in the corner.
I'm gonna move beside Caesar. I can't do a medicine check to stabilize him. That has to be an action, right?
Correct.
Then I'm gonna holler and tell them Caesar's down and end my turn.
Caesar, give me a death save.
Hey.
1 success. Dag is prone on the ground, but alive and feeling uninjured, unharmed even.
Yeah, I think he will just get up and collect himself, just unprone.
Goblin here is on the other side of TPP tree.
I forgot the goblin's not dead yet. Okay. Let's get him unproned. Is that still half movement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then he can step up and rejoin in the greatest goblin fight
Duel.
of all time. Duel
Yep.
of all time. Let's do it. Dagger. Okay, you just need to go down for a second.
How do you vanquish the most fearsome foe that Dag has ever seen?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think he's got the timing right. So when he slashes in, but it's a feint. So as the spear goes to riposte, he'll twirl it out to the outside, step in, and sink the dagger in his heart.
All right. And you have vanquished the enemies here, but one of yours is down and bleeding out. So we'll stay in initiative.
He's fine.
TPP tree.
Hearing Mouse scream out that Caesar was down, I will start running in that direction. And then I will use my action to dash. I think that is it, unless you let me bonus action medicine check.
Nope. Needs action for that. Gillen's turn.
I'll move up and then I will also dash.
Mouse. Caesar is down, bleeding out.
Mouse is gonna try to do a medicine check.
All right. Roll a medicine check for me.
It's a 1.
Yeah. He's so large and I think bleeding from several different holes in his body from the cutlass. You're unable to stabilize it. Bonus action movement.
No, Mouse is just panicking, like trying to cover one wound and then trying to cover the next one, but she can't reach, so she's running back and forth. It's the end of my turn.
Failure. Caesar coughs up some blood.
Mouse covers his mouth.
Dag. What's Dag do?
Yeah, I forgot. I'm Dag. Dag.
You're Dag and dying.
30. 10, 15. He will come and give moral support.
TPP tree.
I look over at Mouse and I say, Mouse, your tiny hands can't cover these giant wounds. Look out.
I know, but I'm trying.
I reach into my bag and I pull out some bandages and I start to press them against the wound. And I'll use a use of my healer's kit to stabilize them.
Hey, he is stable. And
Yay. When I rolled that one, I just pictured Mouse just trying to do chest compressions, like Pink Pony Club.
Oh goodness.
Just forcing more blood out of my.
Yeah, just making it worse.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
just making
Mouse
it worse.
is not who you call on in an emergency.
Yep. And let's go ahead and take like 7 minutes, 10 minutes. Be back at 8:45. See you soon.
Sounds good.
Through the storm and midnight's cry, cursed winds beneath the sky, maps of old with riddles deep, secrets buried where shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam, echoes drift from lands unseen, golden plunder in our sights, sailing through the endless nights. Hoist the sails and quit the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves, pirates' souls will never be slaves. Bones beneath the ocean's floor, tales of riches, blood and lore, ghosts of captains long since gone, guide us now to sail at dawn. Lanterns glow in misty haze, through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea to claim the treasures destiny. Hoist the sails and quit the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the way, shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam. Echoes drift from lands unseen. Golden plunder in our sights. Sailing through the endless nights. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel. Chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirates' souls will never be slaves. Bones beneath the ocean's floor. Tales of riches, blood and lore. Ghosts of captains long since gone. Guide us now to sail at dawn. Lanterns glow in misty haze. Through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea. To claim the treasures, destiny. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel. Chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirates' souls will never be slaves. Pirates' souls will never be slaves. Through the storm and midnight's cry, cursed of winds beneath the sky. Maps of old with riddles deep. Secrets buried where shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam. Echoes drift from lands unseen. Gold and plunder in our sights. Sailing through the endless night. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel.
We rejoin our party back in the sea cave, where many of the wares, crates, barrels, and boxes have been stored by the pirate captain and his sea goblin crew. A couple of your party members on the brink, saved by TP Petrie. And that's where we rejoin everybody. Find yourself in this sea cave. What would you like to do?
Why don't we search the cave, see what we can find?
I think Caesar is gonna just crawl over here and take a little nap.
I'm gonna stay over here with Caesar to make sure he's okay.
So
Mouse
anybody
is
who would
worried.
like, go ahead, Mouse, please.
Sorry, Mouse was worried she must lost her uppies.
Yep, very close. So anybody who wants to make the search action can give me a wisdom perception check.
Can I guidance myself?
Yes, you can.
And you're still inspired.
Oh yeah, what's that, a D6?
Yeah.
Wow, it's pretty good. 24 for TP Petrie, 30 for, all right, TP Petrie.
I light a torch and I
Yeah,
start looking around.
Start looking around. Guildenstern with a 16, Dag with a 21, TP Petrie with a 30. And so as you sift through the goods or the piles of stolen goods, you uncover crates filled with rusted swords, daggers, crude weapons, alongside bundles of strange magical components, rare herbs, powdered gemstones, and vials of shimmering liquid. Everybody can get a potion of healing thanks to TP Petrie's 30. So that's 5 for the party. It's clear these pirates are gathering more than just treasure. They're preparing for something far larger. Amid the clutter, something catches your eye. A smooth, iridescent pearl, the size of your fist, nestled beneath the debris. It gleams with a faintly soft, otherworldly light. The colors shift like it's the ocean under moonlight. Though you don't recognize its purpose, the air around you and it feels charged, as if the object is quietly humming with power, ancient and deep. Whatever this pearl is, it is clearly not just another trinket. The feeling lingers as if this ordinary items hold some kind of secret tied to something far greater than scattered wares before you. You can write in the logbook that you have a item called a Pearl of the Sea.
Oh, a gift from the Tidekeeper.
And give me one moment. I'm going to reward you for that 30. And let you roll on the level 1.
Deck of many things.
Yeah, the level 1 deck of many things. Can you see that inside? Even though I had Seaver selected, I should have Bondo selected. You see that in chat and Foundry?
The macro.
Can you click on it?
Oh, that's cool.
You also find an item called Boots of the Reef. And these boots reduce difficult terrain caused by water or slippery surfaces.
Ah, new sandals.
Knew that was coming.
They're flip-flops.
Of course they are.
What happens now? You figure probably another couple hours you can pile all the equipment that was stolen onto this skiff here and sail it back to Seabridge.
I think Dad goes and unties our goblin companion.
As Dag heads back out into the exterior of this cave, you see the rope crumpled up, laying on a sharpened rock. Its ends frayed, as if the goblin used it as a knife. And is the goblin still there? I'm afraid not.
Definitely killing him as soon as I find him again. That will go let the captain know that we've lost our prisoner. When I will take the rest of the rope.
The scene is yours, party. What happens now?
Mouse isn't no one is very strong except the guy who's laid out. So she's going to stay with him to make sure he's okay.
Yeah. It's going to take a few hours anyway, so maybe that first hour could be a short rest if you don't mind, DM.
Yep. You guys can take a short rest if you would like to. It is quiet. The echo of the sea growing in level, filling the cave, washes in and out in a rhythm you're familiar with.
I think that's almost everything. Should we get back on the ship and take everything back?
Did that search just until the side of the cave, or was it also the other side of the cave?
I took it as the entire cave as you guys moved and searched around. You did find most of the stuff was hidden in this clump where Caesar had almost lost his life. But the boots were found up by the large book that was there. And the pearl was found kind of stacked or stuffed away, almost not purposely hidden, but hidden under a bunch of junk, as if it were supposed to be some kind of, discarded or tossed away as these creatures were looking for something important.
What about the book?
The book is a logbook of some kind from a ship that talks about. The book talks specifically about a important cargo that they need to carry across the sea. But they're finding that the sea is unruly and dark shapes are passing underneath their boat. Towards the end, the writing gets more frantic, saying that they can't outrun the monsters no matter how far or wherever they go. And much like Monty Python, at the end, there's as if it meant some kind of demise. The book seemingly has been cleaned and dried, but the parchment has that rippling effect as if it has been wet. Or was once wet and is now dry.
What about that weird circle?
The weird circle, you can make me an Arcana check.
Oh, great.
I can assist you.
Can I do an Arcana check as well?
Yep.
Oh, never mind. Not needed. I mean, I'll roll
Pretty
it
good.
anyway. Oh, it's funny. Same thing.
Oh yeah, I'll up ya.
Oh, look at you with the fancy rolls.
So this is the symbol of an otherworldly deity known to be a rival of Tethys. That being is called, and I have to pull up my notes, I apologize. Because I wasn't expecting you to get so far. Yeah, well, let's call it an otherworldly deity until I can look it up. But it's supposed to be a rival of Tethys, an otherworldly deity from the void that
What?
supposedly was defeated or locked away at some point in time by the greater gods of Etheria.
And it's a circle thing. It's on the ground. What is it made of?
It looks like it's made of rock and melted wax. It was that thing that was in the corner.
Would Mouse know that it's of, or that it was of a deity that didn't quite get along with hers?
Definitely not a deity, but a being from the outer planes, or at least not native to Etheria, a being from the void that was a direct rival of Tethys.
Could I use Sorcerer's Burst and fire damage to ruin the wax on it so it doesn't look correct?
Yes, certainly can.
I will.
As you start to do that, say, "Hang on. Let me note this down," and I'll pull out a book and a pen and quill and start sketching what I see into my book.
It is the symbol of Zal-Cathar.
Okay, I got it. Go ahead and desecrate it.
And she does so.
Yep. And as you do, you feel these almost eyes from the depths looking at you, or at least that it feels that way, Mouse. The hair on the back of your neck stands on end as you complete this desecration.
Mouse shivers visibly. I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
That's what you get for desecrating a deity's sanctuary. It's best not to mess with them. How you doing, Caesar? You gonna be all right?
I think while they were doing all that, Caesar forced himself up and started stacking boxes, because watching them try to move those boxes hurt more than dying.
Yep.
Easy
enough.
I think I'll make it. Appreciate it, TB. The Petrie.
I got your back.
Good to see you on your feet, big guy.
Yeah, I didn't think he had it in him. Guess I'll try to wait for the rest of you from now on.
Dag, that was quite the duel.
I was just messing with them.
Everyone did well.
Going Princess Bride on him.
Princess what?
Princess Bride movie.
without that goblin, I don't know if we're gonna be able to find the other area.
Easy come, easy go.
No, Captain. The boat's loaded and the crew is alive. They did say that we do know the location where the other camp is, though, don't we?
You do know that Poe had said to Dag that there are three choices, or not choices really. There are three directions you can go. One was after the kidnapped fisherman. The other one was to the right in a cave, where him and another, his kind, and a pirate were storing some of these stolen supplies. But they're to the left of Seabridge and around the corner in quotes, for about an hour was another camp that they were also using as a place to store some of the items that were also collected during the raid. But there, it is being watched or guarded by a marrow. A hulking,
we know where the other
amphibious
camp is.
brute.
We should drop these supplies off and then make our way there. We can't find the people without a guide. So we might as well try to get as many of the supplies back for the town as we can.
Are we sure whatever was having them be watched on the oceans isn't in these boxes? I don't know if I want to be stalked from the depths.
I don't know, but our whole point of being here was to get these supplies back.
Yeah. Yeah, we're taking them back.
I did just disrupt a thing for someone from the depths, so I mean, they could be watching us.
They're right. He'll probably want to come kill us regardless. Let's just go.
Yeah.
And, she'll say a quick prayer to Eros to guide our way.
And as you make your way out of the pirate hideout, you turn the bow to the port, not into deep water, but at least in an effort to avoid running aground, and you circle your way back. And within a half hour, the lights of Seabridge, although the rain is still coming down relatively hard, you see white caps just on the outskirts of Seabridge, and you pull the skiff in. Dock hands are there working the caravel that Maris pointed out earlier is still sitting there on standby, waiting to pursue the goblins, or at least the pirate ship run by a sea hag is still waiting on standby as you pull this skiff into the docks, and both Maris and Mayor Thalor come to greet you. Maris, Mouse, you okay? Everything okay? The boys didn't get into much trouble, did you?
Not too much.
Aye, that's good
We're
to
good.
hear. The mayor, well, I see you got some of the equipment back. You going after the rest of the stash, or are you going to head out into the sea and chase after our fisher folk?
Is it too much to get some rest?
I mean, no, of course not. It's not too much. You've done some already, but Not
you know,
sure
I
how
get
long
if I
the
don't get my
storm-
sleep.
You see Maris look towards you, Mouse, and kind of give you like this pleading look to say, you know, I think he'll probably pull you aside and lean down, or at least get on a knee and say, there's no telling how long this is going to take you to get the rest of the supplies back and then get out after the fishermen. If you guys wait till morning, I'm not sure what will happen to them. But I'm not going to go, put you against your captain, but see what you can do to convince him. He trusts you.
Mouse would nod and head back over to the captain. Captain, you know there's no rest for the wicked. We've got to get these supplies and these people back before we lose them all. Besides, you being cranky might be good for us.
If we must.
I don't think we're gonna catch the hag.
I don't think we are either, not without a guide. We have no clue where to go. We would just be going into open water and hoping we find them. But we can at least get the supplies.
Maris will look towards Guildenstern. Your man here is a good captain. He knows the dangerous parts of these waters. That ship of that size would not go into the shoals or run aground, and he would just have to head out right to the heart of that storm. I think you could make Guildenstern. You've done worse. Especially if these winds turn and push against the sails. They won't make much progress. A couple hours is nothing, but it is up to you. I still think, with what that little runt said, turning our fishermen into sea spawn, and he looks back towards the Rusty Anchor Tavern. Loved ones in there. But up to you. I think you can do it.
Yeah, all right. I can feel your look. We'll never hear the end of it if we don't.
Looky there, Captain. You do have a heart.
Yeah, well, don't pass it. Don't spread it around. So, is it a foolhardy rush out into the open sea, or are we going for the gear?
Why would they have stashes so close to this place? Do you think they plan coming back?
Well, the goblins, not really deep thinkers, you know. Get the feeling that maybe the grabbing the gear wasn't the primary plan.
The other encampment had a pirate.
Well, you know, pirates are. It might have been a bit of a side hustle.
Are we still near the mayor?
Yeah, the mayor's standing there with you, Maris, and the party. As some of the other fisher folk are unloading the equipment that you had recovered from the sea caves.
Mouse looks to the mayor. Is there anything of importance in town? Something that they could be after? They seemed like they were looking for something specific.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, I'm good at those. That'll be an 18.
I mean, it is said that. What was his voice? It was said that this place is built upon an old temple to Alcathar. So there's no telling what could be hidden in the rooms or under the waves or in any of the caves that this place was built upon. It's hard to say, Mouse. Don't know what to tell you.
We found a symbol to Zolcathar back at the last hideout. Maybe they worship or follow him?
That would be quite a problem, if that were the case. Perhaps that's why the seas are acting the way they're acting.
The seas are acting the way they're acting because the Tide Mistress is missing.
I mean, do you not see? Maybe those two are tied together. See what I did there, Tide? It could be Zalcathar who has abducted the Tide Mistress. But yeah, this place was built around an old temple buried long, long ago out past the breakers. Perhaps an artifact of some kind may have been hidden amongst, who knows? It's just myth. Probably just myth.
I don't think it's myth. I think it's why they were attacking the town.
Perhaps. I've heard from some of the other people coming into port, some of the other leaders talking about the other pirate raids happening over the last 3 to 4 weeks. So they might be connected in some way. If they are, my best guess would be you'd learn more from a hag than Dag's little friend. But it's up to you. You know how I feel. Get our stuff back. You know, there's some expensive items in those stashes. As I can imagine you had figured out by now, but it is up to you. Maris will pipe in. You know how I feel. I'm going to keep that crew on standby. If you want to head into the storm, you can do it, Dagenstern. Guildenstern? Dagenstern? Wow. You can do it, Guildenstern.
Well, then I guess we're doing it.
Skipping the marrow and braving the storm.
It's up to you. You have one option of going towards the other hidden camp that is being guarded by a marrow, or heading into the storm amongst the caravel waiting to track down the captured fishermen.
We might learn more if we hit their other camp.
Yeah, I was leaning that direction.
Yeah, that the
From what
Dad
Pope-
could use to practice.
And from what Poe said, it's nearby, relatively close. You don't think that these small sea goblins would be able to carry these barrels and crates the size that they were. A significant distance away from Seabridge.
Flashback to Mouse and Dag struggling to load the boat.
Yep.
Do we take the skiff again, or are we walking?
Might as well take the skiff. We'd get there quicker.
Yeah, the skiff sounds like a better idea.
Well, if we're not going to get any sleep, we might as well get moving.
The mayor says, "Good luck." And Maris will lean into you, Mouse. Don't get yourself into too much trouble. You watch yourself and watch the men, but be careful.
Oh, you know us. We're gonna get in trouble.
Well, just take care of yourself.
Don't worry,
Like
we'll be
the-
back.
And he, very well. Good luck. We'll see you soon. And you head out onto the rough shore, or the rough waters of the Bay of Seabridge, and you crest around to the left. And nestled in a hidden cove along the jagged coastline lies a camp, shielded by view from towering cliffs that loom over the rocky shore like silent sentinels. Tattered tents, crude shelters hastily assembled from old sails and driftwood dot the beach, with barrels and crates of plunder scattered haphazardly across the sand. The air carries the scent of salt and damp wood as a creaking, rickety dock extends from the shore. Its uneven planks leading to a small boat tethered at its end, bobbing gently in the murky water. This place, shrouded in secrecy, in the whispers of the sea, pulses with a quiet menace of the outlaws who call it home. I need to grab your tokens.
Right here.
Did I already pre-populate you? Yes, I did.
Yeah.
We're in the upper right.
I would imagine you arrived on the dock as the skiff
That makes sense.
arrived. Who has the light? Was it Guildenstern?
Yeah.
You're no longer laying down there, buddy. This is what you see. A campfire burns in the middle of camp. Foodstuffs, crates, barrels, tents, belongings lay all about this camp, just strewn about. You see off in the distance, behind the crumbling wall, a large tent. Looks like crates, bedrolls dot the beach. What happens now?
Mouse looks back to the captain, waiting for instructions.
Well, it worked pretty good last time for the sneaky ones to go forth first. I look knowingly at the sneaky ones.
Dag, you go right, I'll go left.
Yes, I know which way right is. It didn't roll. That was a good one too.
Go starboard side, Dag.
I'm gonna kind of trail behind a little bit, feeling a little bit more comfortable with my new boots.
Very nice. They're like Birkenstocks instead of flip-flops.
Not quite broken in yet.
Yep.
Can did I keep the roll from the campaign chat, or do you need to
Yep.
roll again? Okay. It's 19.
I step on a loose board and I just freeze.
Hear it creak.
The sneaky ones stop and look back.
The rain from the storm still driving down and sputtering against the light of the campfire.
Does it seem like they left in a hurry, or does this look like they just are messy people and went to sleep? Or walked away somewhere?
You can give me a survival check if you'd like.
You're rolling blind. He's not the worst at survival. Why are you not working? You refresh. But that was a nat 20.
There's a lot of footprints here in the sand. A lot of the crates and barrels look like they have been gone through, rifled through, looking for something important.
Does it seem like the scent is occupied?
Mouse is going to try to peek
Ghost
in.
You can give me a perception check.
Oh, snap. I rolled it on the wrong one. My bad. I rolled very badly. Oh, it did send. Never mind.
Does not appear to be anybody in the tent.
Push into the tent?
So no one's here?
Doesn't look like there's anybody here.
Anything of note inside the tent?
You can give me another perception check in there.
Hey, it worked. I don't know why I rolled twice, but the first one is 15.
Doesn't seem to be anything inside here.
Mouse is going to move to the middle of the camp. Stop trying to sneak around and just wave everyone over. Oh no, it paused. Moment of panic.
Gag.
Dag.
As you move closer to the edge of this camp, your attention is drawn to the jagged rocks near the waterline. There, faintly glowing with an eerie, pulsating light, are dark grooves carved deep into the stone. The symbols seem ancient and foreboding, their curves and sharp lines twisting unnaturally, as though alive with dark energy. Each rune hums with a power that feels unnatural, sending a chill through the air. Among the runes, one symbol stands out, a serpent coiled around a jagged blade. Its hollow eyes staring. The symbol is etched with precision and care, and it pulses slightly brighter than the rest. The longer you look, the more it feels as though the symbol is watching you, waiting. Its meaning tied to something far greater than this camp.
I think Dag will probably scoot a little quicker than he was scooting before to get back into the light and near his friends. Oh, check that out.
Oh, that's pretty.
As you say that, there is a feeling of deep within you, Mouse, that while beautiful and glowing, there is a menace of some kind that you
I have
feel.
a question.
Yes.
Can Mouse get to that?
Yes. It's
Okay,
here
I
at the
have
edge of
another
camp.
question. Since the rune is etched into the stone, if I were to cast a mending, would it remove the etching on the stone?
I was saying something, but I was muted. The
I
bane of
wondered
every
what happened.
DM.
I thought I disconnected.
While you were there looking at this rune, why don't you guys give me the search action by way of a perception check? Both Dag and Mouse.
Moderately better.
Let me see. You see this rune, although standing out and carved in this rock, stands out much greater than the rest. You see the telltale sign of glowing underneath the waterline that extends out to the right-hand side of this camp, or to the northwest side of this camp in this direction.
Can we head that way and check?
You're gonna leave your party on the dock?
Nope, we're definitely calling them. We called them over when, I think Mouse called them over earlier.
Mouse did, yeah.
Yeah.
The game may have been paused. And as you continue around the bend, an ancient shipwreck rises from the shallows. This once mighty vessel now lies partially submerged. Its broken hull splayed across the rocky beach like the bones of a long-forgotten beast, and the thick clusters of barnacles cling to the rotten wood. Vibrant coral has taken root, giving the wreck a strange, unnatural beauty, and jagged remains of its bow jut out of the water, while the scattered beams and planks are scattered across the shoreline, worn smooth by the tides. The salty air is thick with the scent of the sea. The slow, rhythmic crash of waves against the wreck adds to the eerie stillness. The mast, standing 6 feet out of the water, here in between high tide and low tide. The glow emanates from within the hold of this ship, even stronger than it was on the symbol of the snake and dagger. What happens now?
So you're saying a ship just came out of the water?
No, they followed a glowing path or section of runes that led up and around the corner of this camp, and it seems to lead to this shipwreck that is semi-submerged around the corner from this camp, 200 yards or so.
If anything says I'm holding a scary divine object, I think it's that.
But is that really why we came here? I mean, it's all very interesting, but
We're not going to ignore it, are we?
so the ship is sunk, right?
Yeah, the ship is sunk. It's underwater for the most part. Some of the beams reach out above water, and the main mast sits about 6 feet above water. But there is
So we're not getting in there.
certainly a
You're
glow.
saying you want to explore a sunken ship?
No, I want to deface this room.
Boy, that's just really your thing, defacing runes, isn't it? Never knew that about you.
This
Quite
doesn't look good.
Quite the rune defacer.
Only when they're bad runes.
We're not going to explore. I'll start loading supplies onto the skiff.
Right, we really
It'll take
did come here for the supplies.
All right. Sounds like that's an affirmation.
And
from my
besides,
captain.
that ship is sunk. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Yep. Caesar goes and starts taking barrels, closing them up, and stacking them on the ship.
It'll take you about an hour to load up the remnants of what's left here.
You said the symbol on the rock was the Zalcathar symbol?
The symbol on the rock is a symbol that is associated with Zalcathar, yes.
We should hurry up. This place gives me the creeps.
DP, do you want to sketch this real quick?
Yeah. I finished moving some of the barrels and stuff, and then I take out my pad and I start sketching that symbol and the runes around it.
Okay. You can easily sketch it in the time that it takes Caesar and the rest of the party to load the remaining items from this bedraggled camp onto the skiff.
Would casting mend repair the stone and remove some of the etched in runes?
It will not. As you cast mending, a aquamarine glow radiates from this rune, almost preventing you from mending the stone that it was carved into.
Well, I don't want to just leave it.
Hang a blanket over it or something.
Caesar, can you hit it really hard?
Caesar punches the rock?
Don't you have a weapon?
Oh, I mean, I don't want to hurt anything important. Caesar hits it with his hammer.
Yeah, and the feeling you get of hitting this thing with a hammer is almost like hitting ancient wood that has been hardened so hard that it leaves your elbows stinging. You slam to it, and there's a bit of a flash as you feel this ringing happen and this buzzing come up your arms. But the symbol remains.
It's no ordinary stone.
I'm coming back with a cannon.
If it's enchanted, you're probably not going to have much luck harming it.
Would we have known of any shipwrecks like this one?
There's a lot of shipwrecks in and around the Lost Isles. Almost every place similar to Seabridge has shipwrecks and old. It would be considered relics of the past, like these large cement square edifices with see-through glass just jutting out from the sides of these islands, or sticking up from the shallow depths. Certainly there are shipwrecks are very common, but typically not with a path of runes leading to them. Being a part of the fishing crew, you would have seen this shipwreck in the past. You would have not seen these glowing runes leading to it.
So there's runes that go from the rock to the ship?
Yes, there looks like almost a path of these glowing runes, though the one that stands out is this one with the serpent and dagger. But they do exist, and I think that's what you saw when you all took a look, as it leads to the ship, and there's something glowing from within the belly of this shipwreck beast.
Perhaps we should check this out. We did come here to look for answers as well.
As long as I don't have to be the one to get in the water.
I mean, I already died once today, right? What's the worst that can happen? Caesar will start taking off his boots and his shirt. rolling up his pants, and get ready to try to dive in and see if he can check out this hold.
Mouse puts forth a sharp whistle.
Is he going alone?
I'm not going.
How illuminated are these runes? Like, can I see?
Being in the middle of
or
the
is it-
morning and being in the middle of the night, they glow about mechanically in a 5-foot area. There are certainly parts within the ship that aren't visible here in the middle of the night.
Captain, you think you could make my my hammer glow so we can see a
Sure.
little easier?
I will cast light on his hammer. Oh, hang on a second. The spell actually says you touch one large or smaller object that isn't being worn or carried by someone else.
I hand you the hammer?
Yeah, it's not clear if I'm holding the hammer, if I can make it light and then hand it back. Unclear.
Or you can just set it on the ground and it lights up. I'm not going to get too
Okay.
wound up in that. You can just put it on the ground and you light it up.
Then I will borrow a dagger to take with me as well. Cool. Yeah. Caesar jumps into the water.
Mouse grabs her locket and says a quick prayer. Tidekeepers steady their hands and guide their path. Let the waves carry them back safe and sure.
Oh, that's not ominously far away from you guys. Okay.
Said it was about,
Oh,
200 yards.
Yeah.
We take the skiff there?
Yeah, that's an
Right
idea.
here on the skiff. Like just at
All
the
right.
top.
Yeah, you can certainly float the skiff over it. The skiff will not get caught in the shallows like this ship may have at some point in time. Give me one moment.
Yeah, let's flip the skiff.
Yeah,
So
we
about
might,
swimming 200
sink it,
yards.
but the Kraken comes out and eats it.
Yeah, what's the tell? Who can tell?
God. Oh, I was like, is that an eyeball?
Let's do. And I'm going to say y'all are on the skiff.
Cool.
What happens now?
Yeah, I guess once we get within a reasonable distance, Caesar will then jump off the boat, try to go explore. Oh no! Yes, much more reasonable. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly go in a beeline towards the light and see if I can see anything of worth or of note. Something that can be brought
I'll
back up
cast
to the
guidance on you as you dive in.
perfect.
As you draw closer to the wreck, give me a perception check.
Yeah.
The search action.
Oh, Caesar. 21.
He gave you guidance.
I don't want to use it on the perception check. Do I need to use it on the perception
You
check?
have to use it on your
No.
next 20 roll, right?
Darn it. 25.
25. A faint glow catches your eye, and shimmering beneath the scattered debris, the air seems to hum with energy as you sit here on the skiff. And you realize that there's a magical aura emanating from the wreckage itself, pulsing gently like the tide. Hidden beneath a pile of splintered wood and seaweed spot the corner of a pirate's chest, half buried in the sand and encrusted with those glowing barnacles. It is closed, but not with a normal lock. It's bound by a strange coral-like substance, twisted and fused into the hinges, as if the sea itself has claimed it. The aura grows stronger as you move closer, an unmistakable sign that something more than just treasure lies within.
Captain, it's magical booty. Do we risk it? Now that we know what it is?
It could be a gift from the Tide Mother. Or Tidekeeper.
You said the Tidekeeper don't live here, Noah.
I said she was missing.
Captain?
Yeah. Well,
Am I
of
grabbing
course
that?
we risk it. Yeah, why not? What's the
Alright.
worst that can happen?
Caesar immediately dives into the mouth of a shark.
Magic booty.
You dive in. It's a large chest, and these barnacles cling to the sides of it and cling it to the cargo hold of the ship. I will need a athletics check, DC 12.
Let's see here. Do I have anything? Nope. That advantage is only for grappled. Cool. Athletics check. I am great at those. Hey, 18.
You see Caesar, well, you describe how you roll up your
Yeah,
socks and take off your shirt and dive in, and you wrestle this from the grasp of these barnacles.
Yeah, working man. Make sure I orient myself, feet against the hull, and lift with my legs, not my back, and break it free from the grasp of the barnacles, and then kick my way to the surface as fast as possible, because I'm assuming the glow is coming with me.
The glow is coming with you with a resounding crack. Not only does the chest pull away from the ship, the wood from this ancient shipwreck also pulls away from the ship. But Caesar, being the man of all his 6'10" stature, reaches the water and holds this chest above his head, doing the egg beater, waiting for the rest of the party to pull it onto the deck. Moments later, Caesar climbs out of the water, no worse for wear, seemingly, and these barnacles cling to the hinges and the lock of this pirate's chest, glowing with a bioluminescence. What happens now?
Can I make an Arcana check?
Sure.
Can I assist her?
Oh, please do.
Are you proficient?
I am proficient.
Wow. Yes, I will say yes.
That's that skill speed level. Let's go.
It's going to be an 18.
What are you looking for?
To see what kind of magic it is. With it being bioluminescent, she's thinking it's the Tidekeeper relevant.
Give me one moment while I look for my picture.
We did it, Mouse.
You broke it.
You can just use the picture in Discord that Randy put up.
I'm not sure.
That's-
TOS.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
What did I miss?
Booty magic.
This is what you guys see as you crack it open.
Oh, we cracked it open. Okay.
Assuming you do.
Yeah, I mean, if that roll means we cracked it open, we cracked it open.
Your Arcana check doesn't reveal anything ominous other than the feeling you felt when you've seen these barnacles glowing and clinging to something else. It's a little bit disturbing, but nothing like you saw when you saw the runes of Zalcathar. But as you pry open the chest, you find a waterlogged scroll, its edges frayed and curling from the moisture. The ink is smudged, but still legible. As you carefully unroll it, the story of your pirate's crew's doomed voyage unfolds before you. The scroll details a desperate attempt to retrieve an ancient relic from the dark depths of the sea. The treasure, said to hold untold power. And their journey, once filled with bravado and ambition, quickly descended into chaos as the sea turned against them. Strange and unnatural forces thwarted their every effort, and one by one the crew was lost to the abyss. The final entries scrawled in haste, the writer's hand trembling with fear as they describe a monstrous presence lurking beneath the waves, guarding the relic and ensuring that none would return to tell the tale. And in this chest, it looks like a coin about sand dollar size. On the head is a tricorn hat. And on the tail is a 13 tentacled sea creature of some kind.
Do we recognize this imagery?
No,
Got it. Well, a single coin is better than none.
Okay, you pick it up then.
Fine. Caesar picks it up and tucks it into his pocket.
You have a coin of pirate's luck, though you don't know what it does.
Sounds like I'll hate it. Let's put this. Let's notate that item.
I could have named it, coin of pirate's inspiration or something.
Yep. Yep. Okay.
What happens now? There were also coins within the chest, by the way.
Oh, more than one coin. I mean, we could probably count it while we sail back, right?
Yep. 250 gold pieces exist within the chest. I will say that there are various denominations of copper, silver, mostly electrum, but we'll go on with the sum total of 250 gold pieces. You make your way away from the camp, back around. The sea bridge comes into sight on your starboard side bow. As you make your way, the rain still pouring, pitter-pattering on the decks of the ships, and the ship waiting to ferry you to chase after the fisherman still waits at the end of the dock as you're greeted by both Maris and the mayor. Hey, Mouse, you made it. Well done. Maris says to you, Mouse, looking in direction as the fishermen who are remaining, their families, move to take the reclaimed stores that were stolen earlier in the night, bringing them back into the different warehouses and storage areas of Seabridge. What happens now?
No rest for the wicked, right?
Apparently not. Well, at least that last job paid for itself.
That it did. I pat my pocket where the coin's sitting.
Did we leave the 250 coins in the chest?
Yeah, I did put it all in my pockets.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Mouse looks to Maris and asks if he'll take the chest and put it in the tavern for them for later.
Aye, certainly. Men, seal this up. Don't take any. This is Mouse's, and you know what happened. And they'll, aye, Captain. And they'll pick up the chest and pull it into the house of Maris's that is next to the Rusty Anchor Tavern.
Mouse looks to Captain. What now? Do we go now?
I suppose we head out. There's nothing left here for us to do.
And as you set sail on the boat pointed out by Captain Maris, the familiar coast of Seabridge fades into the distance. The sea, once calm beneath your vessel, grows restless as the deeper waters of Etheria stretch out before you. Dark clouds gather on the horizon, their shadows creeping ominously with each passing moment. And the wind picks up, sharp and biting, whipping sails and crack as they gather the wind behind them. Sends shivers down your spine. Before long, this storm takes shape. The towering waves start to rise all around you, and their white crests crashing full against the hull with a deafening roar. The sky darkens, and the wind howls like a living thing, tugging at your small ship, threatening to throw you off course. In the distance, bolts of lightning streak across the sky, and the thunder crashes in the distance. Massive clouds turn above, as if the heavens themselves are in turmoil. Each crack of thunder reverberates through the air, drowning out all other sound, and the boat rocks violently with each wave, forcing you to grip the sides to steady yourselves. The crew working hard. It's clear the storm won't relent very easily. The path ahead will only grow more dangerous the deeper you go into the Etherean wilds. And that is where we'll pick up next session as our party levels to level 2 in pursuit of the hag and the fishermen who were stolen. Congratulations for surviving level 1. I know that's the hardest part. So we will join the group next week on Tuesday night at some point in time. Have a special thing going on Friday. Be on the lookout for that. We'll announce it in Discord, announce it in socials, announce it on Twitch, etc. Thanks everybody for hanging out. If you haven't already, drop a follow. If you want to be a founder on the channel, we have 9 left. If you'd like to subscribe, special thanks to the Dirty Rollers for dropping his gigantic moist sticker in the chat. We all feel you for that one. Appreciate all the follows, and we will talk to you soon as we continue on our quest into the Lost Isles of Etheria. Hang tight, everybody. We're going to raid somebody, and we will talk to you soon.
Thunder rolls across the tide, storm points secrets, shadows hide, echoes call from pirate kings, whisper tales on darkened wings, hidden coves where legends sleep, waves crash wild, the water's deep, maps of silver, signs of gold, paths that only fate can mold. Storm Point Isle where legends lie, pirate hearts and rebels cry. At the hideaway truths decay, schemes arise to claim the day. Wooden planks and stories spun, fires glow but warmth is none. Rum flows fast and minds conspire, fanning flames of fierce desire. Underneath the moon's pale gleam lies a realm that haunts the dream. Secrets drift like sands in time, swept away in waves' cold rhyme. Storm Point Isle where legends lie, pirate hearts and rebels cry. At the hideaway truths decay, schemes arise to claim the day. Thunder rolls across the tide, Storm Point secrets, shadows hide, echoes call from pirate kings, whispered tales on darkened wings, hidden coves where legends sleep, waves crash wild, the water's deep, maps of silver, signs of gold, paths that only fate can mold. Storm Point Isle where legends lie, pirate hearts and rebels cry.
Seahorse.
Oh, I approve completely. It just stays in the water. You just occasionally leave.
Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails flow gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirate's dream eternally. Stars above, the stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful in the deep whispers cold. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirate's dream eternally. Light on the waves, soft shimmer, silent sea. My heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirate's dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful in the deep whispers cold. Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Light on the waves, soft shiver. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful. In the deep whispers call. Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper.
Welcome back to the Lost Isles. Last time, our heroes ventured into a pirate's den, and during the ensuing battle, Caesar and Dag were both knocked unconscious. Dag being piloted by Jay, and Caesar is Jay's character. Eventually successful in battle, the heroes retrieved missing supplies that were stolen during the raid and found mysterious and ominous runes amid an abandoned camp. The party returned to Seabridge and made ready to give chase to the pirate ship to save the captured fishermen, and summarily leveled up to level 2. So as you leveled up, what did you take? Anything interesting? Caesar, did you get anything good?
Took a level in fighter, so second wind is nice.
Nice.
And also got 2 weapon fighting as a fighting style.
Oh, getting 3 attacks going?
No, I need eventually, yeah. But I get to add my my dex modifier to my offhand, or my strength modifier to my offhands now, which is nice.
Nice. Guildenstern, what'd you pick up?
Another level of bard, so expertise and jack of all trades.
Nice. That's going to help you in the skill challenge chasing the pirate ship. Mouse, what did you get? Not twin spell?
Not twin spell. Welcome to that drama. No, I got quicken spell and subtle spell, which I thought would be useful for the character. And then I took a note from Bondo and picked up the sleep spell.
Oh, very good. Finally, TPP tree, as Dag would say. What did you get?
I got wild shape,
Nice.
so now I can become a chicken and make eggs for everyone.
And not slip.
Yep.
A seafaring chicken. Isn't that like a seagull or a, what do they call those?
A
Anyways.
seagull.
Yep. All right. Before we jump into the group, we have channel point redemptions available to help the party. So if you want to help the party, you can go ahead and do that and give the DM disadvantage, give the party advantage, bless them, give them resilience, give them a whole bunch of neat things. We're 6 off our follower goal. So if you want to give us a follow, go ahead and do that. We have now 8 founder badges left for the channel. The Unstoppable Bug picked one up earlier today. So thank you so much, Bug. I hope you're feeling better. And finally, we're looking for some players to play one-shots and or mini-series Friday and Tuesday. I say mini-series because one-shots are hard and I suck at time management. So looking for a session on Friday coming up and a session next Tuesday. So if you want to play with some of us, give me a shout on Twitch or Discord and we'll have a good time, play some D&D. With that said, is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah. Do you want us to start off taking a long rest, or?
Yeah, you take a long rest, got your level up, you're good to go.
Long rest, oh yeah.
So, in the last session, you gathered back at the Rusty Anchor Tavern, where many of the survivors are now huddled. You heard one of the stories of one of the survivors, their voice trembling as they recount the harrowing scene. He said, "I just saw it, just before the storm swallowed everything, a small pirate ship disappearing into the waves, heading toward deep waters of Etheria. The fishermen, they were aboard, bound and helpless, dragged into the storm." Captain Maris pointed to a small caravel tied off the docks, sails furled tightly, ready for action. He said, "Take that boat. It's sturdy enough to handle the storm and the crew's mostly intact. Get out there, follow the path of that ship and bring back the fishermen. You'll have to navigate through the stormy waters, but I've no doubt you can handle it. Just remember, the sea can be as much as an enemy to any pirate. Stay sharp and get our people back before it's too late." And as you set sail on the boat provided by Captain Maris, the familiar coast of Seabridge fades into the distance. The sea, once calm beneath your vessel, just a few short days ago, grows restless as the deeper waters of Etheria stretch out before you. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, their shadow creeping ominously with each passing moment. The wind picks up, sharp and biting, whipping the sails and sending shivers down your spine. Before long, the storm begins to take shape. Towering waves rise up all around you, their white crest crashing against the hull with a deafening roar. And the sky darkens and the wind howls like a living thing. Bolts of lightning streak across the sky, briefly illuminating the massive clouds that churn above as the heavens themselves are in turmoil. Each crack of thunder reverberates through the air, drowning out all other sound. The boats rock violently with each wave, forcing you to grip the sides to steady yourselves. And it's clear that the storm won't relent, at least not easily. And the path ahead will only grow more dangerous, the deeper you go into the Etherian wilds. And as the storm rages around you and the boat pitches violently with each towering wave, forcing you to grip to the rigging and the sides, the wind howls and the thunder crashes. But amidst the chaos, something far more unsettling catches your attention. Can I get a DC 16 perception check from the party?
Not from Mouse.
I'll be a
Well, these
guidance
rolls
on
have to be good
myself.
one time.
Verse 17.
Nice. So TP, I think you see this as you're looking out and scanning the waters below. Just below the surface of the roiling water, you begin to notice shapes moving, dark and shifting forms that glide through the depths with unnatural speed. They're not ordinary creatures of the sea that you've seen before. The shadowy figures pulse with a strange and eerie energy, faintly illuminating the water in brief flashes as they pass beneath your boat. Their movements are smooth, almost serpentine, yet their size and presence suggest something far more powerful and ominous. Each time the lightning strikes across the sky, you catch a glimpse of these shapes, just fleeting, long and sinuous, like the shadow of some forgotten nightmare lurking in the deep. The cold, unnatural sensation grips your spine as you realize whatever these creatures are, they're not of a natural world, you being somebody who embraces nature and the sea, yet they seem drawn to the storm, moving with purpose, as if they are part of something far darker. And as the rain crashes against the ship and the waves crash against the hull, we are going to go through a series of skill challenges as you look to gain ground on the ship, only knowing the direction that you're pointed in. Capable sailors under your command. Caesar, what would you like to perform? You need 3 successes before 3 failures. And if you do get 3 failures before 3 successes, you will lose a day of time chasing the ship.
Yes, Caesar definitely knows how to use boats. He is going to do his best to is there like a sail thing on the mast?
Yep, there's sails and
Yeah.
riggings, and so sounds like you want to.
Can he pull a rigging to try to capture the wind? Let's see if we can catch up a little better. Change the angle.
And so, as you're sailing through this rough sea, one of the lines from the sail rips from the rigging, and you must give me a DC 13 athletics check. To see if you can secure the rigging.
That I should be able to do. Expert sail status. Let's go.
The storm
Hey.
rages on. You grab hold of the ship's ropes, and feeling the strain as the wind and rain fight against you, and the creak of the sail and the crack of the sails echoes out across the deck, and they bellow wildly, threatening to tear free. But with a burst of strength and perhaps height, being able to grab the ship or grab these lines as they whip back and forth across the ship, you haul them under control, and the creaking of the ship tells you that you're pushing it to its limits. But the vessel holds steady, and through the whipping rain and crashing waves, your effort pays off and the ship stays on course. You see a crack of thunder and lightning in the distance, a dot on the horizon. Perhaps the silhouette of the pirate vessel? Its tattered sails barely visible through the storm. 1 success, no failures. Guildenstern, what would you like to do?
I'd like to try to figure out how to maneuver the ship through the sea currents and waves and so on. To
Okay.
Make the best time we can.
Let's do a DC 15 survival check. I believe you are the captain, so you are proficient with navigator's tools, so that will give you advantage on the check. Is that correct?
I thought the stuff you gave us said I was proficient in water vehicles.
Oh, there you go. That'll give you advantage too.
Okay. So survival?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Very nice. As you grab the wheel, you squint into the fury of the storm. Your instincts kick in. Reading the chaotic rhythm of the waves and the darkening of the sky, you make subtle but precise adjustments. At least they seem precise. The rest of the party sees Gildan just spin the wheel one way and then with a quick grab of his hand, stop it. And as he comes down the other side of the wave, he spins it the other way. And while the movements of the ship seem almost imperceptible, Guildenstern is on top of this boat. You guide the ship with a steady hand, and the howling wind crashes, and crashing waves threaten to tear you off course, but you stay focused, finding a path through the towering swells. And then suddenly the ship tilts, lifting up over a massive wave that crests and crashes behind you. You've steered through the worst of it, and the crew lets out a collective sigh of relief. The hull cracks, but it holds firm, spared from a direct hit by your quick thinking. The storm still rages, but you've given everyone hope, and they can trust in your skill to guide them through. Congratulations, that is 2 successes. You just need 1 more. Mouse, what would you like to attempt here?
I'm not really sure. Can Mouse just be going from like person to person, trying to help, encouraging people to, do their best or something?
So you want to give an intimidation or persuasion check?
Yes, I would like to do persuasion.
All right, you can give me a DC 13 persuasion check to help rally the crew. They're not your crew, but they're certainly ready to help. This is an interesting description. Mouse, this diminutive figure, stands tall amidst the chaos of this storm. Catching the crew's attention, your voice cutting through the roaring wind and waves. With fierce conviction, you remind them of their strength, unity. With commanding tone, you give sharp, clear orders that rally everyone into action. The faces that were once clouded with fear and doubt are now set with determination, their movements precise and focused. The crew falls into a steady rhythm, hauling line, securing sails, and tightening their grip on the tasks at hand. Supplies are accounted for, no movement is wasted, and under your guidance, the team's efficiency holds the ship steady. And as you continue, the storm seems a little less daunting, the crew bolstered by your words of strength. They look to you with newfound confidence, ready to face whatever comes next. And I should have asked you this: how do you persuade the crew? Now that you're successful, what do you say to them?
She says something along the lines of, "Come on, lads, we're not going to meet the Tidekeeper today." And then she begins to help people as she's encouraging them.
Nice. And this goes on for hours and hours and hours. The crew steadily going about their tasks and navigating throughout the night. And the next morning, after battling the relentless storm, you spot the ship in the distance, its black sails soaked and fluttering violently in a wind. They're unmistakable against the backdrop of the stormy sea. The ship itself is a modest-sized sloop. It's tethered to a large, jagged sea rock that juts from the water, providing some shelter from the ferocious waves. The sea crashes against the rock and it sends the sprays of salt water into the air. But it remains anchored, eerily steady amid the chaos. What happens now?
Well, we need to dock. Oh, well, I guess there's no dock, but anchor the ship and figure out a way to get in there where that ship is.
One of the fishermen calls out, "Captain, my brother's on that ship. Pull up right next to it. We'll holler in and you guys can go aboard."
Works for me.
Is there anything the party wants to do while they prepare?
Could I
I w-
ritually summon my familiar?
Sure.
I would kind of go back into the galley and just sit in a corner, meditate for a little bit, do a small ritual, and a giant fly would appear.
Nice. You now have a giant fly. I'm going to have to get a token for you momentarily.
I'm going
Now,
to cast Mage Armor
Gildan?
on myself.
Okay, Guildenstern, you got mage armor. Caesar, anything you want to do?
Just checking my weapons and trying to do everything I can to make sure we could cross from ship to ship safely.
This is kind of what you guys see as you're moving up towards the ship. You see the ship moored against this large rock, kind of hiding from the waves that are crashing against it.
Do we see any inhabitants on the ship?
Yes. As you move closer, something far more sinister catches your eye. The pirates aboard the sloop aren't alone. Towering over the crew stand the twisted aquatic forms of Sahaugen, their sleek, scaly bodies shimmering in the dim light. And they move with purpose, their ship, their sharp teeth gleaming as they prepare for battle. But it's the figure that commands them, standing at the helm, that sends a chill down your spine. It's a beautiful woman wearing a green shawl. She looks in your direction and smiles with a beckoning grin. The air around the ship hums with a dark energy, and they set their cold, calculating gaze upon your approach. The ship's deck bobs in the waves of the passing storm. And let me make sure I grab all your characters. Where were we last? We were at the camp. No, we were at the shipwrecked. Let's roll some initiative.
Oh yeah. Hey, one roll over 10 for the day. Let's go.
We got Guildenstern, Caesar, Dag, Mouse, and TP Petrie. Let's begin. Guildenstern, you are first to act.
Okay. I will move up. Let's try there. Okay, and I will cast Bane on the three creatures I can see.
to Sawagan and this beautiful woman.
Yes, so they each need to make a charisma check. Or charisma saving throw.
What is the DC?
DC is 13.
Super charismatic. So I'll go left to right. That one succeeds. The beautiful woman will roll her save. And fails. She is now baned. And the other Sahaugen will also succeed. Any bonus action movement?
No.
Caesar.
Yeah, Caesar is going to go ahead and... Is there a snake driving that boat?
There is a giant snake, not driving the boat, but it is in the crow's nest of the mid-mast.
Oh, got it. That's a
Saw
crow's
that
nest,
too.
not a wheel. Okay, I'm so much happier knowing that. I'm going to go ahead and... I don't like that, but I'm gonna hunter's mark the beautiful women. I don't trust her.
Why did you
So
say
we're gonna
women? Do you frequently
women.
hunters mark the beautiful women, Jay?
I on occasion we do our best. We're gonna go ahead and try to hit her with an arrow from the bow. Trusty bow. Oh yeah, that should hit.
Yes, that hits. She looks like she's wearing regular clothes.
Cool. You
Or-
did describe her as like green and also like the leader, right? She doesn't look like she's from our village. Now that I've
She
shot her.
definitely doesn't look like she's from your village. She's far too attractive.
Caesar.
Got it.
That's
Got it.
Martha.
Okay, that's an initial 8 piercing and then an additional 5 force.
And she is slowed until, what does that mean with weapon mastery?
With the weapon mastery slowed, that means her speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
All right, I'm gonna have to create weapon mastery condition tokens. That's okay. I'll just put slowed on here for the time being so I remember. And Bug says, holy wow, that map. Yeah, this map was made by Angela Maps on Patreon. If you don't follow Angela Maps, she makes some of the amazing maps. She also makes animated maps. So she's really, really good. And one of the people I look up to from a map mapping perspective. Awesome. And it is now Dag's go.
Oh no, it's still my turn. I wasn't prepared. Dag shall... Dag is going to go ahead and move up following his captain's lead. And I believe the lass is just within range for a dart. So he shall toss a dart. Ooh, there's a 14 hit.
14 just hits.
14 just hits. That should be 4 piercing damage. Rolled a 1 on a
The
dart.
beautiful woman is looking injured.
I don't know if I've chosen the right target, guys. I don't think he wants to throw a knife, so I think he will just. Oh, he does have a bonus action. He does have a cunning action now. So let's go ahead and have him take. Actually, there's no point. Yeah, he'll go ahead and end his turn there as well.
Okay. Just keep in mind that there's, it's not just deck and then you fall off the deck. There's a railing that's about 3.5, 4 foot tall around the ship. So if you wanted to hide, you could do so.
I have changed my mind. Dag will use his cunning action to hide behind the railing using his diminutive side.
A DC 15 stealth check.
DC 15 stealth check it is. Or not.
Yeah, I think the whole party sees Dag still got his, hand on the railing and his eyes looking over the rail just to see. Anything else?
Nope, Dag is invisible.
All right. It is the snake's turn. I think the snake slithers down the mast. And then it'll use its action to move across the boat
Oh
in
no.
your direction. Mouse.
I'm gonna use innate sorcerer as a bonus action.
Gives you advantage.
It does. I get advantage, and my DC goes up. And I'm going to attack the snake. Does a 21 hit?
Yes. What's your damages?
It's going to be 6 fire damage.
Nice. Instantly bloodied the snake.
And then I have 2 sorcery points. I can use one to quicken spell. If I use quicken spell, I can cast Sorcerer's Burst again, correct?
Yeah, as long as it's cantrip, correct? Yes.
Yes. Okay, then I'm going to use a sorcery point to quicken spell and shoot him again. For sadly only 2 points of fire damage that time.
Whoops.
I mean, I'm okay if it kills it.
What was the total? 7, 9. It's got 4. It comes back alive as you slam into it. Sorcerer's Burst bursts around it. Creature drops, but only to get momentum to slither in your direction. It is badly injured, though.
I'm going to use my movement to move a little bit further back this way, just so I'm further away from the snake, and then that's going to end my turn.
All right, it is the fluffy sea hag, beautiful woman's turn. Is Dag looking? Caesar? Actually,
I think Dag is still convinced that he's invisible.
okay. I'm gonna roll a d10 anyways. No, I'm gonna roll a d4. And we'll go left to right. Guildenstern. The beautiful woman glares at you before the illusion fades. And what you see is a grotesque visage. I would like to ask you for a DC 11 wisdom saving throw. As she stares at you, her eyes glow a little bit red, and you feel this emptiness in the pit of your stomach, and your head gets a little bit woozy, nauseating. You feel like you're going to almost instantly faint, but you shrug off this effect. She can no longer use that ability for the rest of the combat. I think she's going to move back since you guys aren't very much fun.
We are loads of fun.
TPP tree.
Discriminate against the fluffy.
Did the snake died, right?
It is still alive. Did I make it invisible? Yeah, it's still alive, barely hanging on.
I am going to the tips of both of my hands, my fingers glow bright white for a split second, and I am going to cast Bless on the Captain, Mouse, and Caesar.
Nice. What does it look like when you bless them?
After my fingers glow bright for a split second, these little wispy motes shoot out and just kind of encircle each person that it targets, starting from their head and wraps around them, going down to their feet, and then just kind of disperses with a little flash.
Nice. Any bonus action and or movement?
I think I will hold my ground, and then my fly is going to zoom over to the Sahagin, the good-looking one.
Nice.
And provide a help action.
Any movement, anything else?
No, stay put.
Did the help action change in 2024?
Let me check. I think it's the same. You can assist with a ability check or assist with an attack roll.
Or administer first aid. Is that right?
The first aid is nice.
They'll just spit on you and coagulate your wounds.
Let's see the first aid. Like, click on it, but it doesn't mean that D&D Beyond's not right.
That could have changed. Okay. It is preparing the help action. Help another creature's ability check or attack roll.
To be clear, you're not helping the Sahagin, right?
It's if you attack him. Essentially, the fly provides a distraction while you attack him to give you the help action.
I think this Sahagin, as it runs across the ladders that have been here for boarding, it jumps down and it sees a meaty morsel crouching behind the railing.
So in.
And it is going to attempt to first bite you.
Oh, gosh.
Here we go.
I think that hits.
Well, it hits, but it's only 3 points of piercing damage. Lucky it wasn't on the spear. And then it'll take its second attack with its spear. And that's a natural one.
Hey.
I think what you see is it come running across, and you know it has good balance. Or it looks awkward as it goes across this ladder, and as it jumps down, it lands right there and bites into Dag's shoulder, a serious wound, but I think Dag's leather protects him a little bit. And then as it tries to slam down, Dag shifts to the side and the spear hits into the wooden deck and the just wooden chips fly. That is its turn. This next creature will come across. I get disadvantage as I run up.
Becoming a Lecco just redeemed disadvantage.
All right. So this creature has disadvantage to attack. Let me see. Is it going to attack TPP tree or Caesar? It's going to attack Caesar at disadvantage. With its spear. That's a 7 that misses.
Just misses.
And then it attempts to bite you. And that is a 10 that also misses. Guildenstern, it is your turn.
Okay. Bonus action, I will inspire Dag. Tell him, you got this. Then I will throw a Starry Wisp at the snake.
A 20 will easily hit the snake. This time, the creature drops, unable to slither its way. Perhaps it shouldn't have stayed that long in the crow's nest upon your approach, but you defeat the snake. Its bile and venom drips from its mouth as it lays there on the deck of the ship. I think the rocking of the ship as it drops off into the water.
And then I will beat a tactical retreat towards the back of the ship.
Sorry about that, Caesar.
It's like, oh no, Caesar's been deleted.
I know. I had you selected first, or selected and then burnt. Of course.
You know,
It's your turn.
Caesar's pretty sure he knows who the problem is. So he's going to take his chances with this obviously incompetent Sahagwin. And he's going to go ahead and try to run past it. He'll go 5, 10, 15, 20.
It will
25, 30, yeah.
use its reaction
Who?
against you as you run away.
The stab?
The Sahaugen.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, the staff?
Great. Holy gosh. Okay.
Oh,
So it does,
Mis-
for whatever reason,
mistakes are
doubles the. So that's 7 damage. I need to fix why it's getting double. I think it's adding the versatile and non-versatile. 7 total damage to you.
Oh, okay. That 17 was mighty scary. That hurts. He should not have underestimated this proud creature. But he's going to continue hobbling his way across that plank. But before he does that, he needs to make a DC 10 con saving throw. She just succeeds.
Nice.
And then he would like to use his action to once again shoot arrow at Scary Lady. Shouldn't be that hard. Huh.
That easily
Not
hits.
like Scary Lady. For 7 piercing and 1 force damage.
Nice.
And he will, you know what? He has it. So he will go ahead and use his bonus action to second wind and get some of those hit points back. For healing for Caesar. Cool. And that's his turn.
What does Dag do this turn?
Yeah, being caught by surprise and not realizing he wasn't hidden, he will go ahead and retaliate with some double dagger strikes. Well, let's try to hit once first.
You should have advantage on your first attack. With the fly.
That's the one that the fly is on. Okay, let's try again. Does a 20 hit?
Yes, 20 hits.
Okay.
For 13.
And, yes, for 13.
Yeah, we'll just use the highest roll, attack roll, it's damage. If we
Perfect.
do that.
Then
You have Nick.
he does have Nick, so he will go ahead and offhand attack, which he doesn't have here. But we can do math on our own if necessary. It is not necessary.
Not
I believe
necessary.
a 9 will miss. And he will go ahead and step in between his good friend and the bad guy. Not that does much, but he will try to step in between. And he will end his turn there, I think. Yeah, it's end the turn.
Mouse.
Hi, can Mouse see the hag from where she's at? I only ask because you said the railing was 4 feet, and Mouse is not 4 feet.
Yeah, you can see it's more narrative to use abilities, etc.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna have her try to attack with Sorcerer's Burst again against the hag. Oh, even with advantage.
Unfortunately, that misses. Perhaps, you're on your tippy toes trying to look over Dag and the other
You do
creature.
have Bless also, if that matters.
How much is Bless? D4?
D4.
It was only a 1.
Unfortunately, still misses.
After failing, she's going to encourage Dag. Go ahead, go stab him, do your thing. I'm just gonna end my turn.
All right. She can't move very far. 15, 20. She's still slowed, correct? Because you shot her again with your bow?
She is still slowed, correct.
Yeah. And baned. But I think she's gonna dodge and end her turn. TPP tree. Can I get a DC 11 wisdom saving throw?
Sure.
With disadvantage. Excuse me. That is an 11. You succeed and are immune to the horrific appearance of the hag for the next day. It is your go. What would you like to do?
Briefly glancing over at the hag and seeing her grotesque appearance, she just kind of blinks, shakes it off a little bit, looks at the immediate threat next to him, and pulls out a net and is going to attempt to net this Sahagin.
All right. That is a strength or dex save of 8 plus your modifier plus your proficiency bonus. Was that
DC
12 or
12.
13? 12. All right. He's going to attempt a DC 13. Fails. What is the effect?
He is... I guess restrained? Yeah, restrained until it escapes.
Nice. Bonus action movement.
I will move. Trying to block this guy from getting to mouse. And then my fly is going to zoom over to the hag and provide assistance. I will
Mouse
end my
feels
turn.
the love.
This creature's speed is 0 and can't increase even if he gets out. Disadvantage on dex saves and attack rolls have advantage, and its attack rolls have disadvantage. But I still think he's going to try to escape. Is escaping the same save?
Strength save. I posted it in UTT. It's just
To
straight.
escape the target, creature within 5 feet must make an action. Blah, 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 blah. I can destroy the net. Make a DC 10 athletics check. Okay, let's see if he can get out of this thing. And fails. That's its action. Doesn't have a bonus action and it can't move. All right. I think it's going to attempt to seeing the I think it's going to attempt to spear Dag. And the 7 that misses, and it'll attempt to bite Dag for 4 piercing damage to Dag.
That'll hit. Yeah.
Attack action not going to move anywhere. Guildenstern, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm going to throw some dissonant whispers at the hag. So requires a wisdom saving throw of a DC with a DC of 13. Minus a D4.
That is a 17 minus D4. So that's a 13.
Which is the DC. So it takes half damage.
5 points of damage. And the creature's bloodied. Bonus action or movement?
I'm gonna move up on the deck there.
Nice. A familiar spot for you. Caesar, give me a DC 11 wisdom saving throw.
Don't worry, guys. Caesar is great at these. I don't think Bless is going to help with that.
No. I don't think so. Seeing this grotesque creature, who was once a beautiful woman, perhaps that's why you crossed the ladder. But now you are afraid or frightened. You have a frightened condition. And it is you have frightened conditions. You can repeat it at the end of your turn. It's with a disadvantage if it's within line of sight. And at the end of your turn, you can, end of your next turn, you can make a save to try to get rid of the effect. But it doesn't say anything about not being able to move toward it. So what would you like to do?
Oh, so now I can still move towards it?
Yep, it doesn't say anything about not being able to move towards it.
All right. Well, I guess in fear and shock, his instinct is to kill what's scaring him, as opposed to run. So he shall move towards it. And he has.
Condition is. While your frightened condition following the effects, you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls. Well, the source of fear within line of sight. Oh, you can't approach. It says you can't willing. It's part of the condition. Now.
Lies.
Flat.
Lies.
Yeah, part of the condition,
and
as opposed to what used to be spelled out in the stat block.
Yep, took a step, realized that she was just going to get more clear the closer I got, and decided we're going to stick to bow range. We're going to give this a shot at disadvantage.
You do have the help action from the fly as well, so should be a straight attack.
We'll give this a shot at a straight roll. $14.
14 just hits.
Just hits her. The worst piercing damage. Is that even possible? Okay, yeah, if I roll a 1. And 3 piercing and 2 force damage. We're doing it, Peter. And he will move a little bit further away, hoping that he'll be less feared if he can't see her as well. And he will end his turn there.
Is that 5 damage to the creature you did?
That was 5 total damage to the creature that I did.
Thank you. Mouse, it is your turn.
Did Dad get deleted this time?
He did.
What?
Hey, I don't mind. I don't have to play 2 characters.
He definitely did.
I just remember always having to be prepared after Caesar finished. He also moved.
Yes, he did.
Who's being controlled by AI?
Sneaky.
Yeah, the DM.
Deck.
All right, Dag. Give it your best shot.
All right. I think Dag was still in melee with this guy. But
He was.
Yeah. So he shall go ahead and try to give it the good old 1-2 with dagger attack. 14.
Yep, that's their armor. 12 is their armor class.
Hey, okay, so that's should be 7 total damage with the first dagger and second dagger. 12. So it should be 4 additional damage.
Which is bloodied.
Creature is bloodied. And he still has a bonus action, but I don't think he will do anything with it here. So, cool. That is his turn.
Mouse, it is your go.
A little hand appears between Dag and TP as she tries to cast another Sorcerer's Burst at the hag.
Are you within 30 feet of the hag? Let me see. Nope, it's just out of range.
Sorcerer's Burst is 120 feet.
Yep, she was going to scare you, but you're just out of range.
Oh, you can't scare a halfling. We're brave.
Yep. All right, make your attack. She's dodging. So if you have advantage,
Oh,
it's
I
straight
rolled with
roll.
advantage. My bad.
It's okay. We'll just pick the first one.
They suck anyway, although I don't know what the third thing that rolled was.
Halfling luck.
Oh, did I roll a 1 somewhere?
Yep.
Very much did. Yeah.
But that is a
Ah.
12, which unfortunately misses.
I am going to use another...
TP
Quicken
turns
spell?
around and says, "You're blessed."
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm blessed. Thank you. Rolling the d4, it's a 1. It's always a 1.
Barely misses the hag.
Okay, sorry, I'm a noob. I'm going to use a sorcery point to cast that spell again. To clarify, I'm using quickening spell.
Yep.
Does a nat 20 hit?
Yes, a nat 20 hits. How much can you do?
It's 8, but if I roll a 8, I get to roll again.
Near death.
Yeah, take that. And then I'm going to continue. She's going to thank TP for the bless spell, and then she's going to go back to encouraging Dag to don't let it bite you. Stab the thing. Stab it. Stab it.
Did she take 12 total damage there?
Say that one more time.
Did she take 12 total fire damage there?
No, it was it shows 4.
Yeah, that was just for the roll, but she crit.
Oh, I did crit. Yeah.
So what happens when it crits on a Sorcerer's Burst?
Oh, well,
have
I guess
no
if we're
idea.
not doing
You tell
perfect,
me.
then she just has to roll again.
Yeah, roll me another d8. You could kill it.
Okay. Can do. Oh, it's just a 1. Sadness. Every little bit counts, though.
Yep, we'll take one more.
Is she still slowed? Did you hit her with your bow?
I did hit her with my bow.
Bro, you're getting on my nerve. Oh, but she can get up there.
No.
She's going to glare at you and then rake her claws across your chest.
What does the glare require of me?
Nothing.
No, just free glares. Got it.
Yeah.
That's
So that's a 6.
he liked it.
TP.
Look over at the one I just netted. Looks like he's under control. Not sure what Caesar's doing. I am going to stand my ground and be a meat shield and cast Blade Ward on myself.
All right. Any bonus action?
Oh wait, no, I'm not going to cast Blade Ward.
Is it concentration?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna try and shove this guy off the boat.
Nice. Shoving somebody in 2024 is almost the same, except for it's a flat check. Target must succeed on a dex or strength saving throw. DC is 8 plus your strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus.
That's gonna be a 9 DC.
All right.
Not very strong.
But still strong enough.
I just kind of like do a little rush at him and shoulder check him off the boat.
Yeah, and it goes, seeing that it's still at the very edge of this ladder, you shoulder check him and its web feet get caught between the rungs of the ladder as it trips and falls, splashing into the water.
My fly is still around the hag, or was closer to the hag, so the fly will kind of just go back up to the hag, buzz around, trying to assist with some distraction. I will end my turn at the spot.
This guy will attempt to get out again, and he succeeds. Is no longer restrained, but he has a speed of 0. That's his action. He has no bonus action. I think this guy... Guildenstern.
I'm going to move up, and then I am going to viciously mock the hag for her inability to scare us, mostly.
All right.
So wisdom save of 13, minus a d4.
That is a 12 minus a d4, a 9.
Yeah, so she fails.
3 damage?
5 damage.
5 damage. Near death.
Oh, look at that. Look at that
Deep
health bar.
red.
Captain, should we take her alive?
No! It's a hag. Kill it.
Are you sure? She might know something.
No, kill it. Too dangerous.
Caesar, what would you like to do?
This is a little too close for comfort. I think he stows the bow and pulls out the hand axe
Mm-hmm.
and takes a straight swing at it because of the fly.
Yes.
Captain said kill it. What did... Captain says kill it, so Caesar closes his eyes and swings down for 5 slashing damage.
Caesar, how do you kill your most fearsome foe?
Yeah. Caesar just closes his eyes and screams in a very not girly way, definitely manly, as he swings down the hand axe and lodges it into her skull.
I have something to say. Caesar, as the sea hag's body crumples to the ground, her withered hand releases its tight grip on something small, dark, What you see is a shard of black coral, unlike anything you've seen before. It pulses faintly with a dark energy. Same sinister glow as the symbols carved into the runes. They twist and coil across the surface of the coral, almost as if they're alive, radiating an ancient and foreboding power. The air around the shard feels heavy.
Well, I know somebody who's going to want to deface this piece of coral, so I shall pick it up.
All right.
To take to my friend later.
As you pick it up, it feels heavy. And there's like this sense of foreboding that it's something far darker connected to the depths of the ocean. Does that end your turn?
That I can move now, so I think I will try to... There's nothing else on this ship that I see?
Nothing else on this ship that you see.
You know what? Actually, it does end my turn. I don't need to move. I'll be fine here.
What does Dag do?
Yes. Dag will sneak around his buddy TP Petrie and throw himself a dart.
That easily
6
hits.
piercing.
Barely injured.
And he will use the rest of his movement to run up and offhand dagger attack at advantage since the dart hit with Vex.
Or 9 damage since you get sneak attack?
It
Or
would
is it
be 6 damage.
6? Yeah.
Yep.
It is injured.
And it is injured, and that will be his turn.
Mouse.
Mouse is gonna run around TP and try to cast a spell on the fishy guy. Uh, 16 to hit.
That's a successful attack.
For 4 fire damage.
4 fire damage.
And then I'm going to end my turn.
TP Petrie.
I would like to attempt maybe an improvised usage of the net that it just escaped from. Try and maybe like pull the net at its feet and make it fall prone.
Sure. I will do another strength save for that. DC is 12. That is a natural 20.
A yank at the net and it just slips past his webbed feet.
Yeah, but you got your net.
So you're a slippery one. My fly will make its way back. It has 60 feet of movement, so it'll zoom over to the Sahagin and provide the help action.
All right. Bonus action and movement.
I'll stay put, no bonus.
Okay. This creature, seeing Dag bleeding, tries to bite at the area that is bleeding. He will do so with advantage because it has blood frenzy that I didn't realize until now. That is another natural 20. Or that's 7 piercing damage to Dag. And it'll attempt to spear Dag with a 21 to hit for 4 piercing damage. So that is a total of 7, 4, 11 damage. Dag is near death. And this other guy disappears beneath the waves.
Yep,
Hilden's
Dag
turn.
only had 9. Dag is down. Yeah.
Dag is unconscious, bleeding out.
Okay, I'll run up to him and lay my hands on him and cast Cure Wounds.
For 8 healing.
Hey.
Dag is prone, but conscious. Caesar.
Seeing my party still struggling with this last Sahagween, he will bonus action move his hunter's mark to this target, and then sheath the hand axe, unsheath the bow. Has anybody used the help action yet, Wanda?
Yeah, the fly is over there.
Okay.
You can use that.
I will go ahead and take that shot at advantage then. Great.
Still hits.
Still hits. Let's go. Oh, that's big 4 piercing damage and 6 force. 10 total.
Yeah.
10 total.
Nice.
Creature's near death.
And yeah, that'll end his turn.
And now it is Dag's turn. Dag is lying on the ground, bleeding from multiple bite wounds.
Dag will stand up. And you know what? Feeling real inspired from his captain, I think it's time for him to try to finish this. Gonna try to plunge the dagger into the Sahagween. That's 7.
How does Dag defeat his most fearsome foe?
Yeah, the key's just playing dead for a bit, and as soon as the Sahagween tries to turn its attention to one of his crewmates, he just jumps up and plunges the dagger deep into its bowels. Slices it across, turns around, just like gutting a fish.
Nice. And we will drop out of combat. Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll be right back.
Through the storm and midnight's cry, cursed winds beneath the sky, maps of old with riddles deep, secrets buried where shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam, echoes drift from lands unseen, golden plunder in our sights, sailing through the endless nights. hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirates' souls will never be slaves. Bones beneath the ocean's floor. Tales of riches, blood and lore. Ghosts of captains long since gone. Guide us now to sail at dawn. Lanterns glow in misty haze. Through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea to claim the treasure's destiny. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel. Chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirates' souls Stars above in silver gleam, echoes drift from lands unseen, golden plunder in our sights, sailing through the endless nights. Hoist the sails and quit the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves, pirates' souls will never be slaves. Bones beneath the ocean's floor, tales of riches, blood and lore, ghosts of captains long since gone, guide us now to sail at dawn. Lanterns glow in misty haze, through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea to claim the treasures, destiny. Hoist the sails and quit the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves, pirates' souls will never be slaves. Pirates' souls will never be slaves. Through the storm and midnight's cry, cursed of winds beneath the sky, maps of old with riddles deep, secrets buried where shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam, echoes drift from lands unseen, golden plunder in our sights, sailing through the endless night. Hoist the sails and quit the wheel, chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves, pirates' souls will never be slaves.
All right, welcome back from break. The party has defeated the Haugen, the Sea Hag, and a giant poisonous snake. They find themselves on the deck of their ship. What happens now?
Is
Well,
everyone
now
okay?
we claim our new ship.
I would like to search for survivors. There should be
That-
some fishermen or something, right, on this
that-
boat?
That too.
Yes, there are fishermen likely in the hold somewhere, but as you start to look around, your eyes are drawn to strange symbols carved deeply into the worn wood of the hull. The carvings twist and coil, resembling serpentine shapes that slither along the surface. A faint, dark energy pulses from them, casting an eerie glow that flickers in the dim light. And the air around the symbols feel heavy, as if the wood itself hums with an ancient power. These marks are not random. They seem deliberate, part of some dark ritual. And it sends a shiver down your spine. Whatever purpose they serve, it is clear that the symbols are tied to something far more sinister. The piece of coral that you found, I just put it in chat for you, Jay, since, you know.
I do see that, yeah.
Yes. Has symbols on it as well.
That's a mighty scary hand that's holding it as well. Okay. Yeah. I was on my way to showing it to Mouse, but it looks like Mouse wants to leave, so maybe I'll go back to the crew first.
No, Mouse was
So-
gonna look for the runes on the parts of the ship and try to cast mend to make them go away.
Similar to the rock, they do not mend.
Yeah. She's
But
over there just trying to like scratch it out now.
But where would you like to search? They have the captain's quarters, which is typically at the top deck, located in the forecastle, or not forecastle, forecastle, no, the aft castle, or whatever they call it.
Can Caesar see into the hold from through this grate?
Yeah, and give me a perception check.
Seven.
It's dark and the light is not very good outside. It's early in the morning. What you do not necessarily see, but the stench of human waste rises up from this area and it makes your eyes water.
Captain down there makes my eyes burn.
Well, still gotta search it.
Right. I know ships. I should be able to find my way down into the hold, right?
Yes. You can go back
Yes.
into the aft castle and head down. As you go in, there is
Follow
another
you down.
door there. It's closed. It has dark wood. Clearly the captain's quarters.
Oh. Well, no point in not investigating the whole ship. Let's see what's inside these captain's quarters.
As you crack open the captain's quarters, it's disheveled. There are clothes and tables turned over, clothes are strewn about. But what does catch your eye is a dusty tome tucked away on a shelf. Shelf is something that has not been knocked over, likely built into the hull of the ship. This dusty tome sits in the corner. Light filters through the aft of the ship from the small window, highlighting the dust in the room. The pages are old and yellowed with age.
Yeah, flip it open, is it some sort of like logbook or is it actual tome?
As you crack it open, it reveals intricate illustrations and faded text. Scanning briefly through it, you discover a passage describing a powerful artifact, an object said to hold the ability to control the sea. Lost to time long ago, submerged in the mysteries of the ocean. Rumors suggest it was hidden on an island far out to sea, where only the brave or foolish dare to venture. It talks about ancient rituals and hints at the location of lost islands, though much of it is written in cryptic symbols and fragmented stories. As you look further, you feel like a shift in the air, almost a sense of urgency, as if the entire sea just let a large breath out as it exhaled. That's basically what is in the tome. If you would like to do some further searching around, you can give me a perception check.
We would like to do further searching around. Looks like Bondo is with me. Is there a way that I can give him a help action to search? If
Sure,
I'm
you
also proficient.
Proficient
In perception, yes.
Yes. Yes, you can if you'd like to.
Mouse moved down to help, but then she saw another rune, and now she's over at the wall with her dagger trying to pick at it.
Oh, Mouse, here's an evil one. Careful, it's heavy. And Caesar will drop a rock into your hands, or a coral rock, as then turn around to help Bondo.
I will cast a light cantrip and illuminate the area, and then just kind of rummage through everything.
Give me a perception check, please.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice. All right, where are we at? What do you have?
It's okay.
Give us all your secrets, but
Give me one moment.
interesting, Bondo. You are not proficient in perception, huh?
No.
I see now. Okay.
Tell us your Vecna secrets.
Oh, I found a hand. Oh, and there's an eye.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and click that macro in the chat window there, Bondo.
What? More sandals?
Yep, more
Ooh,
sand.
a 20. Oh, that's pretty sweet.
Go ahead and enter that into the journal under Lost Isles of Etheria. There is a journal called Lost Isles Party Log with a page called Loot.
Very cool.
But you search around, you are looking through this place, and you pop open what looks like a strong box that has been, the lock has been torn away in some manner. There's some barnacles growing from it. You flip it open, and inside sits this necklace. And upon the necklace, there's a pendant that looks like a lightning bolt. Perhaps this is an icon or a holy symbol of the god of storms.
I pick it up. I just kind of hold on to it for now.
Guildenstern, Mouse, what are you two doing?
Mouse is over in the corner complaining about Zal-Cathar and all these runes, and she's still trying to ruin them as best she can. Mend won't work, so now she's using her dagger to pick at the edges to like mess them up.
How about you, Guildenstern?
I'm gonna search. Is there somewhere else in the ship I can search?
Yeah, if you want to go down to the cargo hold, you can go in. There's stairs or ladders that lead down from just outside the captain's quarters. These guys were going in, and then they saw that, and then they went down, or they went through into the captain's quarters. And as you go down, what do you see?
Yeah, I'll go down, search around.
Can Mouse follow the captain since she can't deface anything?
Yep, absolutely. All right, so as the two of you descend into the lower deck, the air grows thick with the scent of salt water and rotting wood. Dim light reveals a makeshift brig, and its rusty iron bars are poorly reinforced. Where the kidnapped fishermen sit huddled together, the stench of human waste almost makes you gag. Their faces are pale, etched with fear and exhaustion, but they're alive. And as you approach, relief flickers in their eyes. Give me an insight check, the two of you. Pretty good. There is tension amongst this group for one reason or another. What happens now?
I assume the doors are locked.
Yeah, the door's still locked. Rusty old lock, but it doesn't look like they're attempting to get out. Where would they go in the middle of the ocean?
Can we look around to see if there's a key somewhere nearby?
Sure. Give me a perception check. I'm not going to make you roll. Yeah, it's back as you turn around and look back towards the way you've gone. It's hanging out of reach, just next to the frame of, not the door frame. There's no door in it. It's just the frame wood where one of the load-bearing beams goes across that you use as an entranceway. It's hanging there on an old rusty nail.
Yep, and there's a key back there. And then she'll turn back to the fisherman. You lads ready to go home?
One of the fishermen, his older man, his face weathered, kind of steps forward and his voice is trembling, but seems urgent to say something. He says, "Thank you for coming. But before you let us out, there's something you need to know." The others exchange glances in the cage. As the man continues, his gaze shifts towards another young fisherman sitting apart from the rest, his head bowed low, elbows on his knees and his head resting on his arms. "We found a traitor among us," the old man says, his voice lowered to a whisper. "He's been working with the pirates. They took us because of him." The young fisherman kind of slowly raises his head up, his expression turning from guilt to something darker. He pulls his sleeve back to reveal a twisted mark burned into his forearm. Give me a religion and/or arcana check.
That ruins own flesh. I know I can erase that one.
Yeah, it's like, there's one you can get rid of. Well, maybe we'll just let you guys out and we'll leave the traitor in there.
We should take him back.
It's the same
see, I'm
symbol.
I'm sort of thinking that we're going to take the whole boat if we can. especially since we have, and I point at the prisoners, a whole crew.
I don't
To
think we
sail
should
it.
take this boat. It's full of runes for Zalkathir. I don't think it would be wise.
They can be cut out, can be, remodeled. The rest of the ship's
I have
fine.
spent so much time trying to get rid of them. What do you mean they can be cut out?
I mean, it's just wood. You just saw the wood and, throw the wood over and replace the wood.
What did we learn from that Arcana check? I'm sorry.
It is very similar to the rune from that you saw by the abandoned camp with the serpent coiling around a dagger. It is burnt into his arm. Magical in some way, shape, or form. No, the air is thick with tension as the other prisoners glare at this traitor, and he's like, "I don't understand. They need my help to find something. An artifact hidden in Seabridge somewhere. I didn't have a choice. They threatened to kill me. Kill my family. They said they'd burn Seabridge to the ground if I didn't help them. We did it to survive. And to protect my family." His eyes dart back and forth to the other fishermen who just stand there silently, stoically. Their faces a mixture of anger and disbelief. Another fisherman steps forward, older than the first. "We've all been through hell. None of us betrayed our people." He looks back to the two of you. He needs to answer for what he's done. Can't let him go. Maybe we take him back to Seabridge, or let the mayor of the town decide his fate, or the two of you to decide his fate. It's not for us to judge here. And the rest of the seamen kind of murmur in agreement, and their eyes they lock onto this traitor, who seems trembling with fear. And the weight of this decision hangs in the air. What do you guys want to do?
Well, I think we take him back then, if those are the choices.
Mouse lets out a sigh of relief. Good. Can I burn the rune off his arm?
Can you do it without killing him?
Maybe with a little help.
That
It's
does not
just
sound
his arm.
encouraging.
It's just it's fine.
Mhm.
When you were looking at it, it looks like a brand of some kind. It's not just a temporary tattoo or a pill and stick sticker. It's
I can't
puffy.
burn the flesh around it to ruin it.
It's puffy and blistered.
You do it wrong, it gets infected, he dies. It's
Already
it could become a whole thing.
Should we just take the arm?
You just want to cut off his whole arm.
No, we should take him back to the town. Just really don't like that room.
I'm getting that, yeah. All right, fine. We'll take him with us. Can some of you guys take control of him? Well,
No,
is there
older men.
anything around we can bind his hands and feet with?
Yeah, there's plenty of rope and spare rigging that exists here in the ship, particularly in this cargo hold. This makeshift brig looked like hastily constructed at some point, but still difficult for somebody to get out. And I mean, the sea is as good a prison as any. Where would they go? They dive into the ocean and just drown eventually, particularly with the dark forces and creatures that have been seen under the water. And two of the men take the younger person, this traitor, and he's mumbling something under his breath, or at least to the two guys. You can kind of make something out, and he's saying something about more to it than just pirate raids. Something worse. We're searching for something ancient connected to a sea god. I don't know much about them, but the pirates, they're desperate to find it. They believe it has power to control the ocean itself. He pauses. His eyes go wide as if recalling something terrible. You don't get it. The pirates are just the beginning. There are far more dangerous forces at play. The cult of the deep. They're not after treasure or plunder. They're after power. The kind that can change the tides of the world. I overheard them whispering out something. Summoning something from the deep. Something that should stay buried. I don't know what they're planning. More than just pirates. As they drag him out and up the stairs to the top deck, you find yourself, two of you, standing in the cargo hold as the fishermen, worn and weary, tired from their trip, make their way out of the brig.
So it's a cult of Zolcathar. They're probably trying to summon him. Would the artifact be the Tidekeepers? Why would Seabridge have an artifact of the Tidekeeper there?
Well, stuff gets lost. But it's not today's concern. Today's concern is get these guys and get out of here.
I agree. Let's get off this boat.
Well, if we're not going to take this very sweet ride, we can at least try to scuttle it while we're here.
I agree. Let's sink it back to the ocean.
Right, we'll just go back down below the waterline, hack some holes in the hull, and get out. But get everybody on the other ship first.
Takes a little while. The fishermen, eager not to be on this boat any longer, for whatever dark powers that would be being wielded by the hag, what they've gone through, kind of haunt the look in their eyes as they make their way back up and onto the deck and across the rigging. The ship's much closer now than they were during the battle, and your crew has tied the boats together to allow for easy passage from one ship to the next. They debark from one ship and embark onto the next. Caesar, TP, what are you two doing?
Let's say after searching the cabin, we kind of come out and I see all the prisoners being escorted to the ship. So, oh, you found the townsfolk.
We did.
Great. Did you find anything else?
No, not really. Of course, we weren't really looking for anything else.
I mean,
I
we found
managed
the
to find
people.
a strange amulet of the gods, and I'll pull it out and I will toss it to Guildenstern.
You see what looks like a silver pendant on a long silver chain. The pendant is in the shape of a lightning bolt, reminiscent of the holy symbol of the god of storms.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, the thunderous wrath. We might need his help.
Fine. Do you want this back, or am I keeping it, or what's the deal here?
It seems like something a captain should wear.
Yeah, thank you then. Oh, well, I'll drop it in my pocket. Look at it later.
Okay.
They said that one of the fishermen betrayed them. He claimed his family was endangered, and he was only doing it to protect them. But he has that same rune carved onto his arm. So
You burn it off.
he kept rambling about a cult.
Interesting.
So I think they're a cult of Zalcathair. I think whatever they're doing is why the Tidekeeper's missing. And from the way he talked, there's an artifact of the goddess in Seabridge, of all places. And that's what they're looking for. If that's the case, the town is definitely in danger.
Well, like I said, best we focus on getting out of here.
DM, is this? I think the front of the ship over here. Is this a separate hold, or is this the same as in the center?
Where are you pinging?
These crates.
Yeah, they're. It's not a separate hold. It's
Same. Okay.
another area. Yeah, they lower it down, and then the middle is typically to lower it down into the cargo hold. The other things, foodstuffs, sails, extra riggings, stuff that they need to get relatively quickly or put in this area.
Is this some sort of trap door? Is this leading to the same spot?
No, it doesn't lead to the same spot.
Oh, well, I think Caesar will go continue investigating before we abandon this ship or burn it or scuttle it or whatever we're doing. I don't know if this is the proper way to do it, but I will go check out what's happening in here.
As you go to reach for the ring on that hatch, it looks like it's been affected by crustaceans, vibrant and colorful, cling to the metal of this hatch's handle. Almost hear them singing. Do you want to open it?
I do.
You pull. Give me an athletics check.
Sure thing. Athletics. Yeah.
That is a 15. It struggles against your pull, but eventually it gives way as the barnacles crack and break away. The dark smell of the sea rushes out from this little hidey hole. Wooden ladder leads down, covered in seaweed. You hear the sound of almost the same sound you heard when you went into the pirate's den, as if waves are coming in at low tide, trying to force their way into this area that's emanating from below.
Hey, Captain, I found a weird area up here. I'm gonna go down and check it out.
Define weird.
It feels like the ocean is inside the boat, kind of like the cave we saw earlier.
Yeah, carry on.
I have a partner. We shall go down and check it out.
Make your way down this. The best I can describe it as a ladder leading into the sea itself, covered in barnacles and seaweed. It's dark. Either of you have dark vision?
Let's have dark vision.
That's gonna be a no.
Dag. I'm sure inside my inventory I have some sort of way to produce light.
Fine, I'll go with you, and I'll cast light on a dagger.
Thanks, Captain.
As you illuminate the room, towards the front of the ship is a mural painted that looks like a yawning cave, as if you were inside the ship looking out to the ocean. And laying in front of this mural is the semblance of a man. He's nude, but his skin is blackened and blue. His breath coming in raspy inhales.
Oh, Tidekeeper, he's alive?
That's not part of the mural. Do you think they were transforming this one? This is how they do it?
Caesar,
Captain,
go check him. Go check. The mouse is gonna move behind Caesar and just push at his leg. Go check him.
I mean, it's alive. Caesar will kneel down near it. Can you speak?
Something gurgles from his mouth. His head down, kind of in between his arms. He's laying, not sitting or reclined, but almost laying on his side of his legs and on the stomach as his head is in his hands.
I don't know. Maybe TP can do something about it. If not, maybe we just put him out of his misery. Seems bad.
Do we know this man? Was he one of the ones who was abducted?
You can give me a perception check with disadvantage, or also history check if you want. Pretty good. Yeah, this is one of the fishermen. It's one of the younger boys. Relatively new to Seabridge. His story is very similar to Dag's. Those Dag's may have been 30 years ago. Very similar to Mouse's. He's got dark hair that's tinged green now. And as he looks back towards you, his bulbous eyes take in yours, and his breath comes exhaling out, and he says, "Kill me."
Sorry, did he say kill me?
I believe
He did.
so.
I heard.
Oh. Well, that's a simple Simple choice then. That's what he wants.
Mouse looks to Caesar.
Yeah, Caesar will take a dagger and go ahead and plunge it into his heart, or where his heart used to be. Hopefully it's still there.
As you plunge it in, you feel his body convulse, and where the dagger enters into his body, his skin cracks and rips as what you could only call semblance of a tadpole breaks from his skin, or from his broken skin onto the deck, and it convulses a couple times and then lies still.
That was growing inside of him. This is okay. No. Mouse is gonna walk out.
Seems like they're being turned with tadpoles, Captain.
Fine. Can we wrap him up in something, take him with us so we can at least bury him? Give him a burial at sea.
I will casually stomp on the tadpole just to make sure it's not playing dead, and then we'll respectfully bundle up this young man and take him back up the ladder.
Okay. Easy enough to do despite his slimy and gelatinous skin. You make your way back up to the top deck. I think my internet just bounced.
Can still hear you.
We can still hear you. So
Okay, cool.
Through the storm at midnight's cry, cursed.
reused.
I mean,
Every
if
ship
we
needs
have-
some work.
By a group of evil
Mhm.
people.
as long
All
as
the better reason
we
to
have
redeem it.
Exactly. If we have it,
The
no one
ship,
could do
the
visuals
ship
on it.
isn't evil. The people were evil.
There are runes carved into the ship that make it evil. We can't salvage it. It can't be done.
Well, not with that attitude.
Captain wants an upgrade.
Give me a couple weeks, Captain. I'm sure I can replace these floors.
See, now that's the attitude I'm looking for.
You're gonna get us all killed.
Let
Every
the
crew
ship-
I've ever had, it's always something. Help me, save me, you're gonna get us killed. Put me out, I'm on fire. It's always something.
Speaking of help, does anyone need healing?
Probably Dag.
The tag does look rough.
Dag seems to have been getting the worst of it the last few days.
There is a figurehead on the ship, and our ship doesn't have a figurehead, and that makes me jealous.
You are not helping.
But it's so cool.
I think that figurehead might cause our ship to sink.
We should put it in the back of our ship.
It's not our fault that the ship, it looks very cool. And it only gives slightly evil vibes. That coral I gave you is way worse.
We'll do something about the coral later. For now, can we sink this ship already? Captain said to scuttle the ship.
Well, if we're not taking it, I don't want anyone else to have it.
Mouse is gonna start casting Sorcerer's Burst and just setting things on the other ship on fire.
I think at this point, half of the fishermen are like staring bewildered at their tavern mouse as she starts to bit by bit destroy the ship with her magic.
Oh, yep, forgot those people were here.
Guess we gotta make them go down with the ship.
All right, back on the other ship.
Yeah, maybe get them on the other ship first.
You guys are delirious. You don't know what you're seeing. Go lay down.
Just whispers as they go back to preparing to cast off from the ship as you start to scuttle the ship using your magic strength and sheer force of will. The crew that brought you here. All right, Captain, we're ready. The boys are down below, safe.
Cut us free, move us away.
Jump off, let's go. You hear the call across the deck as your ship starts to go away. You see the flames on deck start to light the ship as it old and withered. I'm not quite sure where they got the ship from. You hear the creak and the crash of the mast as it falls in on itself as the ship slowly starts to sink below the water line. And as your ship pulls away, the men at the helm. All right, Captain, where to?
Home. He looks back forlornly at what could have been his cool new ship.
And as the sailors, some of them falling into step, who were just imprisoned just but hours ago, start pulling the lines, the ship sails crack in the storm, now dissipating as you guys start heading back through. The hours go by. The sea is calm. The wind at your back. Is there anything you want to do while you sail back to the ship or back to Seabridge?
I would like to sit down with Mouse and make sure that we take care of this little coral before she just starts trying to burn it or whatever she's doing.
As you approach, she's sitting at a table with the coral in front of her and a dagger.
How's that going for you?
I can't damage. Why can't we damage them? Why can't they be destroyed? What is this?
Powers that are beyond our understanding. Does it still seem as ominous and heavy as it did on the other boats?
No, not nearly as ominous or heavy. Perhaps what was drawing power, draws more power in proximity, but it certainly feels ominous and heavy. It's just not as pronounced as it was on the ship.
Just for confirmation, for Zalcathar, we know that he was an old deity-like figure, that he wasn't a god, but he was opposed to the Tidekeeper, correct?
That is correct. I think you know that, yes.
Was there ever a time when he was actively worshipped in any regard at all?
I imagine so. I mean, any being of power that can grant powers or otherwise always have some kind of worshipers. That's how they end up becoming either rising to demigod status or, could be a planar power of some kind.
Okay, so cults of this person have been around before.
Yes.
I just don't get it. A new cult of Zolkathir is rising up now? Why now? And is this why the Tidekeeper's missing? Are they rising up because she's missing, or is she missing because they're rising up? And why can't I destroy the runes?
Maybe they still have yet to fulfill their purpose. It seems that the power has waned, so maybe keeping that will let us know when the cult is thriving, or if we're winning.
I'd certainly rather we have it than they have. I'd feel better if we could destroy it.
Well, see what I can do with the hammer and anvil when we get back.
Sounds like a plan. Anything of Zolgathar's that we can destroy would be benefit. I mean, I'd rather we have it than they have it, but if we can get rid of it completely, that would make me feel better.
The real question is finding what they really want. It seems like they didn't get it, or at least we didn't find it in their spoils.
The one who had helped them said that there was an artifact to the goddess in Seabridge. So that's what they were looking for, which makes sense. When we went to the various camps, they were specifically searching through stuff, like they were looking for something. But where would an artifact be in Seabridge?
I think mobilizing the people to help us find it will be task number one.
How many people have they influenced to help them? If they've gotten one person, they've bound to have gotten at least more than one.
I mean, we could supervise, and if anybody seems like they're traitors, you can burn them. Unless you want to just search an entire city by ourselves.
Well, it's not exactly a secret. Everyone that we just rescued knows what the traitor knows.
Either way,
I
I
can't imagine there's an artifact of great power back home and no one knows about it. Do you think someone's hiding it?
No, I think they just don't know that it's there.
Yeah,
Or perhaps or maybe somebody has it and just doesn't know what it is.
My mouse is going to pick up the coral thing and put it back in her bag. All right. Maybe we should check on the fishermen, make sure they're okay.
I'm sure. I assume they would let us know if there's a problem.
EP, is there anything you're doing in this moment?
I would have been in the galley, just finishing up a meal for everyone, which
Nice.
consists of some warm cider, a bowl of seafood soup that tastes horrible. It's really, really salty. And I would
Fishermen
come
are
out with it and hand it to everyone.
they are upon it like hawks, or very hungry fishermen who haven't eaten in a couple of days at least. And they nod their appreciation, but there isn't much conversation, as most of the people are enjoying the first hot meal in a few days at least, however salty it might be. I think at this time, Mouse enters the galley, and the rest of the crew, whoever wants to come along.
Mouse would go and get herself a bowl, cast prestidigitation on it so it tastes a little bit better, and then sit down. She'd keep an eye on the crew to make sure everyone was eating and seemed okay.
They seem okay, although they're not saying much.
Prestidigitation was not on the menu, ma'am.
Well, what the cook don't know won't hurt him.
I think after everyone grabbed their food, I would probably wild shape into a constrictor snake and slither up to the mast.
You slither up to the mast. It's the late afternoon. Can I get a perception check?
I think I do that as a snake, right?
Your wisdom wouldn't change, so it's just whether you have advantage or not.
I'm sunbathing.
Yeah, you're sunbathing. I think the ship's rocking a little bit, and while the sun's peeking through the storm, it's still in the middle of the deep blue yonder. A couple hours go by before the sun starts to dip below the horizon. At this point, you likely have enough for 3 separate crews to pilot the ship. You could spend some time together before you turn in if you'd like. You guys tell me how the story goes.
Well, yeah, I just organized everyone into shifts, and everything seems smooth. Yeah, no reason not to. Put our feet up, relax a bit.
Mouse is going to spend a little time walking around trying to lie to people and convince them that they did not see her using magic.
I would like you to give me 3 separate deception rolls, or persuasion, or intimidation, whatever you think is appropriate. Maybe one of each.
We'll do one of each. That sounds good.
And so you're making your way. People are going from place to place.
Gradually worse as we go.
Yeah. How does this all shake out? That's 1 success with your persuasion, and a failure for deception and intimidation.
Persuasion. She walked up on a group of people and they were talking about it. And she was like, "No, that was a gun."
I've never seen a cannon do that. What do you mean gun? Like a flintlock pistol? Like the pirates frequently use?
It's similar to a cannon.
Oh, okay. Except for it like shoots pitch or something.
It does, yeah. It's something we found at one of the spots where we went to get the stuff back that had been stolen. It was something one of the pirates had had.
Hmm. Gotcha. And then I think your well, you tell me, does your story get more wildly outlandish?
As we go, yeah.
Yeah.
And the next one, she's like, it was a rare artifact that was from one of the gods. And the intimidation one is people just not believing her and her starting to just yell at people. It wasn't magic.
Yep. Nice. Caesar, is there anything you'd like to do as the night winds or the day winds down?
I think Caesar is trying to relax, but he's doing so in close proximity to the traitor because he doesn't want anyone to try to take justice into their own hands. So he's trying to just be a presence to make people not want to approach, hopefully.
Yeah, the ship is big enough to have a moderately sized captain's quarters with this very small first mate. It's a good size for a mouse, but other than that, did you put him in the cargo hold? Do you put him in somebody's room? Do you just set him on the deck and keep an eye on him?
Probably in the hold.
Okay.
I wouldn't want any creatures to be able to swim up and easily get a hold of him either. So not on the deck. But yeah, keeping a close eye on him just in case.
All right.
I think I'd probably take shifts with Dag.
And as the night winds down, the moon finally comes up the sky. The reflection off the water is one of the things you really love. Many of the fishermen love just the tranquility of the sea. As it looks like the storm is blowing itself out, and that moon is reflecting off the water as you hear the sails move and crack. But if there's no other items you'd like to cover, you guys can turn in for the night.
After a while, I would slither around the ship and then revert my form back in the galley. And before I head off to bed, I would fill a bowl full of good berries. About 20 of them.
Nice. Midnight snack. Easy enough for you to do. The crashing of the waves against the hull is that constant reminder of where you are and lulls you to sleep. Everybody can take a long rest. As you wake up the next morning, you hear somebody calling out early in the morning. You guys go see what that might be?
Yeah, immediately.
One of the guys in the crow's nest is pointing. He's got his hand over his brow against the morning sun, pointing in a direction. Yells out, "A wreck off the starboard bow. See it there." And he's pointing his arm in that direction. And what you see is the sight of floating debris in the churning wave amongst rocks. It's a massive half-submerged wreck. Its shattered hull unmistakable, as if the sea itself's trying to pull it down into the depths. Can I get a perception check from the group? Pretty good. That's really good from everybody. As you look in that direction, there is eerie blue lights flickering in the shadows below the wreck. They glow softly, casting an otherworldly glow that dances along the surface of the sea. And the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. But also, this is a ship from Seabridge. What do you do?
This is just sinking out in the middle of the ocean, or is there like shallows?
There's shallows. You see it broken against some rocks that are sitting. Some of the shoals are out in there off the starboard side bow. A large rock protrudes, but then there are other smaller rocks. You see what look like gulls landing on the wood that floats along. Some sea life, crabs perhaps crawl across the rocks.
How deep do the blue glow look like they are?
Very similar to the one that Caesar saw at the other shipwreck, maybe 10 to 15 feet, but it's really wide. So it's not in a specific area. It's very wide, almost as if it encompasses this entire rocky formation where the ship has crashed.
I'm sorry, does this look like a fresh wreck or an old one?
It looks like a fresh wreck.
Captain, should we check for survivors?
Sure, of course.
Your ship starts to turn to the starboard side. You pull up near these rocks, wary not to get too close, otherwise you'll end up like the shipwreck before. And what you see is we'll find out next time on the Lost Isles of Theria. That's going to end our session. Thanks for everybody for playing. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the subs. Thanks, J Swerve guy. Appreciate it. We'll be off this campaign for a couple weeks while we wait for the return of Dag as he finishes celebrating Ramadan. Thanks, Push. Appreciate it. We will see who we can raid. The party is close to level 3. We will see what happens in the next session. Thanks, everybody. We'll talk soon.
Thunder rolls across the tide, storm points secrets, shadows hide, echoes call from pirate kings, whispered tales on darkened wings, hidden coves where legends sleep, waves crash wild, the water's deep, maps of silver, signs of gold, paths that only fate can mold. Storm Point Isle where legends lie, pirate hearts and rebels cry. At the hideaway, truths decay, schemes arise to claim the day. Wooden planks and stories spun, fires glow but warmth is none. Rum flows fast and minds conspire, fanning flames of fierce desire. Underneath the moon's pale gleam lies a realm that haunts the dream. Secrets drift like sands in time, swept away in waves' cold rhyme. Storm Point Isle, where legends lie, pirate hearts and rebels cry. At the hideaway, truths decay, schemes arise to claim the day. Thunder rolls across the tide, Storm Point secrets, shadows hide. Echoes call from pirate kings, whispered tales on darkened wings. Hidden coves where legends sleep, waves crash wild, the water's deep. Maps of silver, signs of gold, paths that only fate can mold. Storm Point Isle, where legends lie, pirate hearts and rebels cry. At the hideaway, truths decay, schemes arise to claim the day. Wooden planks and stories spun, fires glow but warmth is none. Rum flows fast and minds conspire, fanning flames of fierce desire. Underneath the moon's pale gleam lies a realm that haunts the dream. Secrets drift like sands in time, swept away in waves' cold rhyme. Thunder rolls across the tide, Storm Point secret. Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails flow gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old, Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful. In the deep whispers cold. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Light on the waves, soft shimmer, silent sea. My heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful. In the deep whispers call. Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful. In the deep whispers cold. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Light on the waves, soft shiver, silent sea. My heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful. In the deep whispers call. Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful. In the deep whispers call. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. My Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful. In the deep whispers call. Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole. Ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful. In the deep whispers call. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Light on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Gentle sway rocks the whole ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful in the deep whispers call. Moonlight on the waves, soft shimmer. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway rocks the whole ocean song now alone. Dark horizon beautiful in the deep whispers call. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Light on the waves, soft shiver. Silent sea, my heart splinter. Wood creaks underfoot, whispers linger. Calm beauty makes me feel inner. Sails float gently in the breeze. Night sky stretches far and deep. Echoes of the past whisper peace. Ocean's depth holds secrets we keep. Whispers of the deep hold me. Ocean's breath sets me free. Silent stillness, endless sea. Pirates dream eternally. Stars above with stories old. Water's touch feels icy cold. Midnight tales in silence told. Mysteries in the moonlight unfold. Gentle sway.
Welcome back to the High Seas and the Lost Isles. Before we get started, we'll do some quick announcements. First, if you love battle maps, then head over to my Patreon Every map's got all the extras, seasonal, day, night, gridless, PNG, web, animation, foreground, background, everything but a cursed treasure map. And I'm working on that one. If you need an encounter, every map comes with 6 battle-tested scenarios, 2 for each tier up to tier 3. And I'll be dropping a weekly actual play encounter of the week based on our actual play here. Grab it, run it, and watch your players question their life choices. You can find all that at patreon.com/hollowedrpg. We are just over 150 followers. Next stop, 160. So I appreciate any follows that you may have or any references. Appreciate it. Founder badges. We still have a couple up for grabs. So show you have taste and style and a disregard for financial decisions and spend your gold before they're gone. And finally, we're looking for some players. Coming up, we have a few one-shots and or mini-series on the horizon. The next one is scheduled for this Friday. And if you think you or want to actually finish a one-shot in one session, like we did last time, then hit me up on Discord, Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, or wherever you might find me. Just look for Hallowed RPG, and that's where I'll be. So I think that's all. One last announcement. Happy birthday to Bondo's fur baby, Winnie the cat. Happy birthday, Winnie. It's such a cute picture in Discord. Happy birthday. Slept all day, but that's okay. All right. We ready? Here we go.
Ready or not?
Last time on Lost Isles, our heroes braved the heart of the storm, pursuing the cursed pirate vessel to rescue the kidnapped fishermen. After a hard-fought battle, they emerged victorious, only to uncover a deep betrayal, a warning of a traitor in their midst, and whispers of hidden artifact in Seabridge hinted that the raid had been more than just a simple attack. While searching for answers, Caesar discovered a crude ritual chamber where one of the missing fishermen was undergoing a horrific transformation, succumbing to the influence of the deep. With the remaining fishermen safely recovered, the crew set course for home, only to spot the wreckage of a freshly ruined ship. Its remains clinging to the jagged shoals, and they moved to investigate. And that's where we pick up this week. So what happens now, as you're about 200 yards off, you don't want to get too close with the main ship, seeing as how you have a load full of fishermen and the ship isn't that big. The wreckage is spilled across different rocks. So what would you guys like to do?
Captain, it seems like she's going to follow us if we don't do something about it.
So we see the same glow as the last ship we saw, or?
Yeah, there is a glow emitting from the center of the wreckage.
But it's a wreck, so it's not following us.
Last time we docked, wreck. This time we dock, wreck is still here. Feels like following to me.
Yeah, I think it's a different
Should
ship.
we investigate?
Yeah.
Does we investigate mean Caesar jumps into the water?
Nah, I got this one.
Okay.
I will dive into the water and wild shape into an octopus.
Very nice. As you make your way over to this wreckage, you see two creatures kind of hiding just below the surface. They don't take notice of you because, after all, you're an octopus. They wear old, ratty leather armor, long coat, carrying rusty cutlasses. looks like they're lying in wait for you in the group.
Do they look familiar? Like maybe undead or Sahagin?
They certainly look like the remnants of some kind of fisherman, except for their skin has been pulled from the sea, bones breach through the cracks, and their eyes glow with a dark blue. So yes, you would assume that they are also undead.
Do I see anything else besides the two figures?
The glow is about 20 feet underneath. They're clinging to the wreckage as if they're waiting or lying in wait for somebody to come look for it. But below them, under the water, you see a glow from what looks like one of the cabins that has broken away from the ship and settled on some of the shoals that exist.
Can I try and slither my way? I think that's what octopus do, right? Slither?
They certainly do slither.
Can I try and get into the cabin?
Yeah, it's easy enough. It's broken away. The door has been either torn off or ripped off in some way. And in there you see what looked like a potion that is emitting this glow, or at least, yeah, it's a potion that's sitting there. Next to it looks like a waterlogged journal, along with some long scroll tubes.
Would I be able to use my arms to grab maybe the journal?
Yeah. Easy enough.
And try and
You have
slink
7
my
more.
way out of there? Oh, can I grab one of everything?
You can actually grab all of the hidden treasure that lies below, and you make your way back towards the ship without issue.
Sounds good. I will use a couple of my free arms to pull myself onto the ship, and I will drop the items on the deck, and I will stay in octopus form.
Okay.
Well, that was smooth.
Well done.
All right, I'll drop octopus form.
Okay.
And I'll tell everyone there was a couple undead down there. In the cabin, there were these items.
What are the items that are on the deck now?
There is a potion, a journal, and what look like scroll tubes.
Can I open the scroll tubes and see what's in there?
Yes, absolutely. You open the scroll tubes and unfurl the dry parchment within. The scroll tubes looked like they were waterproof, and inside it are rolled up scrolls tied with a blue ribbon.
Well, I'm going to remove the blue ribbon.
Okay. You open it up, and they appear to be sea charts.
Oh. This might be better for one of y'all to look at.
What do we have?
Sea charts.
Dag immediately gets interested and starts to look over them.
Okay. As you look through them, a couple things that you do see. On the charts there are strange markings, similar to the markings you've seen at several other places that lead out to sea, and there's an X of some kind in the middle of the ocean. I think, Guildenstern, you would know that this area is uncharted, only marked by cryptic symbols and the warning scribbled in the and the warning scribbled on the side of the charts that says, "Island hidden by treacherous waters, a place no sailor dares to go."
Using my navigator tools, would I have an estimate on how long it would take us to get to that X?
Probably 3 weeks if it's hard or rough sailing, because it goes through an area outskirts the Shattered Archipelago, and no telling what kind of storms whip up during that point in time. But it'll take you 3 weeks of smooth sailing.
A long
Maybe
journey.
we have a goal for later.
Definitely worth investigating once we get these prisoners back to town. What does the journal say?
You
Can we
sift
read it?
through the journal. Many of the pages are smeared by water and barely legible, but you manage to make out these details. It's scrawled in a hurried hand, and it is a journal of the captain, and he speaks of a mission, dangerous and secretive. Was tasked with delivering an ancient artifact to a hidden location. But it is clear that the later entries that his journey was doomed. He writes, "Something is watching us. The crew is restless. The artifact must reach the island, but the sea grows angrier each day. I fear we will not make it." As you turn to the sea chart, your eyes are drawn to the strange markings. A series of unusual currents and tides sketched out, all pointing to a mysterious island further out to sea.
Is there any dates on the journal?
No dates. But you know that this, what you didn't get in the recap was that this vessel was lost about 2 to 3 weeks ago. It's an actual fishing vessel from Seabridge.
But they haven't. Oh. Is that how the artifact got to Seabridge?
So we have this vessel with a little bit of treasure in the maps, but a missing artifact and a couple of undead.
Is it the same artifact that they were trying to find?
That's a good question.
But the journal would indicate the artifact was on the ship. Maybe that glowing?
Well, the glowing's the potion.
Does the potion look familiar?
The potion doesn't look familiar, no.
Someone drink it.
Yeah? I'll drink the potion.
No,
Okay.
just take a daggle.
Maybe just
Take a
yeah,
pinky
maybe
in.
just dip your pinky in
Dab.
and taste it.
I'll dip my pinky in and taste it.
It's definitely
What's
not
it taste like?
a potion of healing, but instead is a potion of resistance. You're not sure what it is a potion of resistance to, because it randomly manifests itself when you drink it.
Well, we should hang on to it.
I agree. Someone take the potion.
I will take the potion.
Probably cursed like the ship. Be careful. At this point, we just need to head back to Sea Bridge, right? Get this guy back. Make sure no one kills him. Has anyone killed him yet? Where is he?
So it sounds like we head back and we need to find out more about this this ship and perhaps these artifacts that are being sent out.
I think we need to head back.
Maybe
Fine.
mobilize, have the village search for this artifact. Hopefully we find it before they do.
Fine,
we
let's
ever-
head back.
Did we ever ask the prisoner if anyone else was working with him or if he was working alone? Because there could be more, right?
Go ask him.
Okay, I guess I'll go ask.
You make your way to the makeshift brig. Find Caesar there, waiting, watching, keeping an eye on this person. At probably the first mate's cabin. I think that's where we left them off.
Oh, he's in my room. Damn it. Do we recognize him? Do we know his name, family, that kind of thing?
He was
I couldn't remember.
much like Dag. He was not an orphan, but like many people, he was new to the town, didn't have a family, just came to be part of the fishing crew. But he had only been here for like maybe a month and a half. I believe it was a short period of time.
I guess Mouse would approach the first mate's cabin and let herself in.
Yep. We see him sitting there, kind of on the cot. He's got his head in his hands, elbows on his knees, just thinking, regretting life choices at this point.
Mouse just asked him, "Kid, what's your name?"
Oh, my name's Finnan.
All right, Finnan. Do you know if anyone else was in the town was working with this group? Did they recruit you alone, or are there others?
I don't know that there were any others. I didn't talk to anybody about it. I mean, until now.
All right. Can I do like nah, I'll believe him. My insight sucks.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll be heading back soon. I'd start praying if I were you. And then she's going to leave and shut the door.
Yeah. I think there's a after image of him just like sighing to himself and shaking his head, like getting angry at himself. Like, what was I thinking? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me retcon that. He was part of the town, but him and his family hadn't been there. The reason why he did what he did was because his family was going to be in trouble. Part of the story that doesn't add up. So yes, he has a family. His name's Finnan, obviously. The Elderberry family is what they're from, but they haven't been in town a long time.
Okay.
I bet his mother is a hamster.
Really?
Wow. Nice. What happens now?
Let's go home.
And as you make your way, it'll take you a couple of days to get there. You can continue on, and within a couple of days' time, you see Seabridge come into view. You're very familiar with this approach. You make your way back, guide the weary fisherman side of the familiar docks, brings a wave of relief to the group. The gray dawn gives way to soft morning light, casting a glow over the town. Villagers who are anxiously waiting at the shore spot your approach and begin to cheer. Voices carrying across the water as obviously some people have to sleep on deck. They spot loved ones, brothers, friends. Some clasp hands over their mouths while others embrace one another, crying, overcome with joy, seeing their loved one return.
Oh, we did good.
And as your boat docks, families rush forward, pull their brothers, fathers, sons into warm, tearful embraces. Children weave through the crowd, tugging at sleeves and exclaiming in delight, while the townsfolk offer words of gratitude, shaking your hands and thanking you with voices thick with emotion, and the weight of their relief fills the air like a palpable force. And in this moment, you realize the extent of the hope you've restored to these people. However, despite the joy, the tension lingers in the air. Fishermen recount the tales of dark waters, strange visions, and shadows lurking in the depths. The word spreads quickly, villagers exchanging wary glances as their gazes drift to the distant horizon, where the sea seems to shimmer with an unnatural, foreboding hue. Even amidst the celebration, an uneasy silence falls over Seabridge. The mayor makes his way through the crowd, steps through, gratitude and concern mingling in his eyes. You've brought our people back, people home. And for that, we're indebted to you, he says, his voice solemn. But something dark still stirs in those waters. The sea's changed. I fear this is only the beginning. Thank you for your help and all you've done. And he clasps you on the shoulder as he heads back through the crowd. Find yourself on a warm, dry dock in the morning air. What happens now?
Mouse turns to the group and says, I'm going to go look for Maris and see if we can start gathering up some trustworthy people to search for the artifact. Somebody should do something about the prisoner, and we should probably get his family before they find out.
So, question: this journal we found suggests that someone from Seabridge had sent out this mission with the artifact, and the artifact came from this town.
It was a little ambiguous, saying the artifact has to reach the island. If you want to draw conclusions that it's this mysterious lost island, you can, or it could be the island you're from. So looking at it, there are two possible entries. It's from Seabridge and it was going out, or it was from someplace else and it's coming back to Seabridge. But either way, the ship was doomed and shipwrecked, and so wherever the artifact may have been is no longer on the ship.
Well, we knew that they originally attacked the town because they were looking for the artifact.
Mhm.
So, but it could have already been on the ship at that point. So it may not be here at all.
True.
But if it was on the ship, they have it.
Or at least had it.
I feel like with the dead people chilling down there, they've kind of like probably already gotten, because the artifact wasn't still there.
Not with the items that TP retrieved, no. Dag, it's been a couple weeks. You've almost died twice here over the last few days. How do you feel? And more importantly, what are you doing?
A bit worse for the wear. I'm probably first thing I would do is try to get a read on if Celine has heard of our heroic deeds and if it might have got me back into her good graces.
Let's play this out. You only recently just arrived. You've got all your gear with you. You've done what you needed to do. I think Mao said that they were going to go look for Maris. You're heading off to where? Straight to Celine to say, hey, look what we did? Or how does this shake out?
I'd probably first just scan the docks to see if her plump dwarven figure is standing there among the crowds.
Obviously, well, how do I put this? She isn't obvious amongst the people who are celebrating the return of their loved ones. But you can give me your perception check.
Sure. Make sure everything is connected. An
18. She doesn't appear to be on the docks.
I will make my way to the house.
You make your way across the raised walkways that crisscross through all of Seabridge. Make your way to the house. The door is closed. Home sweet home is the welcome mat that greets you.
I'll hesitate for a moment and then realizing everything we've been through and that I very nearly died a few times even when I wasn't feeling myself, like someone had taken hold of me. I'm not even gonna knock. I'm gonna open the door.
The door is locked.
I will pick the lock. Or unless I have a key. She probably took my key.
Give me a sleight of hand check. If you're proficient in sleight of hand, we'll use that for your thieves' tools.
All right. I am. Ooh, not great. 7.
She changed the lock, you realize. It's a little bit more sturdier than the last one that you installed.
She always was a smart one. I'll knock.
You hear the shuffle of a stout dwarven lass across the wooden floors of your once home. You hear the locks disengage. Sounds like there are several more bolts that have been fastened to the inner door jamb. She opens it and she looks at you and says, "Oh, you're back."
We just docked. You're looking nice.
Hi, I think the last time you called me plump.
I like plump. Look, that's not what
Well, I was just
Have you
getting
been?
ready to have dinner. If you would like to come in and eat, I have extra. I was going to meal prep for the week, but if you want to come have dinner, you look a little worse for wear. Your eye is a little bit swollen and you're walking with a limp.
I'll just grab her hand and clasp her hand in both of mine and just hold it up and kiss it. Dinner sounds lovely.
And as she holds your hand, walks you into your modest room, these buildings built more vertically than horizontally. The food or kitchen and dining area is on the first floor. The door closes behind as you see Dag and Celine's back move off as we transition over to Mouse. Mouse, what are you doing?
Mouse is anytime they come back, she goes to the tavern. That's really where her home is. But she's looking for Maris. She's gonna fill him in on everything that happened and get his opinion.
He's in there behind the bar, his eyes light go bright as he sees you walk through the door. Hey, Mouse. Welcome back. How did everything go?
She smiles up at him, then runs over and sits on a stool across from him. And she explains everything that happened. The ships that they found that have been sank that have some kind of glowing object around them, the curse runes that she keeps finding, that she thinks it's a Zalcathor cult, the fact that the groups were originally attacked because, or the town was originally attacked because they were looking for an artifact and people to turn. She tells them about the Elderberry family and the man who had betrayed the town, the letter they found. She really wants his opinion on where he thinks the artifact would be now.
Well, hang on. I mean, you brought the fishermen back. That's no small feat. Especially with the tails. They're spinning at the shadows under the waves. Dark business out there, if you ask me. Takes a swig from his mug and sets it down with a thoughtful expression. This town's seen its share of storms and troubles lately, but it's different. Talk of strange things, what you say, lights out past the rocks, voice carrying on the wind. It's not even the worst of it. He glances around, making sure no one's listening too closely, but people are entering the Rusty Anchor the families who would rather have a night out than make their dinner at home, or those fishermen who don't have a family and where fishing is their life and are seen here regulars, as it were. Fishermen, they're speaking of nightmares. There's visions of something massive, something ancient below the waves.
I think that's Sal Cathar. I think he's gaining power through some form of cult. The Tidekeeper's missing, and I think it's something that this cult's doing.
I agree. You know, even those that have never been the superstitious type, they're feeling it. If there's more trouble coming, and he lets that sentence hang a little bit, the weight of his words just filling the air. He straightens his gaze directly at you. Whatever this is, it's not going to be solved with fish hooks and sailing know-how. If anyone's got a chance, it's you lot. Do what I can help. I'll do what I can to help. But be ready. These waters don't let go easy. And as more people start to fill the tavern, he's like, all right, get off that stool. And he starts pouring drinks, roasted fish ale, and heading back into the kitchen to get the usual for the regulars as more and more fishermen start to make their way into the tavern. And as
Mouse would... sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Mouse would put aside all the worry, the panic, and everything she's been feeling about her goddess and what's going on, and kind of shift into waitress mode.
Mm-hmm.
She's still casting prestidigitation on anything she serves. And she's going to start just tending to the bar, cleaning as she goes. Like, she'll pick up a glass that's dirty, round the corner, cast prestidigitation to clean it, and then immediately set it back up where it's ready for the next one.
And as we pan away from the tavern full of patrons who've been lost at sea for a week now, and as Maris shovels around, Mouse hurries from table to table, and we pan back over to to TP and Guildenstern and Caesar standing on the docks as the people start to leave, going back to their home or to the tavern itself. What are you three doing? And we'll start with TP.
I'd say to the group, I got something I want to do. Need to go down to the shore and gather some mussels. And I would make my way down to the shore looking for some mussels or clams.
Mm-hmm. Easy enough to find. Barnacles, mussels, even clams cling to the underside of the docks as you make your way around towards the coast. It's a little bit more rocky. That is very much the topography here of these islands. It's as if when Heartland Isle was destroyed, it threw all of these islands out into the Etherean Sea upside down. And so these villages cling to these rocky outcroppings, and you make your way along towards the western side of the area where you know that they grow plentiful, and you're able to collect any of the mussels, clams, and other sea creatures that you'd like.
Once I gather all that I need, I would make my way back to the tavern and head to the kitchen to try and concoct something.
Okay. I think at that point, as you're busy, Mouse, working the room, other fishermen, they smile and nod and grinning as TP comes through the door. Everybody wants to buy you a drink at some point. particularly roasted fish ale, because that's the town favorite, apparently. And they're nodding, and Maris watches you as you commonly do. Go through the room, behind the bar, into the kitchen.
I'd find an empty space on the counter, and I would grab some type of pot, like a larger one, and then I'd start chucking. Actually, no, I would leave them shelled. I'd throw the 5 mussels into the pot, and then I'd reach down into the bag and I'd pull out the blue potion that I found, dip my finger in it again, give it a taste, and begin to marinate these mussels in the blue potion.
Cool. And as we see TP start to go about his business in the kitchen, we pan back to the bosun and the captain. Caesar, what are you doing?
Captain, I'm sure you have more important things to do. I'll go make sure the kid and his family are not hung immediately.
Works for
Thanks.
me.
And I will go off and do what it sounds like everybody told people to do, but no one actually did. So I will go inform this kid's family of what happened.
Okay.
Let them know that they can go back to the bar if they want some safety.
So as you
Or
make
for
your
more
way
instructions.
across the docks to Finn's home, and since we love Star Wars, we'll just call him Finn, right, Aleko? And you make your way to the person's house, to Finn's house. And he's kind of shaking his head, like,
Oh, Finn's a Star Wars character. I knew that.
and he knocks on the door, and there's no answer. He looks at you and says, I mean, they're normally home all the time. Hope nothing happened. And he starts hollering, Ma? Pa? Looks through the window. Can you open this? Pulling on the door.
Sure. He'll take a. I'm sure when he probably grabbed his bag of tools off the ship. He doesn't like to be too far away from him.
Yeah.
So he'll pull out, guessing some of his carpenter's tools, since that's definitely how you open doors. And he'll try to see if he can break this lock off.
You can give me a athletics check and just take advantage using your tools for this check. Might change in the future.
Okay. Let's do it. That's not what I wanted to do, but
It's a natural 20. Easily, you pop the door open and a rancid odor wafts from within the house. And you hear Finnan, no. And he rushes in and he starts to gag and throw up.
son, I don't think you need to be seeing this right now. Let's get you somewhere safe, and then I promise I'll come clean this up.
He's a little bit out of sorts. You want to give me a persuasion check to convince him, or an intimidation check if you want to do it by force?
Let's you know, his family might have been massacred, so let's try with some persuasion.
Oh, that's a good roll, even with a -1.
Hey.
As he is bending over, retching, you move him back outside and take him across the docks to the rusty anchor. Mouse is there. A lot of the fishermen are there. They look towards him with a little bit of resentment to the trader. Mothers pull their kids in, kind of stay away from that guy. He's bad news. But Mouse, you see Caesar come into the room with Finnan.
Mouse would set down the drink she's carrying behind the bar and then move over to Caesar to kind of speak a little bit more quietly.
Maybe we should get him out of sight. Looks like we're causing a bit of a commotion. Is anyone else here?
DP's in the kitchen doing something. We need to take him to a room upstairs or storage in the back.
Yeah, let's go with storage in the back.
All right, come on, back this way.
As you move Finnan out, the normal chatter resumes within the Rusty Anchor Tavern. As you make your way to the storage area, one of the buildings that sit next to the tavern and next to both Mouse and Maris's residence. You have the key, Mouse, and the door opens easily as you make your way inside.
Yep. And Caesar will think about it, and then he'll take a knee so that he can whisper in Mouse's ear and explain what he found when they went back to Finnan's parents' house.
And as you are having this conversation with Mouse, we'll pan over to Guildenstern. Captain, what would you like to do?
Well, Guildenstern makes for the tavern because he intends to dine out on his newfound fame for as long as he can.
Nice.
Good for
As
him.
You make your way in as both Mouse and Caesar are making their way.
This isn't going to last too long, so strike while the iron is hot.
You see both Mouse and Caesar moving out of the tavern with Finnan as you make your way in, and everybody's like, "Hey, Captain!" People stand up. Wives and sisters and mothers rise to embrace you, clapping you on the shoulder and giving you hugs. Their tears staining the front of your clothing, the motion here, and they're going to buy you any drink you'd like, buy you dinner. They want to hear of the stories of the great Captain Guildenstern who led this ship, right, as the story continues to grow through 30-foot waves into the eye of the storm, chasing monsters in a ship the size of a galleon.
Cursed ship.
Cursed ship the size of a galleon, on fire with ghosts in it. As the
Cursed runes everywhere. Ask anybody.
Ask Mouse.
Yeah, Mouse will be glad to tell you all about it.
And I think at that point we pan back as Guildenstern regales the story, being a man of eloquence and charm, stands with the group, or stands in the tavern telling the stories to the oohs and ahs and the wide eyes of children. And the camera pans back towards Dag, who is having dinner with Celine. Celine sat herself on the other side of the table from you because, well, she's still a bit defensive. So, Dag, gonna get yourself killed out there, aren't you?
I mean, hopefully not, but you never know what the seas may bring.
I
mean, I'd prefer if I didn't.
Well, I'd prefer it too.
That's not what I recall you saying last time.
And what did I say? Matter of fact, more importantly, what did you say?
Why dwell on the past? You know, what's important is that we're alive now, right?
Because it's always the past. It's always the past. It's always something with Dag.
Right. Is that a new dress you're wearing?
I've got my overalls on, as you can see.
Right.
They fit better, Dag.
Did I mention we saved the town pretty much? Lots of people would have been horrible fish monsters if we didn't heroically risk our lives, and you know, I played a very, very important part in getting them home.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. And you brought back the provisions of the town.
Sorry.
I appreciate that. We appreciate that.
We?
The town.
Is there someone else?
I mean, what do you mean, is there someone else? Is there someone else? Are you trying to tell me something, Dag?
You said we. And you changed the locks on me.
Turn the baby.
Of course I changed the locks. I had to put in some solid locks so you didn't come sneaking in here in the middle of the night, smelling like that fish ale that you love to drink.
Oh. Do you still is my bottle still here, by the way?
Your bottle?
Of fish ale. The
Oh.
one that I was brewing. The one that didn't explode.
I mean, you might as well go look in the harbor. It's probably floating like a message in a bottle.
Right.
And the message is, I don't want you drinking that garbage around here no more. It's too weak. You should stick to the stout dwarven ale. For me and my family.
You know, it's just that sometimes my stomach is a bit sensitive, and the fish that for pickled fish really smooths out the ale a bit. But and he sees the look on her face. Yeah, no, your family's ale, definitely.
It's like you saying you don't like DPA or something. That's just preposterous. You'd rather drink the light colored ales. Well, what are you going to do now?
Well, you know, we're back from sea, and
I can see that.
we might be
She laughs at her own joke.
heading off soon. There's mystery and more heroics to be done. You know, if we're having dinner, I was thinking
Go on, Dag. What were you thinking?
Bit of dessert for a hero sailor returning home.
You hear her laugh. Oh, Dag. Always the gentleman. As the camera pulls away and we find TP Petrie in the kitchen with his new brew. TP, what are we cooking?
Well, thinking that it would need more ingredients, I'd probably start juicing some good berries and throwing any kind of herb I could find into it. And then realizing I needed a few extra things, I would go back to the ship where my chest is in the galley, grab my brewer's supplies, head back to the kitchen.
Nice.
And attempt to bottle up 5 bottles of whatever this is going to make.
What is it going to make?
I have no idea.
Okay.
The hopes of whatever magic was bestowed upon this potion would be marinated into these mussels and clams, then brewed into a good berry base type of beer.
Very cool. I would say you can give me a wisdom check. Give me a wisdom check. You can take advantage using your brewer's tools or brewer's supplies, excuse me. Knowing the right balance between hops and barley. $16 is pretty good. I think as you begin to taste it, you taste it and you feel better. If you were feeling any mechanically, if you're down any hit points, you feel better. It feels like this brew is going to last you at least until midday. You won't be hungry, but you also feel as you're boiling it, the fire of the hearth does not seem as hot as it once did before. And I'll mark this down and we'll figure out what it does and what benefits it has for you. That's okay.
Sure, sounds good. Just a mad scientist moment.
Yep, for sure. And we look back as Mouse heads back into the tavern and Caesar heads back out into the docks. Caesar, what happens?
I can go in and make sure his parents are taken care of with some dignity. If you can handle him.
Well, as long as no one busts the lock, he should be fine in there. Although,
I meant more like give some emotional support or something. The kid just walked in on his parents. I mean, he is a criminal, but...
Oh, I'm not the emotional support friend. He'll be fine.
Are you the burying bodies friend?
Do you need help burying a body?
I mean, his parents are just rotting in that house.
I will come help clean up.
Okay, we'll leave TP to the guy. Then, we're gonna lock this door. Don't do it. Is there anything in here that looks like obviously he can hurt himself with it?
He can get absolutely shit-faced.
Oh, go for it, man.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave him in here.
Okay.
You're paying for it though.
What?
And Caesar heads off.
Wait, I'm broke. Follows.
As you make your way across the docks, you come to the elderberry household. Door closed, but only because Caesar propped it back into place before he left. You unprop it, and that smell comes wafting back out of the house. It's a smell of brine, mixed with death.
We should investigate before we do anything else. You want to take a look around?
Give me a perception
Mouse.
check. Mouse, what would you
Another
like to do?
But look around to see if we can kind of get an idea of what happened. What check did you say?
Perception.
Oh, I'm not good at this. Brought the wrong person.
Caesar's pretty good at those.
Yeah, I didn't bring you to. Yeah.
15, you're pretty good at those too.
I'm -1.
Well, this time you were. There are no bodies here. But there are dark barnacles and seaweed spread throughout the rooms of the house. Carved in the wood frames and the door frames are these symbols that you've seen on the ship and at the runes. One in particular looks like a half crescent moon, but you swear it looks like the coral that you got from the sea hag that hangs in the air almost like a moon over a large building. That is repeated several times in this house, but it just smells foul here.
How much trouble will we be in if we just burn it?
I was thinking the same thing. I'm more concerned about not being able to keep the fire under control. Because, I mean, it's nothing but wood. Like, if...
Grab the mare.
I was thinking more of someone who could... I don't know. Create water?
I mean, this is your town. I figured we were the only ones that could do that type of stuff.
Well, it's not... Most people aren't a fan of it. So even people who you don't normally announce... I can... Fuck it, let's burn it.
All right. You don't need help with that, do you?
No, I was just thinking, I really want this to one big burst. Can I cast Chromatic Orb and make it fire damage just in the middle of the home? Like step outside and then throw it in?
Yeah. Arson committed successfully?
Rick, you might be muted.
Yes, I am. The chromatic orb flies into the house, starts to burn away the brine. You hear the popping of seaweed and shells. And before long, the house starts to burn.
Yeah, Caesar's gone. Caesar did run off to the mayor to let him know what we were doing, because this is crazy, just setting a house on fire in the middle of town without letting any authorities know.
You suggested it.
You did it.
Meanwhile,
Mouse is gonna head back to the tavern and pretend she has no idea what's going on.
fair. Meanwhile, head back to the tavern as we follow Mouse. Guildenstern is there. Guildenstern, as you sit inside regaling the folks in the tavern of your heroics. After a while, people go back to spending time with their loved ones, or groups of fishermen are off having a conversation, glad to be home. You see a figure step inside. He spots you immediately and your eyes lock. And his presence is immediately unsettling. It's a fisherman that you rescued, but he appears not like himself, even the few hours that you saw earlier today. He comes and looks towards you. Captain, you got a minute?
Certainly.
Can we step outside?
Is my mug empty, by the way? Because if it's empty, I'm going to look suggestively at my mug.
Your mug has not been empty all day and night. However long you've been in here, it has not been empty.
Sure, we can have a talk. What do you want to talk about? Let's step outside. Step into my office, as they say.
So as you step outside, his skin is pale and oddly translucent, almost shimmering under the flickering light of the sun. Patches of scale are visible on his arms and on his neck. I need your help.
He didn't look this way previously.
He did not look this way previously. Whatever has happened has only happened recently.
Not looking too good there. Looking very distinctly fishy.
He pulls back his sleeve, revealing more of his arm, and where his skin was, it's begun to change. Scales now cover it. Over his once rough and weathered flesh. His fingers seem longer than before, with webbing forming in between, and he breathes in raggedly as if he's struggling to draw air. During the voyage of Sea Hag, she cursed me. I thought I could shake it off, but it's spreading. Every day, every hour, I can feel myself changing, becoming something else. He swallows hard, seems seemingly difficult to do here in the air. There has to be a way to stop this.
How did she curse you?
She had this black stone. She pressed it into my mouth and then did some words. And then her nails pierced my skin. And he points to a place just below his heart and just above his stomach. He peels it back and it's even more scaly than before. He's wearing a long coat to not be identified by the regular townsfolk in some manner. I don't know what's happening to me.
Well, this is wow, never seen anything like this before. Kind of out of my my experience here.
At this moment in time, you see Mouse and Caesar coming back from the arson, coming back from the house.
Nonchalantly walking down the
and the two of you see Guildenstern having a conversation with this person who has a long coat on.
Yeah, I'll motion to them to come on over.
Captain, I thought you'd be celebrating.
And I have been. But my friend here seems to have a bit of a problem. Briefly reiterate to them what he's told me. Did we find this black stone or anything like it?
Team, did you
Might be
guys find
muted.
any black stone or coral?
It has been so long, I don't remember.
And I definitely hand off a piece of really heavy coral that might be fitting this description to you.
And the guy goes,
Yes.
yeah, that's it.
Ah.
So is this the artifact?
That appears to be it. We know what it or something it can do. Don't know if that was something the hag did or it's something this rock does.
Mouse, why don't you give me, well, anybody here, the three of you can give me an Arcana check if you'd like.
Oh, yeah. Why?
Perfect.
Caesar's so smart.
I know. I think both Mouse and Caesar understand that if you were to conduct some kind of ritual using this artifact, you could probably, using this, not artifact, the shard of black coral, you could likely reverse his condition. And so mechanically, are there any ritual spells that you know?
No.
That's a no from me. So we'd have to go get TP, I think.
You can, this shard of coral will be a spell focus in the process to reverse this person's condition.
Mouse is going to run off to go get our druid.
Okay. You find TP in the kitchen brewing something. A big smile on his face as he is sipping on whatever he had concocted. That smells, well, you tell me, what does it smell like, TP?
It smells horrible. It smells like seafood mixed with red wine and garlic. I guess you might like it, but it doesn't smell very good. It smells like bad seafood. But I'm enjoying it.
Mouse covers her nose as she walks in. This is just as bad as the house.
Oh,
Please,
Mouse, here, I got something for you to try. And I'll hand you a little shot of what I'm making.
Mouse, not wanting to be rude, takes the shot, just shoots it back.
You gain 1 hit point if you were down 1 hit point. And you feel like you're somewhat resistant to cold or fire. You're not sure which.
Not bad, huh?
No, not really. The smell, though.
I'm working on it.
We need your help. We need your help. Can you? One of the fishermen looks like he's turning, and we think the coral can be used in a ritual to stop it. So,
Turn it undead.
turning into a fish,
Weird.
scales, gills, that kind of thing.
This was someone from the boat.
Yes. But if we can stop it, we should probably also see if there's more people infected. Oh,
We
also
should
there's a house on
check
fire.
everyone from the boat.
Yeah. Can you create water?
Let me just put this up on the shelf here.
Oh yeah, take
And
your time.
I'll-
It's just a fire and a fish.
A fire. I'll give
A
you
lot
like a
has
strange look as I'm putting my bottles up on a shelf. Lead the way.
Out the door we go.
And as you make your way across the docks, in the distance, you see some smoke coming from the corner of Seabridge, clearly where this fire is. Caesar and Guildenstern are having a conversation with one of the fishermen you rescued before. Where are you heading to, Mouse and TP?
Mouse will be leading him to the person, the group. We'll deal with the fire.
We'll just follow Mouse. Keep eyeballing the fire off in the distance.
I'm sorry, what were you? I was thinking Richard. Thanks so much for the gift sub, Richard. Which way?
I just said I would. I'd be following Mouse, who was heading toward Guildenstern, and the sailor guy that's turning. And I would be keeping an eye on this fire that I'm slowly piquing my interest.
Okay. The smoke is muted because it's rained significantly over the last few days, and you literally live on the ocean, so all the wood is as you can see, warped and waterlogged. But what's even more concerning is this person that the captain and Caesar are having a conversation with. He's struggling to breathe. His skin is, as you get closer, scaly in places. His hands have thick webbing between them.
What's happening to him?
He's turning into a fish. Here, use this. Do something. And she hands him the coral.
Okay. Maybe we do not have the ritual on the docks out in the open. Captain, can we maybe take off into sea or something? I don't know. Do you know a place in the cove? This might not be the best place.
You know I have a house, right?
I was about to say we have homes. Let's just go to a home.
You want to have a ritual in your house? All right, Captain. Lead your way.
Before you hand me the coral, it looks pretty sketchy, so I would not grab it and say, is that even safe to touch?
Well, I don't know. If I start growing gills, we'll worry about... Yeah, it's got to be. You have to use it to... I don't know, man.
You guys made me go dive in the ocean and grab it, and now you're worried about whether it's safe or not.
I wasn't.
I'm certain it's perfectly safe.
It seems safe. So safe.
Nice.
Perfectly safe. And this guy's turning into a fish from it?
It was used in a
Well,
ritual.
there was a ritual involved in which, not just touching it. Look, I pick it up and I wave it around. See? I'm not turning into a fish. It's safe.
Yet.
It is certainly heavy. heavier than a rock that should be that is this size, and it has this dark aura. You're a magic user. You feel this aura coming from this thing. So mechanically, you can use this as a spell focus, and if you have an appropriate spell that you can cast on this creature before he turns, it will break this pseudo curse that he's been cursed with.
See, I bet he's not even really cursed. Sounds like a pseudo curse to me.
Guildenstern, can we use your place?
Sure.
As you make your way across the docks, Guildenstern's house is directly south from the cluster of the Rusty Anchor Tavern, the storage area, and Mouse's home. You head across the docks. Guildenstern, actually, his house is pretty big compared to the rest. Leads you inside. What happens?
A quick question on spell components. Are we consuming spell components?
If it has a monetary value, yes. But this coral will be the focus and can replace any spell components for this casting of this spell.
Mouse is going to start like shutting windows, blinds, curtains, anything where people would not be able to see him.
Would I know of a place in town that I could get holy water from?
I would say yes. There is an older man who is somewhat superstitious. He's kind of, in fact, I think with your approach to things, TP, I think you would know this person. You're both a little bit eccentric. This guy's absolutely mad bonkers, but he makes stuff like holy water for some reason. You're not really ever sure why, and you've never really asked him, because then he starts to go on some tangent about very weird things, but maybe not as weird as they once had been.
Mouse, can you go fetch a flask of holy water from this person while I prepare a ritual circle?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
So sometimes it's a little expensive. Just tell him that TPP Tree owes him one.
Okay, will do.
And you make your way back into the town, and this person is known to frequent a bit of the interior of the island that overlooks where the lighthouse is. And there's a small path that leads up, and it kind of hangs out by itself, and you're not really sure how this structure stays up in the wind and the rain. And there's this man, looks like he's dressed in a mishmash of clothing. He's barefoot, his hair is gray, matted, but there's wisdom in his eyes, and he sits in front of a smoldering fire. Who brings the old man of the sea a visit?
It's Mouse. TP asked if I could get some holy water from you. He said he would owe you.
Holy water? How would TP Petrie know? I'm brewing holy water right at this very moment.
He's just good like that. It's also very convenient.
He reaches up on the top of his head and he pulls this tattered cap that he always wears, but very rarely takes it off, and pulls out a small vial and he hands it to you. He's got a scar that runs down one side of his face. You know this person as Old Man Barlow, a wiry, hunched figure. Not really sure his race or his age, but it seems like he's been here as long as the city's been here. The village, really. Tell Teepee he's gonna owe me. And his voice kind of drops. He's gonna owe me big.
She'll take the item and nod.
You make your way back down the path, careful as you cling to the side of this cliff. This path winds its way back down, reinforced by Old Man Barlow's many years of being here. You make your way back to Guildenstern's home.
She'll charge in, won't even knock. Sigh. Then hand the water to him. He said you owe him big.
Oh, he had the water. Terrific.
He did have the water. He thought it was convenient that you knew about the water, or that you needed it when he was. I don't know. He kind of creeped me out. I was gonna ask him if he had any knowledge about what was going on with the Tidekeeper, but then I thought I didn't want to open that can of worms, because you start a conversation with them and then they think they can talk to you every time they see you.
Yeah, he's an interesting fellow, but very useful.
Mouse goes and puts herself in a corner, just watches.
You now have the holy water TPP tree. What happens now?
During the time when she was gone, I would have been creating a ritual circle, which consists of some twigs and runic symbols, more druidic symbols, and a candle on the northern point of the circle. I would have the person with the curse lay down in the circle, and then I will have him drink the holy water, and as he does, I will cast protection from good and evil on him.
Mm-hmm. As he drinks and you intone your incantation, the stone in your hand begins to grow warm. The runes light on it from top to bottom, as if water was being poured on a porous stone, but the water glows, and so you see it move across this water, and then the individual starts coughing and his arches, and he stops breathing for a moment. But before long, the candlelight flares and the stone in your hand starts to wither away. Sand through your fingertips as the skin and complexion on this person starts to return to normal. You have now saved this individual, and by saving this individual, you have finished all the quests and all the side quests in level 2, and you are available to level up to level 3. And we will take a few minutes to find out what our team does while we take a break and I fix some of the tech. Be right back.
Nice.
storm and midnight's cry. Cursed winds beneath the sky. Maps of old with riddles deep. Secrets buried where shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam. Echoes drift from lands unseen. Golden plunder in our sights. Sailing through the endless nights. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel. Chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirates' souls will never be slaves. Bones beneath the ocean's floor. Tales of riches, blood and lore. Ghosts of captains long since gone. Guide us now to sail at dawn. Lanterns glow in misty haze. Through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea. To claim the treasure's destiny. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel. Chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirates' souls will never be slaves. Pirates' souls will never be slaves. Through the storm and midnight's cry. Cursed of winds beneath the sky. Maps of old with riddles deep. Secrets buried where shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam. Echoes drift from lands unseen. Gold and plunder in our sights. Sailing through the endless night. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel. Chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the way. Lanterns glow in misty haze through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea to claim the treasure's destiny. Hoist the sails and grip the wheel. Chase the prize with hearts of steel. storm and midnight's cry. Cursed winds beneath the sky. Maps of old with riddles deep. Secrets buried where shadows sleep. Stars above in silver gleam. Echoes drift from lands unseen. Golden plunder in our sights. Sailing through the endless nights. Hoist the sails and quit the wheel. Chase the prize with hearts of steel. Fortune calls across the waves. Pirates' souls will never be slaves. Bones beneath the ocean's floor. Tales of riches, blood and lore. Ghosts of captains long since gone. Guide us now to sail at dawn. Lanterns glow in misty haze. Through the dark and drifting maze. Eyes of gold, they pierce the sea. To claim the treasures destined.
Welcome back to the Lost Isles. Our party has just leveled up to 3. And so as you watch this person come back to humanity, as it were, on the brink of becoming a sea spawn, the hag's heart, this black coral, sifted like sands through your fingers. He wakes up and sits up. He touches his shoulders and his arms, and the scales have now gone away, and he levies himself up on his elbow. He smiles and makes his way shakily to his feet. And he looks towards the captain and then looks back towards TP Petrie and he says, "Holy shit, you did it. I don't know how I can ever repay you." But, and he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out what looks like a compass. But the compass isn't tarnished. It's made of a nice brass case on the outside. And he says, "It was a family heirloom, and, well, since I don't have any other family, I can't pass this down. So I'm going to pass it to you." And he hands it to you, TP Petrie.
Oh, you didn't have to, but thank you. I'm glad you're feeling better.
I feel great. I feel like I can get out to the water, back to work. I don't know what you guys can do, but you've already done so much for us. Some of the things these folks were saying and talking about, I mean, just the wicked words that they use. I don't understand any of it, but it doesn't sound good. And we were out on that boat, and the hag was just arms spread out, talking, and there were these creatures, like leviathans, but not large, but bigger than eels, just dark, swimming around the ship. And then she raised her hands, and they all swam away. It was a sight to see, but not a good sight, I'll tell you that. Anyways, I think I want to join the guys in the tavern, if that's okay.
Quick question. Do you know if anyone else on this ship may have been cursed?
I mean, there was one other person, I think, but it had happened, well before me. I think I saw your man here carry him out. And he points to Caesar when he says that.
Caesar, do you know where this person is?
No, I think this was the one that we found in the hole, right?
That is correct.
No longer with us, I'm afraid.
Well, at least no one else is cursed.
Thank you. And if you need a drink, I'll be in the tavern. Lord knows I need one. He says, Fulgar knows I need one. And he makes his way out of Guildenstern's house, and the five of you find yourself there. It's moving into the afternoon time. What happens now?
So anybody go check on that fire?
Yeah. How much of the town is burned down by this point?
I think in the newfound camaraderie amongst people, understanding that how delicate really their lives are for days and weeks and years, it's just go out, fish, come back, eat, drink, and do it again and do it again. They're certainly not used to things catching on fire here. Perhaps that's because not a lot of people are sorceresses and light things on fire regularly or use the magic in this manner. The Bucket Brigade was formed as you were conducting your ritual, and as you make or at least look out from Guildenstern's front living room, you see less smoke on the horizon. It's white, as if the fire has been quenched in some manner. But that still doesn't answer the question of why that place was carved with runes and smelling of death and the deep. TPP
Mouse. Well, why are you catching this house on fire?
Well, the bodies were missing. It smelled like decay. There was coral and symbols everywhere. It just seemed like the right decision. Leaving it probably wasn't a good idea.
Did you find out anything in the house before you burnt it down? Well, what now, Captain?
Well, now we go back and we dine out on this for as long as we can, for at least the next day or two. After that, we get back out on the water and do what we do.
Fish?
Fish. We are fishermen, after all. Unless someone else has a better idea.
Well, we do have that map.
And we still haven't found the artifact.
Well, I'm getting the impression the artifact, wherever it is, isn't here currently. So if we're going to use the map in the journal, where might we head?
X.
That X is that's a considerable distance away.
Well, good thing we have such a fine captain to get us there.
If everyone wants to go to the X, we can try going to the X.
Oh god, we still got to deal with the kid.
Has anyone seen Dag?
No, I'm not there yet. Never mind.
He's with his wife, right? Where he
It
always
must have
goes
went
when we
well.
come back.
Yeah.
Should we go get the kid out of the storage building?
You can.
And do what with him?
Exactly.
Well, we can't leave him in the storage building.
Why not? Just go give him some food.
Because it's not our place to keep him as a prisoner.
Fine,
Maybe
we'll
we
drop
just-
him off at the actual prison.
We turn him over.
I'm fine with that. We just got to get him out of the storage building.
Push Island just redeemed reaction.
TP, you get a reaction, an additional reaction on our next scene in combat.
Nice. Thanks, Push.
So what would you guys like to do?
Mouse is going to head back to the tavern.
Back to the tavern, eat, drink, and be merry. Get some rest. Yeah, then we'll head back out. I suppose we might want to provision ourselves for if we're going on a really long voyage.
So you make your way back to the tavern. People are still there having a great time. But the night winds long. Maris nods to you, Mouse, before heading out. He winks. Don't eat me out of house and home, but stay up as long as you want. Drink, eat, within reason, whatever you'd like. And I'll see you in the morning. And you guys are there. Slowly, one by one, people leave and go back to their homes or sleeping quarters. And the 5 of you are sitting around the table closest to the drinks and the food. Is there anything you want to discuss as the night draws on?
I think I'd pull out the compass that was given to me and just kind of check it out and see if it functions.
As you pop open the compass, what you do notice is there is a large letter N at the top, larger than the other east, west, and south. This compass, and you've known a lot of people use compasses, but whenever there are storms or any electromagnetic fields, as you get closer to the shattered archipelago, a lot of times these compasses spin and they're unreliable and people get lost. But this magical compass always points north, even in magical storms or distorted magnetic fields.
Good to know.
I will put this in the party log.
I'll explain that to the captain as I'm showing him it and say this should come in handy if we get into a dire situation.
You mean like wanting to go north?
Yeah, who knows what's going to happen out on the sea.
You know, protecting this village was one thing. Taking down an evil cult and trying to beat them to their treasure in order to find the Tidekeeper is definitely a lot more. Are we sure we can handle this?
I mean, as long as we can make it through the storm, just getting an artifact.
We've proven efficient so far.
Well, we've always stayed pretty close to the island here. I mean, you remember the ocean's always trying to kill you.
Well, if you excuse me, I have a batch of ale that I need to check on. And I'll make my way back to the kitchen to make sure no one stole my strange brews.
Nice. Nope. I think Maris understands that you're more than just common fishermen now. He kind of leaves you to your although you're occupying some of the kitchen. Particularly over the last, 12 hours, this place was busier than normal. Now it's quiet. You find your concoction and your brews, strange brews, in the kitchen undisturbed. But if there isn't anything you want to achieve, the night will grow long. Conversations had amongst comrades, companions now, as everybody returns to their respective homes, and y'all can take a long rest and recharge anything that you want to or need to recharge before the next coming of the dawn the next day. Each of you wake in the morning, refreshed after your long journey at sea, tiresome. It's the real first night you've been able to rest to this point in the last week and a half in your own beds without the constant thunder and rain pattering the seas and the planks above your sleeping quarters. You make your way to the Rusty Anchor Tavern, where Maris is there. Mouse, do you get up early today, or do you sleep in a little bit?
Mouse always up early.
Yep. You're having an early breakfast with the group, anybody who chooses to be there early. But as the first rays of the morning light filter through the dusty windows of the Rusty Anchor, the door swings open and the mayor steps in. His expression, one of quiet resolve mixed with a hint of worry. Spotting your group, he nods and waves a little bit, but realizing that you're the only two groups of people here, he puts his hand in his pocket and makes his way towards your table, nodding a polite greeting. His visage has deep lines of worry etched into his face, and he greets you with a heavy sigh. His posture stooped under the weight of what's been happening. Good morning. He nods.
Good morning.
Smiles
Morning.
a little bit, his worry clear on his face. I'm sorry to interrupt your breakfast, but there's a matter that might require your attention if you'd be so kind. He kind of gives a half-hearted smile, his heart not really in it, but not knowing who to turn to or where to go. He gestures towards the door, glancing around to see if anybody else is in the room, but only sees you and Maris nods back to him, reassuring him for however or whatever he needs the research for, and says, do you mind if you walk with me on the docks for a moment? Maybe we'll discuss this in more private setting.
Mouse nods, gets up to follow him.
Once you've gathered yourselves and followed him outside, he keeps a measured pace. This clip-clop and the sound of the waves lapping against the boats, filling the silence. He gestures out towards the sea. The calm surface, placid but ominous. Fishermen are still going missing, disappearing into those cursed waters without a trace. It started small, a boat gone astray here, a man lost there, but now it's becoming something worse. They vanish, and their families, well, they notice strange things before it happens. He pauses, eyes bloodshot, and bags underneath them. He's barely slept. Word is they've been having nightmares, terrible ones. Waking up in the dead of night, walking out to the shore like something's calling them. No matter how much they rest, they're exhausted. I thought it was just bad luck, but it's not. It's something more. Something in the water. I'm sure you know. Something that's taken them. His voice lowers as he looks around, a bit desperate. People are scared. They won't fish, they won't sail, they won't even look at the water for too long. You think it's cursed. The sea is cursed. I don't know what to tell them. Every day that passes, we lose more hope. His gaze meets all of yours. I don't know what's out there, but if you can find out, if you can stop this, maybe you can just save this town. Spoken with some of the families, and they're willing to meet with you, of those who've most recently disappeared. Do you mind coming with me?
I believe we can do that.
He smiles and, if you'll let him, grips you warmly on the shoulder and squeezes it more for himself than for you. And you walk along the docks. You head east. And you come to the abode of the Grimwater family. They live in a modest home. The smell of salt and fish lingers in the air as you walk, though the usual liveliness of the town seems absent. A man opens. Old Harkham Grimwater, a grizzled fisherman long past his days at sea. Greets the mayor. Mayor? Mayor looks back to him and says, "Our heroes are here to figure out what's going on. You mind talking with them?" "You know, Mayor, I told you I'd be willing to share what we know or what we've learned, what has gone on." Says, nods to each of you. "Please come in." And as you head in, sitting by the hearth is his wife, Mira. Sometimes goes by Myra, depending on the day. It's a frail woman, her cheeks streaked with tears, And Harkin speaks first, his voice gravelly and low. "You know our boy Orlin? He was a good lad, always had been. Something's changed. About a week before he disappeared, he'd wake up at night like something dragged him from his bed. Found him down by the shore a few times, just staring at the water, muttering that it was calling to him." And then Myra, her hands trembling in her lap. "He looked so tired, like the sea was draining the life from him. Begged him not to go out on the boat, but he just wouldn't listen. Said he had to, that the sea needed him, and he just never came back." Her voice cracks and breaks. And Harkham puts a weathered hand on her shoulder, trying to steady himself as much as steady her. "You know, seemed to happen more often when the storms gathered. Find him," says, his voice gruff but pleading. "You know this is difficult for him. Whatever's out there, bring him back. Or at least bring back what's left of him." The mayor leans in, pats Harkham on the shoulder, and kind of smiles and nods his head out back towards the door and leads you on to the next family, which you know as the Theros family. His home sits on the edge of Sheebridge on the eastern side. Lisa Theros, strong-willed woman in her middle years, opens the door with a solemn expression. "Mayor, Guildenstern, Mouse, Dag, TP, Caesar." Her daughter, Fenna, a young woman, probably about 16, sits nearby. She's clutching a small wooden carving her brother made before he vanished. Lisa invites you into her home. Her voice steady but thick with grief. "My brother Ren Tharos. He was the best fisherman we had. And you all know Ren was the type of fisherman who was rain or shine, sick or well, was first on the docks, ready to go. A person you would value on your fishing crew." She continues. "But about 2 weeks ago, before he disappeared, he started talking in his sleep. Said he could hear voices beneath the waves. Like the ocean itself was whispering to him. First we thought it was just dreams. You know," she smiles, kind of gives herself a little bit of chuckle as she looks back towards all the fisherman crew. "Long hours at sea can mess with your head, you know." Then Fenna, you hear, sitting by the window. "He wasn't himself anymore. One night I found him just sitting in the dark, staring at nothing. Said the sea was alive, that it could see him, that it wanted him. She clutches a carving, a little doll, her knuckles white. And Lisa continues. After that, he started having nightmares, woke up drenched in sweat, mumbling about the deep. He looked so worn, so scared. Then one day, he just went out along the docks. Never came back. One minute he was there, and the next minute is as if the sea had swallowed him whole. Her eyes narrow as she fixes you with a hard stare. Whatever's out there, it took him. And it's not done with us. Seemed more intense as the storms gathered. And she moves over to her daughter and gives her a hug as tears begin to well in her eyes. And again, the mayor, thank you, Lisa. We'll figure out what's going on. And he nods towards the door. And you head to the last family you visit for the day, the Kalins. Live in a small house near the tavern. Doran Kalin, a stocky lad, his lines, deep with worry, or the wrinkles on his face, deep with worry, and greets you at the door. His wife, Marla, smiles and then pushes past her husband and says, "Thanks for coming. Follow me." And he leads you through the living room into another room. And in this room, you see carvings on the wall. The grim reminder of the carvings you've seen in the other house. In the ruins. In the old camp. On the ship. Our son Torin started changing about a month ago. At first, it was little things, talking to himself, sleepwalking, but then he started drawing as she gestures to the walls, carving symbols. We don't know what they mean, but they're all over. She steps forward, her hands wringing a handkerchief. It's got worse. He stopped eating, barely slept. He just sat there staring at these symbols like they mean something. When we tried to talk to him about it, he wouldn't hear us. Said the sea was calling him. That he had to go to it. Just seemed to happen more intensely when the storms gathered. She points to a particularly large carving. It's a jagged symbol near the window. It looks like a crescent moon over a large square house. That's the one he kept drawing over and again. Her voice breaks as she speaks. And then he was gone. Left in the middle of the night, straight for the docks. No one's seen him since. She looks to the group, pleading. Find out what's happening. You can't lose anymore. And the mayor says, we'll find him. Don't worry. We'll find out what happens. These heroes